one name, not because he's noisy, but because he's solid. The only candidate they truly want out of this race is Atiku Abubakar, because they fear him. They think pressure will stop him from contesting. They are pushing a campaign that says he has been running and losing. He should not contest. 20 the man is early. But listen well, Nigeria. Since when did persistence become a crime? Since when did courage become an insult? Since when did experience become a disqualification? They want Atiku out because they know he can win. Across the north, across the south, across the lines they cannot cross. If he ran before, it means he is ready. If he tried before, it means he is strong. Only cowards quit in silence. Champions return when history calls. So let the people speak, let the millions rise, let the call go forth. Atiku must contest, Atiku must run. Let all Nigerian people lift this call loud and clear, in words and poetry and song, in spirit and in fire. Our demand is simple, our message is united. Atiku must run. He's loved by millions across Southeast, Southwest, South, and the North. Nigeria needs him, Nigeria wants him, and history is waiting. Atiku must run, Atiku must run.
We learned that yesterday some
he entered quietly, demanded the crown. Anywhere he goes, now confusion all around. Every platform becomes a battlefield. If no be automatic ticket, him no one yield. From one party office to another gate, always believing destiny should wait. Supporters shouting savior of the land, but every structure slips from his hand. He says the system is always unfair, but every movement leaves smoke in the air. When democracy starts asking questions, he disappears with fresh explanations. How many parties going up this time? How many symbols, how many signs? How many promises dressed in white before the people finally realize? It's a hobby, eternal wanderer, moving around like political traveler, walking sick by 2060, still looking for tickets where come easy. Another party, another shelter, another alliance built on pressure from city to city, door to door, still searching for shortcut to our sorrow. Real leaders build when the road gets rough, stay and fight when the days get tough. But Obi enters when the crowd is loud, then exits quickly when challenged by the crowd. He wants the loyalty instantly, wants the structures urgently. No long process, no resistance, just emotional online person.
Yo, 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 Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Yo, 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 Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. They want them. Our mama, papa want them. We want them. You say same people will give us Jagaban. Now the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They want us to touch Jagaban government, but the people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish in 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know them for church. Yo, eh. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. God see what we want them. Our mama, papa want them. You see what we want them. Yeah.
My country people, me and you don't say to change Nigeria overnight. It don't be my mind. It don't get easy. So therefore, we will support Jagaban. Make it easy.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms.
abẹ́rí nǹkan abẹ́gbọ́ nǹkan ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá gidigba erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù what do you say to that erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù how do you follow that what statement qualifies that you know if you don't understand Yoruba then there's no point in translating it because it completely loses its resonance if you translate it into another language erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù báwo ni kí ni ìtumọ̀ yẹn Lowe. Good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company. We go as we always go. You know, tomorrow, let me bookmark you for tomorrow afternoon, because Babachir Lawal came out with the part 2 of his Kachala essay that is doing to introduce us to exactly who Atiku Abubakar is. So he came out with the part 2 of that Kachala essay, and then to magnify it, he's been traversing the media spaces. So he had a session with Sharia Okimbaloye. So we'll be reacting to that session midday, sort of round about lunchtime tomorrow. So we'll be doing that. So let me signpost you towards that. So have that to look forward to. Tomorrow is going to be somewhat of a 2-session day. So we have the afternoon session and then of course subsequently the usual time session as well. So all that. Ajanaku yolokere elo moredani ajanaku o yolokere elo moredani. Ekileve fore un se no e se fe fi run pako ni abi kini. Ajanaku yolokere elo moredani. So all that double-headed double-headed no buy one get one free ayo. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. I've said good day already. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button as I'm inviting you to do so. Please do so. Don't say you will do it later. Don't imagine that I'm asking somebody else. I'm speaking to exactly you. So if you are listening to the sound of my voice right now and you've not yet clicked on the like button, click on it now so that you fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on the like button. Every single person should do that now. Click, and if you're listening in watchback as well, because I've noticed that the likes and the subscriptions cap off with the live stream, and I know that a good number of people watch it in watchback as well. They listen on their way to as a driving backdrop. I know, for instance, Oriola, he listens in his car all the time when he's going on a long trip. So I know a lot of people do that. So if you are also listening in watch back, please still click on the like button. So the call to action is not just a call to action for the people joining us in the live stream. It applies to everybody. Please like. And then if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, pardon me, if you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you, why is my lighting just a bit, everything is always funky with me, isn't it? Even the lighting is not lightning. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on it, it will bring you into the studio, and then at some point, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. So that's how we do it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. I'll share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream, just exactly as you have seen how you do there. Super chat towards the stream, and then say hello to me in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So a whole raft of everything is that the political space is moving at such a breakneck speed, near impossible to keep on top of it, but we will continue to try. We'll bring you up to date and up to the minute with the most important goings on within the Nigerian political dynamism, focusing especially on the presidential space, because that is the main potency, if not the only potency within the Nigerian paradigm. The presidency and who sits on it defines everything in Nigeria, more so in that country than anywhere else. So that will be the central focus of this and subsequent sessions. But of course, we will touch on important things as they come here and there. So, but there are so many things, so many moving parts within the political dynamism and also within governance as well. So I know how Nigerians detest bad news about that country, because it undermines the political narrative that they're spinning. And I'm talking about the obedience space, the article space, etc., etc. They detest anything good and positive about that country. So very quietly, 360 kidnapped victims were rescued in Borno State. And of course, the Adelabu sister and her children, they were rescued as well. So that doesn't chime well with the people that want to continue, because their only campaign is a campaign of calumny. They want to continue either real or imagine sell narratives of a failing country and propel that all the way to the elections. But we don't have a failing country. We have a country with challenges, but the progress in that country is irrefutable because it's so visible to the eyes. Everybody sees it. So we see all of the road constructions going on in the east, to the point that Dave Umai is telling us that the Biafra they are looking for in the southeast is actually Tinubu. The whole of the southeast is being remapped infrastructurally by this administration, and it's going on as we speak. And we know that the Southeasterners, they travel home every single weekend. So they see the construction, they see the progress every single time. So it's irrefutable. In the middle belt as well, from Makurdi all the way to Abuja, they've near completed it 80%. A super highway is irrefutable. All of these things, the new airport that they are building in Lagos, they've gutted the whole of the Lagos airport, just left the carcass, and then they are now building a new ultra modern airport in Lagos. It's going on as we speak, so you cannot claim not to see it. The improvement in electricity is being reported right across the country. You cannot claim you cannot claim not to see the progress being made by this. It's impossible for you to say you cannot see it. It's impossible for you to say you don't know what they're doing with the money when you are seeing everything. So they're reskilling the workforce, the NEL fund, the artisanal grants, and all of this money is being pumped into education and training. You cannot claim not to see. It's impossible. It is impossible. Even as pathological and as pathological and as baked into your DNA as lying is, even if you are the most ardent, most gifted liar, it is impossible for you not to say you are not seeing the progress being made in that country. It is impossible because it's everywhere. Every single space is developing, and you can see all of the hallmarks, the landmarks of development right across the length and breadth of the country. So it is impossible for you to say we don't know what we are doing with the money. It's impossible for you to say that. If we don't know that the country is regressing, not progressing, it is impossible for you to say that. You know, all of the artisanal roads in the second Niger Bridge, all of them has been completed. All of that, the deep ends in the southeast is already done. You cannot claim not to see it. You travel on it all of the time. Well, you will begrudgingly say, oh, this Tinubu guy safe. You know, every single thing that. So the Southeastern Commission, the Northeastern Commission, purpose commissions that is centrally for the development of particular geo-regions, they were created and funded. You cannot say not to know. So you cannot say, it's impossible. But let's go back to I didn't even intend to start like that. But so Kwankwaso already getting somewhat tired with the NDC arrangement, and tensions already starting to emerge within that space. So they're trying to pressure him on who gets to choose the Kano State candidate for that party. So that is ongoing, and there's a lot of tension there, to the point that threats are being issued by Kwankwaso threatening to quit the NDC space. So we'll discuss that, and still staying with Kwankwaso. There's rumors speculating that Kwankwaso is in talks with the PRP, the People's Redemption Party. So who is the People's Redemption Party? That is the Baba Ahmed family. Dati Baba Ahmed and his elder brother, they're the ones in charge of that party. And there is speculations that Kwankwaso is in conversation with that space. So we'll be looking into that as well. So Ohaneze, actually, let me bring this one up. I've invited you to like and subscribe and all that. Let me bring this one up and we'll kick it off immediately. Let me bring this one up and we'll kick it off immediately, or we'll kick it off just as soon as I acknowledge the people already in the comment section. That's Agbadorian right there, always the first to say hello, still the first to say hello. A real delight, Agbadorian, my guy, is back in Toronto now. Remember when he was sending us clips from Surulere? The best way to say hello to me is just exactly as I has done there with a nice fat super tart. One man, Okunrin. So there it is right there. One man army. That's Oga right there. Ogati Onoga, according to Baba. So that's Oga right there. So anyone else, as you're coming in, say hello to me in the comment section so I can pause and say hello back. So that's the conversation going on in the comment section so far. But let's start it off, kick it off with this one. Actually, let me put your super chat back. That makes the screen look better. Ohaneze bans use of unauthorized traditional titles outside of Igbo land. So this is long overdue and about time too. So it's now unconscionable. It's something that now just needs to end. The ridiculousness of it and the annoyance of it. So they should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Ohaneze bans use of unauthorized traditional titles outside Igbo land, but why specifically outside Igbo land? Why not just ban it in its entirety? Is illegality allowed in Igbo land? If it's unauthorized, then it's illegal. Then it's a scam. You know, because you are through deception trying to infer that you are who you are not. So that's a scam right there. So let them just ban it right across the board, not just outside of Igbo land. Ohaneze bans use of unauthorized traditional titles outside of Igbo land. So we take a few paragraphs of this, but this one comes a bit funny actually. The Edo State chapter. I never knew there was an Edo State. What is Ohaneze doing in Edo State? Is that not just looking for trouble? The Edo State chapter of the Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide has warned against the use of unauthorized Igbo traditional titles such as Eze Igbo, Ezendigbo, Igwe, and similar designations outside recognized traditional institutions in Igbo land. Addressing journalists during a press conference in Benin on Monday, the state secretary of the group, Emmanuel Ofodu, said the directive followed a resolution of the organization's General Assembly held on the 9th of April 2026, which applies to all Igbo communities in Edo State, across Nigeria, and the diaspora. So long overdue, actually. Eze Igbo of Accra, Eze Igbo of Pretoria. We all know what the consequences of Eze Igbo of Pretoria has led to. Ohaneze bans use of unauthorized traditional titles outside of Igbo land. We go up at speed this time. Pardon me. The Edo State chapter of Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide has warned against the use of unauthorized Igbo traditional titles such as Eze Igbo, Ezendigbo, Igwe, and similar designations outside recognized traditional institutions in Igbo land. Addressing journalists during a press conference in Benin City on Monday, the state secretary of the group, Emmanuel Ofodu, said the directive followed a resolution of the organization's General Assembly held on April the 9th, 2026, which applies to all Igbo communities in Edo State, across Nigeria, and the diaspora. It said that the creation or operation of parallel traditional leadership structures outside Igbo land is not only culturally invalid, but also allegedly inconsistent with prior court ruling reference, and then he quotes the court ruling. Ofodu maintained that it is only constitutionally and traditionally recognized authorities in Igbo land that have the mandate to confer such titles, warning that any individual or group involved in unauthorized coronation or installations would be acting in violation of both traditional directives and legal pronouncements. He said, this is to let you know that Ohaneze Indigo worldwide has warned against the use of unauthorized Igbo traditional titles such as Eze Igbo, Ezendigbo, Igwe, and similar designations outside recognized traditional institutions in Igbo land. The resolution reaffirms cooperation with Edo State's established traditional authority, including loyalty to the Oba of Benin, Ewere II, and other recognized traditional rulers across Edo North and Edo Central Senatorial District. So I'm not quite sure what veracity or potency this has coming out of Edo State. I'm not quite sure that even if it's a chapter of Ohaneze Digo, I'm not quite sure that if they have the authority or the locals to be making pronouncements on, to be making, let me just do something quickly, to be making pronouncements on the faith of the, Igbos, but that's certainly coming out of a chapter of Ohaneze Indigo, even though it's not out of one of the core Igbo states. So I'm trying to do something whilst I'm speaking. That's why. So that's why I'm talking a bit slowly. So let me just let me do that. Just bear with me 1 second, and then we go on to the next one. Let's go on to the Kwankwaso's. Hold on. Let me just whilst I have the window, whilst I have the window, let me grab the second one. All right. Just give me 1 second. I don't have an editor, unfortunately. I know some people like to talk about how they have editors and all this big team behind them. With this platform, it says exactly what it says on the tin. It's just one man with some rickety laptop, trying to bring the news to you. So that's just the sum total of it all. So let's just yes. All right. Let's go on to. Hold on. Let me bring something into the studio first. Hold on. Just stay right there. Let me just bring. By the way, if anybody has any political jingles that they come out, send it to me. We're going to be playing the political jingles as part of the intro music. Somebody sent that Peter Obi one to me earlier on today. And somebody also sent that Atiku one to me. Was it actually Zita that sent the Atiku one? All right. Let's go on from that to. Let's go on from that to where do we want to go? Let me see. Where do we want to go? Let's go to Kwankwaso. Let's go to Kwankwaso. So now, I don't actually see Kwankwaso being on the ticket. Well, let me not say I don't actually see. There's a possibility that Kwankwaso might not be on the ticket with Peter Obi because I think his ego will not allow it, and I think the politics might ultimately chase him out of that space. But I think Kwankwaso might not well be on the ticket with Peter Obi when they get to the ballot the 16th of January 2027. Attention as Kwankwaso threatens to quit NDC, reasons emerge. Former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has reportedly threatened to exit the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC following a growing dispute over candidate selection in Kano State ahead of the 2027 elections. The tension stems from adjustments made by the party to enforce an existing 60-40 power sharing arrangement between the Kwankwaso bloc and the original NDC structure. A document signed by the Kano State NDC chairman, Honorable Hassan Mairiga, confirmed that several previous submitted candidates were replaced to reflect the agreed formula, which allocates 60% of positions to the Kwankwaso group and 40% to the party structure. The memo, which was copied to NDC national leaders, explained that the decision was aimed at maintaining internal balance and party unity. However, the development triggered dissatisfaction with the Kwankwaso camp, with concerns over alleged breach of trust in the implementation process. The revised list affects key federal constituency and state assembly tickets across Kano, including, and then it goes on to list some local governments. So that's that. So that's them trying to wrestle the ownership and control of the NDC of Kano State rather from Kwankwaso. So that's that one right there. And then there's this one as well. So this one has been circulating quite aggressively on social media. I think the details will emerge further during the week. In the next 24 hours, the details of this one should emerge. It says, breaking, PRP confirms ongoing talks with Kwankwaso. So, like I said, I'm not sure that Kwankwaso will get to that ballot with Peter Obi, alongside Peter Obi, I should say. Senate to consider state police bill on Tuesday. So, the state policing will be already embedded in the Constitution long before the end of this year. The Senate has scheduled amendments to the 1999 Constitution to provide for the establishment of state police in Nigeria this week, with an indication that the bill will be transmitted to the 36 state house assemblies for further legislation once passed. Senate leader, Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, disclosed this in a statement issued by his Directorate of Media and Public Affairs on Monday. He said all stakeholders across the federation were aligned with the National Assembly on the establishment of state police. So I'm not quite sure. Well, it would be nice if all states across the federation were actually aligned. But what we've always historically known is that there's resistance coming from the northern states, because they don't want guns in the south, which will then balance off their main potency. The main potency of the north is violence. That's the one threat that they hold over the Nigerian space. But if everybody now has access to protection, then that will dull, if not nullify, their potency. So I'm not sure that the north have ever been on board with the idea of state policing. It said all stakeholders across the federation were aligned with the National Assembly on the establishment of state police. But Mr. said the National Assembly had resolved to isolate the state police provision from the broader ongoing constitutional amendment and pass it separately due to its national urgency. Our position is very clear on state police. We are standing with Nigerians on the issue of state police. All strata of the federation have made it clear that there cannot be a better time to establish a state police than now, he said. He confirmed that President Bola Tinubu and all state governors were in support of the bill, adding that the legislative week beginning Tuesday would be a crucial one for the Senate. We came to the conclusion that we're going to pass the constitutional amendment in this respect to make a provision for the state police. If I can tell you as of today, that will come to fruition this very week, because there is no need to allow any further delay, Bamidele said. He said the National Assembly leadership had held a series of meetings in the past week with the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, the Chief of Staff to the President, Inspector General of Police and other stakeholders had expressed confidence that the bill was ready for passage. They had been in a series of meetings with the Office of the Attorney General, Chief of Staff, Inspector General of Police, and other stakeholders in the last 1 week. And that is why I can sit here to tell you that we're pursuing that this week. Bamidele explained that after the passage of the National Assembly, the bill will be transmitted to the state assemblies for ratification, noting that the approval of at least 2/3 of the 36 state assemblies was required before the president could assent to it. The bill can as well be on its way to the 36 State House of Assembly as soon as possible, because we will need 2/3 of the state assemblies to approve it before the president can assent to it. The president is also with us on this program. It's the president that is pushing it now. What do you mean is with you? The president is also with us on this proposal. I am sure he cannot wait for the bill to come to him for assent. The chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbadagbamila, had earlier disclosed that Tinubu would receive a comprehensive report on the proposed creation of state police as consultations on the constitutional framework for its establishment approaches completion. The establishment of the state police has been one of the most debated constitutional issues in Nigeria in recent years, driven by the country's worsening security situation and the widely held view that a single centralized federal police force is inadequate to tackle the diverse and geographically dispersed security challenges facing the country. So it goes on, okay, it's about 2 more paragraphs, so let me just read it. Section 24, sub 1 of the 1999 Constitution currently provides that there shall be a police force for Nigeria, which shall be known as the Nigerian Police Force, effectively prohibiting the establishment of state or local government police forces. Any changes to this provision requires a constitutional amendment, which must be passed by the National Assembly and ratified by at least 2/3 of the 36 state assemblies before the president can sign it into law. Calls for state police has grown louder in recent years, particularly following escalating incidents of banditry, kidnapping, farmer-herder conflicts, and insurgency across various parts of the country. Our proponents argue that state governments are better positioned to recruit, deploy, and supervise police officers who understand local terrain, languages, and community dynamics. Critics, however, have raised concerns about the potential for abuse of state police force by governors to suppress political opponents and intimidate our citizens. Can you imagine if somebody like Wike had state police? He would have had all of his political rivals spied. Tinubu has also publicly expressed support for the establishment of state police as part of his administration's broader security reform agenda. And the National Assembly has been working towards a constitutional framework that addresses both the operational and accountability dimensions of the proposal. So that's the state police right there. There's all of the possibility that it might well be signed into law sometime this month. And so to the need for state police as well, or your abduction, unlike Goodluck Jonathan, my boss has taken full responsibility for the incident and has never denied it happened. Our presidential media aide, Dada Olusegun, so that's them telling us then that it's not like the Chibok girl narrative under Jonathan, where they said, oh, which girls? What are you talking about? Until they had long disappeared. So this one now, kidnappers want colleagues released, not 1 billion or Sharia. So this is this school principal that is now, she's not the spokesperson for the bandits, but the bandits always send her to address the Nigerian state as to what their demands are. So we've seen her in a clip already speaking to us from captivity. Kidnappers want colleagues released, not 1 billion naira or Sharia or your principal. The abducted principal of Community High School, Oriere, local government area of Oyo State, Mrs. Rachel Alamu, has appeared in a viral video from captivity, rejecting reports that her abductors are demanding 1 billion naira in ransom, weapons, or the imposition of Sharia in Nigeria. In the video circulated on Monday, the principal said she decided to speak out following what she described as a false claim by the about the kidnappers' demand 24 days after her abduction. So if you are wondering how these people are, they all have phones. So these are kidnappers. They all have access to the conversations going on. They're all, maybe they're not, well, they are participants in the conversations going on around these children or these people that they're holding. They're not just holding children, they're holding adults too. So they're all actively participating in it because they have access to social media wherever they are in wherever they are keeping these people. The abducted principal of Community High School, Oriere, local government area of your state, Mrs. Rachel Alamu, has appeared in a viral video from captivity, rejecting reports that her abductors are demanding 1 billion naira ransom, weapons, or the imposition of Sharia law in Nigeria. In the video circulated on Monday, the principal said she decided to speak out following what she described as a false claim about the abductors' demand 24 days after her abduction. She said she and other captives were shown media reports alleging that the abductors were demanding money and the introduction of Sharia law in Nigeria, which she insisted was untrue. According to her, the kidnappers have not demanded any ransom or religious conditions, contrary to reports in sections of the media. Mrs. Alamu said the only demand communicated by the abductors was the release of some individuals in custody. She appealed to Nigerians and authorities not to politicize the situation, urging efforts to focus on securing the safe release of victims. The principal also called on the public to help circulate her message, insisting that no other demand had been made beyond the release of certain persons. So that's do you remember just how widely that was circulating that they wanted 1 billion naira? They didn't say they wanted Sharia. I didn't read that they wanted Sharia in Nigeria. What I did read was that they wanted Sharia in Oyo State. APC unveils Damilola Shonayon James as Hamzat's running mate. So this is going to be the deputy governor of Lagos State. This fine girl right here. Princess. The All Progressive Congress APC has formally announced Princess Damilola Shonayon James as the deputy governorship candidate to run alongside Dr. Obafemi Hamzat in the 2027 Lagos State governorship election. The announcement was made on Monday by the Lagos State APC chairman, Cornelius Ojelabi, who said the decision followed extensive consultation within the party. Shonayon James's nomination had earlier received the endorsement of President Bola Tinubu and the Governance Advisory Council, GAC, the apex decision-making body of the APC in Lagos. Her emergence comes as Hamzat's governorship bid continues to attract support from various interest groups, including labor organizations, transport unions, religious groups, and other stakeholders across the state. Following Hamzat's emergence as the state's consensus candidate, as the party's consensus candidate, the APC leadership had embarked on consultations aimed at selecting a suitable deputy governorship candidate. I thought it was left to the discretion of the candidate to choose his own vice. Tinubu will not even allow Ogao. Shonayon James, who currently serves as the Lagos APC deputy woman leader, will now join Hamzat on the party's ticket ahead of the February 2027 elections. Explaining the choice, Adelabu said the selection process was guided by several considerations, including competence, leadership ability, grassroots appeal, loyalty to the party, and the capacity to contribute to the continued growth and development of Lagos State. According to him, Shonayo James stands out because of her dedication to public service, commitment to the APC, leadership qualities, and experience gained across public, private, and political sectors. The APC chairman expressed optimism that Hamzat Shonayo James' ticket would provide the blend of experience, innovation, and grassroots engagement needed to drive the state's development agenda. She described the partnership as one. So anyway, that's the incoming deputy governor of Lagos State, right there. Fine girl. I wonder if any other state governor has a female deputy. Xenophobia. We are considering retaliatory measures against South Africans. This is our Foreign Affairs Minister, the delectable Bianca Ojoko. The federal government has said that. Anyway, that's just the. I don't need to read that one out. I think the headline tells us all we need to know. The headline tells us all we need to know. Let me bring you this one. Nigeria overtakes Morocco to become Africa's second largest stock market. But like I said, you know, they don't like good news in the opposition space. That will cut through them like knife. All they want is tales of woe and just many reasons, all the reasons to run Nigeria down. But all the reasons to run Nigeria down, look at this one. This one will really pain them also. Why is this? This one will also pain them. Federal government won't bow to terrorist bandits. Tinubu assures Nigerians. So federal government won't bow to terrorist bandits, and just to reaffirm that, let me play you a clip that actually affirms that. Where's that clip? Yeah, let me play you this clip, which affirms that.
Nigerian security forces have rescued about 360 people abducted by Boko Haram fighters. The statement says many of the abductees have been kidnapped from various communities across Borno State. They've been held captive in an area of the Mandara Mountains that run along Nigeria's border with Cameroon. Activists and the United Nations estimate Boko Haram attacks in the region have displaced more than 2 million people. Al Jazeera's Ahmed Idris is in Abuja. He joins us live from there now. Ahmed, this was a large number of people rescued, but what more do we know about the police operation?
Well, basically, Anna, this is a military operation that was conducted after a series of reconnaissance and, of course, intelligence gathering, according to what the military and the army in particular are saying to us. Now, remember 3 months ago there was an attack by Boko Haram fighters in the northeast of the country, targeting the villages of Ngoshe and other mining villages in Goza Council area of Borno State. Basically, after attacking security posts in that area, they were able to take away more than 360 civilians, mainly women and children, and moved with them into the forest and, of course, the Mandara Mountains that sits on the border between Nigeria and Cameroon Republic. And they've been there for long. In fact, there have been pressures from the civil society, government officials in Borno State in particular, as well as people all around the country to rescue these individuals. However, it took the military 3 months through intelligence gathering and, of course, this operation that succeeded in at least recovering 360 civilians from the hands of the Boko Haram fighters.
Ahmed, despite rescuing more than 300 people, there are still more being held hostage. What is the scale of these kidnappings?
All right. The obedience won't like that, and the Atiku supporters, that the Nigerian security forces are succeeding in the rescue of victims. all they want is tales of whereabouts the country. But at this now, this is really the last one. This now last headline should come as no surprise to you. 2027, Dele Momodu lobbies ADC to consider him as Atiku's running mate. Can you imagine that? So all of the hustle was all about this. Dele Momodu is a Christian even. Dele Momodu considers Atiku, lobbies rather ADC to consider him as Atiku's running mate. So we'll just leave that as the headline, no readout. Let me play you the Kegite music. Send the link for anybody that wants to come in to come and have a conversation, and then hopefully a session kicks off. Let me play you the Kegite. Let me send the link first, and then I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens after that. Oro keke lemo.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the majestic Emeka, there he is right there, King Mekus. There he is right there, the voice that you all treasure, and I too, Baba right there, and my fellow breed, Aro Gidigba. So good to have you, gentlemen. Anybody else that wants to hop on. And that's our Patrick Kuche right there, coming to Dabaru everything. So good to have you. So, sorry, yes. So that's Patrick Kuche as well. So anybody else that wants to hop on, the link is in the comment section. Hop on. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Let's start it off. Let's kick it off with the maker, who was actually the first. I think as soon as I started, it was in. So Mekus, how far now? Kedu?
I'm good. I'm doing all right. Yes, yeah, I'm doing fine. Not the KG.
I didn't know you would.
I have to prompt one man for and on your behalf. I say before you fall asleep.
Can you hear the sleep in his voice already, Baba?
I was almost sleeping off. I won't lie. I was almost sleeping off. Anyway, it's the political season has commenced and is taking off. It's actually on the standby road to take off, or it has even taken off safe. So many things happening. I see you talking about Kwankwaso threatening to leave NDC. That NDC, right? I think when it's a poorly organized party, political party. It was rushed. So that's why they are having this cut and paste situation. And they're not organized, primaries not conducted. They've still yet not released their primaries results. I wonder what they're going to send to INEC. So it's a sad one for them anyway, and it's all good as they are trying to struggle. I saw our very darling friend, the living in bondage man, in the news today. He on sunrise very early. He woke up very early. He could not sleep. He went to pay his appearance fee in Channels TV. Sunrise very early. Was waiting for Channels to open gates. Now entered and started lambasting Obi, calling Obi also of this. That Obi is a fraud. That's Southeast. So just like the last time I was here.
Why do you think they are letting him get away with it? Because I don't think they would let anybody else get the level of vitriol that guy has been assaulted.
You see,
why is it? I was expecting them to have slaughtered him by now.
I told you the last time I was here, the gods are conspiring against Obi, and actually, I think many Southeasterners or the Southeastern politicians are now getting fed up of Peter Obi. They can see the way he's playing his politics, and like I said the last time, and they are not sharing my views. These are people who were conspiring the last time in 2023, and they all voted for Peter Obi unanimously. Now they are upset with him. They don't want him to hijack the Southeast region. And they're like, this man wants to play us 419. You saw what he said on Sarah. You didn't play. I was surprised you didn't play it. He gave Peter Obi another dose. And
no, I thought people would be getting fed up with him. So we're talking about Kenneth Okonkwo, of course, for the benefit of people who are wondering.
Yeah, no, his game is to, in short, not just only him. You saw Abure coming out to write. Abure released the publication today on X and said this man, Dickson, should be wary of Peter Obi and his supporters, that he should learn from us. And I said that the gods are conspiring against Peter Obi. More people, I told you that more people, they will still come out. Everybody is now, not that everybody.
Brother, that is the politics. That is politics. Stop calling God.
I didn't say God. I said the gods. Listen clearly.
Stop calling God. Stop calling God. That is politics. That is politics.
Clear your ears when I'm
listening for Kenneth Okonkwo. Everything Kenneth Okonkwo say about Atiku. Go and listen. Go and listen. Don't follow those politics.
You are too triggered. Listen.
No, go and listen for Kenneth Okonkwo now. What everything he said about Atiku. You cannot don't matter that Kenneth Okonkwo.
It's all right, Patrick. You get. We also know what Peter Obi said about Atiku now before he joined Atiku.
Exactly.
Peter Obi never said anything wrong about Atiku.
So he never called him structure of criminality.
Yeah, where is Peter Obi say structure of criminality? He's talking about every politician, not Atiku.
And what is Atiku, a pastor? Is Atiku a pastor?
I never mentioned Atiku name one day.
Okay, if he's talking about
this Kenneth Okonkwo bring Atiku, calling Atiku name, calling him criminal, calling him criminality, everything. The same way you can listen.
All right. Let them make a carry on.
Why Patrick might be a bit right that
Kenneth Okonkwo is looking for job for Atiku hands.
He
already has a job
with Atiku.
No, he never got you. Never got any job. He never got.
He's doing his job. You didn't listen to me. That if you listen,
but I think you never pick him.
Oh, Patrick, calm down. Patrick, calm down and listen. Let me land the story. I told you the man did not sleep. He woke up very early. You think he went to go and do his job. They are paying him for it now. He paid money, went to Channels Gates early morning, very early in the morning. Sunrise News. You know, the Channels, the gate man has not opened the gate. before he entered
Okay,
to go and start doing
thank
his
God.
own interview.
P2B is not Kwankwaso now. P2B is not greedy.
All right, Patrick. I don't have to be dropping and bringing you back now. Let just let the guy speak.
So this time around,
sorry, Emeka. People can speak against P2B because he wants to be president. You can also speak for him because he wants to be president. But everybody gets their say. Back to you, Mikos.
yeah, okay. So like what I was saying, the guy, you know, he was calling names. You see, it's not just politics again. I think Kenneth Okoko is really upset with the way P2B is going about with his political situation. The way he dumped the ADC, played the ADC for 1 and bounced to the NDC. So he was not calling names and saying, calling the amounts that they paid to P2B, and P2B was in a hotel, still giving names out. So unfortunately, he called P2B that P2B is a criminal. Well, we all know this one. We know P2B is a fraud. And he himself, he knows. Abure himself released his own publication. How that, okay, that they should not allow P2B supporters to hijack the party and the pocket money for ADC. But you know, Dickson is also a very wise man. He's not somebody who came into politics yesterday, like the Abure class. He knows what is happening. And in my view, I think Dickson set up NDC to make money for himself. Let's be very obvious. He knows that they are not going to gain anything. But he's like, okay, the money I've invested, let me make my money out of this. If there's anything that's going to come out of it, at least let me enrich myself. So, unfortunately, it's turning into this time around. I think even some influencers, they are coming out and they are calling P2B out. So the game you know, 2023 was like a mirage. Now this time around, their eyes don't they open, and gradually Nigerians will begin to see him for who he truly is, and they know that this man is not there for the progress and the hopes that he preaches, but they're just to make money and sit down. He's there to make money. Let's be honest, he's there to make money. So I was enjoying the interview. Before I looked, I said, "Okay, you are over here. Maybe you'll play a couple of
Emeka, no, I thought about it, but another clip of Kenneth Okonkwo slaughtering P2B. I didn't want to because I thought people will be tired of that. But are you following? It's talking about slaughtering people. Are you following the? Is it expose we're calling it Babachir versus Atiku Abubakar? Are you following that space?
I didn't. I saw it, but I didn't watch that because the man, you know, I don't know what that guy is up. Why I say I don't know what that guy is up to. What is his political value? If he comes out for election, who is going to vote for him? Can he even deliver his polling unit? So I keep wondering, why is this guy this relevant in the political space without any political value? You know, he did the same thing to Tinubu. He wanted to be vice president. It didn't work. He wanted to get a relevant political position. He saw that it was not going to happen. Then he ran away and started insulting Tinubu. Same thing he's trying to do with Atiku. So I just looked at it as I saw the interview. The man, and even the question that Shehu was asking him, why are you controversial? He said that's the way he was born. I was like, what is your political value in it? You see, if it was someone like...
Shehu is afraid of him because there's a time he came on Shewu's program and he told him to shut up. He said, be quiet and shut your mouth. And so he's intimidated Shehu since then.
Yeah, possibly. But I look at him and I'm always wondering, other than the last time, you know, he's surrounded by scandals, right? When he was, I think he was secretary to Buhari's administration, Buhari's first term administration, right? Where they gave him money, billions that he said he used it to go and clear grass. And, you know, he's a ridiculous fellow. So I don't take him serious, and I don't know why people, maybe within the political class in Abuja, he probably, I don't, some people, they know how to mingle their way into power. But for me, he is the kind of person, what is your political value? He has none. If it's Amechi that is speaking and here, I will want to listen. If it's even Kenneth Okonkwo, I will want to listen to Kenneth Okonkwo. But for him, I just don't understand him, and I don't understand his grievance. Each time he sees that he's not going to gain any political office, or probably he's not going to make any material gains, he begins to just run his mouth, abuse people, and I just don't take him serious, one man. Sorry.
All right, Emeka, give us your thoughts on the 360 people rescued in Borno by the security forces. So if it was 360 people kidnapped, the whole of the internet will be burning down by now. But this seems to be buried somewhere in the news cycle. Barely, it's the international community that is actually mentioning it. The clip I played was from Al Jazeera. So the whole of the international community celebrating a Nigerian success, but we only seem to revel in bad news. So give us your thoughts on that.
I'm just saying, not just only that. So what about the Minister of Power relative that they rescued? So we are hoping that the police, and even with the news cap that you read out today with state policing, right, is long overdue. We should have gotten that for a very long time. And I think it will go a long way to resolve insecurity in Nigeria. To some limit, it's not going to be widespread, because we know that some states would have some excellent policing, and while some other states may falter in terms of their policing, right? So I'm happy that they are rescuing people. I'm happy with what's going on, but we need to completely eradicate all forms of insecurity in the country. And state policing going into the Senate, them extracting it out from the constitutional amendment and trying to just push it on its own. It shows that the seriousness to which both the Senate as well as the presidency is considering that issue. And we know that's one of the things that have been, when Tinubu was running, is something I know that he has said in the past, in previous interviews, and even in the books he has written about that state autonomy, not just over state autonomy, local government autonomy, right? And he's looking at ways to get these things being implemented without ruffling feathers or without causing any political strain in the relationship that he has with specific power chieftains. But let's see how it goes. I'm happy that they're rescuing people. But like you have rightly said, when they rescue, we will not hear the noise. When they kidnap, everybody will start screaming. And
do you think Emeka, do you think this state policing will be with the silver bullets that a lot of people are pinning hopes on? People feel that insecurity, the way they agitate it is like, as soon as we get state policing, insecurity will stop. And still we're at least
not that it will stop, not that it's going to stop, right? Now what I'm saying is it's not going to be widespread. Like what happened in Oyo is something I know that in the South, the policing will be quite different from the North. There will be, because let's look at it, in the South, we have this unspoken competition amongst the southern states. So if you are not measuring up, they'll keep pointing at other states that are doing a good job. Even if it's that bad, it's not going to be terrible. So I'm not saying insecurity will be completely eradicated, but there will be some level of, there will be some nonsense that would completely stop. Like herdsmen trying to come in with their cows. That will no longer happen anymore, because people will start screaming. The public will start screaming. And once the public starts screaming, the state governor will not want to be embarrassed. He will issue a directive to the state inspector general of police, who will go out to take action. And then again, once that comes into play, the radicals and the criminals and those criminal-minded, the ones who sponsor criminality in Nigeria, they would begin to, take cover, not just take cover, they will begin to do their risk assessment and isolate states that are not serious from states that are serious, because you will not want to invest in a place that is serious where your money will go into down the drain. So you would pivot into areas that are not serious. So those places that will not be serious, that is where the insecurity will be pronounced the more. But places like in the south, I know Lagos would Center of Excellence will provide excellence in terms of state security. And other states too would follow up, probably Enugu. I don't know about Anambra because that place, they know how to misbehave. But some states in the south would measure up to the task. And then in the north, I can't speak because most of the insecurities we have in the country is in the north. But if the state governors are serious, they'll be able to step up to the plate and resolve it. State policing is the way to go. Not just only state policing, local government policing. Like bring the policing down to the region, bring it closer home, so that the people know their police, the police know their people. So you know the criminals, in short, you know them from womb. As the mother wants to give birth, this one will turn to a criminal. So you just isolate that place and begin to watch that baby as the baby is growing up. Once the baby change, you change that for the baby too. So that's the way to go. And we'll continue to evolve, continue to address all form of insecurity with technology, even with AI as things progresses in the future. But is long overdue, and let's see what's going to happen. Hopefully, the state assembly in the north will pass that policing, and hopefully Nigeria would enjoy some relative peace. It's long overdue. Nigeria used to be a place of peace, but now that we can't speak much about that now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Kingmaker, of course. Thank you, Mekus. Stay with us, Mekus. Let's go on from you. We go to Baba, who takes the floor next. So Baba, all manners of so many things. As Seriake Dickson outmaneuvers the obedience way, especially Aisha Yesufu, who likes donation, which he uses to spend on her children. And you know that her children live in America, Aisha Yesufu. So she will take the donations and take it to America. And then this now new name that is imagined as Hamzat's running mate. Why doesn't it get to pick its own running mate?
So not that. What do you even call it? Her name is so
Yoruba name. Is that a Yoruba name?
Egun. She's from Badagry. We balance things in Lagos. We are very fair people.
All right, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, one man. I hope your week is off to a good start. And my co-panelists, I salute you, especially Patrick Pato, the glory. Bishop is there in Mecca, welcome. And my man, Aro Gidigba. On the commentariat, my usual favorites, Ogati Ologa, Ayo, the joy of the platform, and your mites, it's here too, and peace forever, and so on and so forth. And esteemed viewers, you're welcome too, but be a friend. Have you subscribed? If you've done so, have you clicked the like button? If you've done so, have you shared? If you haven't done any of this or you haven't done all of it, please start adhering now. It's not a plea, it's just the right thing to do. Thank you, one man. I have plenty actually to talk about, but I don't know. I think I'll start this way before I finally land on the NDC issue. Because there is this weaponization of ignorance by some people who are blind, deaf, but definitely not dumb. They know what they are doing. They look at the Nigerian terrain, both politically, economically, and try to exploit just for one ignoble man from the southeast. How do I start? You see, this issue as what happened over the weekend and since even a week ago has brought me to wonder what we are as Nigerians. And this government also is not serving themselves well in terms of matching the propaganda of the opposition. Were it not to be the Ansaru people who kidnapped the school children in Orire local government, we wouldn't have known that the government even have a lot of these terrorists in custody, to the extent that some of them are even their bomb makers, those technicians who prepare their IED. That is, I mentioned there that is the particular one, the Ansaru, they are asking for. They are the bomb makers. And that woman, that the principal have come out to say emphatically they are not demanding 1 billion. They are not talking about Sharia. They just want those men back. So if they are ordinary men, they wouldn't want them back, would they? So this government has been doing a lot of work on the ground. But I think it's a mistake to catch such people, those technicians, and allow them to leave. They should have been summarily done with, so that they wouldn't even come and ask for them. Because the way it looks now, the government, like Israel has been releasing some bomb makers to Hamas people because they captured their people, soldiers. We may have to return those men to do us more harm. Because we can't leave 42 children just to disappear like that. We cannot. They did not commit any sin against Nigeria. Maybe the government will learn from this, actually. And then the question, why I question the kind of Nigeria we go now, where people tell lies so much and allow the people who are weaponizing ignorance talk about hunger. Where is the hunger? Where is the hunger? One, the three TikTok bandits arrested last week. They could trace them because Nigerians were sending their accounts to them to beg them for money. And the guys said they are hungry. And then they said they are doing giveaway. Nigerians, it's unbelievable. I don't think there is any country under the sun whose citizen can do that to those that are inflicting mayhem on them. Sending your account number, begging a terrorist for money or group of terrorists for money. And when they ask you, you say, oh, you are hungry. Which hunger? In a country that is saturated with construction sites, you don't want to work. You will learn. Because you have this vuvuzela on social media who are weaponizing the shout of hunger you're talking about. And you use that as an excuse, dramatic excuse every time. We are hungry, we are hungry. You are being paid 100,000. You want to ride a car too, like the man who went to university. Drop your trowel and all the rest. Go to university, go to school. If you want to be a big man, you want to be a sensation in the digital age or living in cyberspace like most of you do, go and read some more. Don't blame government for your shortcoming. There are schools. Don't you have mates you went to primary school with that are graduates, multiple discipline? You dropped out. Whose fault? Your fault. And you laborer who wants to eat tantalizer, go ahead. When you get nearer to home, you will not clean your mouth properly. Your wife will say, oh, God, what? Did you bring anything? No, they've not paid us. They've paid you. They paid you. But because you have sweet mouth and be punishing your wife, who also will truncate it and say, oh, they've not paid my husband for 6 months now. That's the kind of lies they all tell. Lies they all tell. I'm immune to that nonsense. I'm immune to that nonsense. I have milk of sympathy in me, but I have my head squarely on my shoulder. I think. You can con me. You can con me. Go all those construction sites all over the states. Go and walk. Go and carry Kwankwaso if you don't have the certificate. Your children already are being sponsored in university. So that burden is off you. Primary and secondary school free. They even pay for their WAEC exams. Hunger. What hunger? Nonsense. I listened over the weekend to a lawyer, I think it's from North Central, who was in the captivity of one of the Kashala groups for 84 days. I don't know if any of you listened to that interview of that lawyer. And he said so many things that are very insightful. I couldn't believe it. His family even paid. The government was not involved. He engaged his captors. He used their phone. When they caught him around the Abuja axis, it took 6 days of trekking with the cow they rustled, the terrorist rustled. 6 days to get to that particular terrorist group's camp in the far north, according to the lawyer. Took 6 days of trekking. He said he never knew they have that kind of dense forest.
Where's the lawyer from? Which region?
No, he's from North Central. I think it was on Saturday on TVC. Can anybody search for it? On TVC, I listened about 34 minutes. My mouth was agape for that 34 minutes. I couldn't believe it. What he said, even when they leave some forest, they even cross roads to enter the other side of the forest. For 6 days, they were trekking. And they were meeting even other terrorist camp on their way. And the terrorists will be pointing to them. That is this Kashalas group there. They are inside there. At times they will be hearing gun. They will hide. And all of them will hide. That they call the armored personnel carrier with that machine gun on it. When they start hearing that one, that's the only weapon Nigerian army has that they are afraid of. Once they hear that boop, 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 boop from that APC's this mounted machine gun, they will stay still for even a whole day. It took 6 days of trekking before they got to the camp finally. He talked about when they are short of food, how they raid close by villages to kill their goats and do everything, how they cook for them. He said their leader, the Kashala group, their leader, they built a house inside the forest with aluminum sheet, not the zinc. Inside forest, they built a house. He talked about a closer village where they go to buy stuff, and they dare not mess up with those villagers because those ones are fully armed and ready for them. They don't take nonsense from them. Brings me to the question that this thing happening in the north, the noise we heard today from because of the Orire incident that brought everything to fall, is because we are not used to it in the south. The north have been living with this thing for years. They just don't care.
That's a good valuable information you are providing there. So those people the villagers that they are going to go and buy materials from, why can't those villagers report them to the police?
That's a good question. Very smart of you, Emeka. That's the question I ask myself. They are making profit.
how would they know they are bandits, the villagers?
No, they know because they will buy
how would they know?
Wait, a St. Louis sugar. They don't sniff it. They don't have hunters around that place. A St. Louis pack of sugar that maybe you buy in the open market for 10 naira, they will sell it to 100 naira to the bandits. They pay.
Sorry, Baba.
Yeah, Bishop.
How are you, sir?
Good.
Let me just add to it briefly. You see, cattle rustling, which is another name for banditry, did not start today. There were a few operations I was very privy to in the north very long ago. So let me say how long, but long enough to, for anybody to be very concerned. There was this operation Damisa, Operation Zaki.
Yeah.
The unfortunate aspect is this: the anomaly of this cattle rustling, and which has now metamorphosed into banditry and terrorism. We're talking about now, it's not just that today. It is just that some of these people have been accustomed to it. They are going on their farm. They know them. They know themselves.
That's what the lawyer said.
Those villagers you're talking about, they know the bandits. The bandits know them. It's just that they just draw a line. Just go your own. We go our own. So it's not like they are not aware. What is happening in the Southwest cannot be compared because it is alien to our own culture. That's why I am so happy about the resistance. They are awakening, and ferociously, whichever one, that people are fighting against it. Yes, most of them from the north to the middle west. I can remember Operation Zaki, Operation Damisa. There was another operation. It was against banditry, or let's call it cattle rustling, but it has been a lifetime business of some people. So it is not strange to them. They know it. They enabled it. It's something that they encourage. They never knew a time would come. Like now, when there's this saying in Yoruba, I don't know how to say it in English. Those things, they were an abomination, like indigenous and people that they know, they were an abomination to them before, when there was enough other people to feast on. When they finish, now they now have to resort on the same people that have harbored them over the years, and that's why they are not crying out. So they know them.
Because they said they even use.
Baba, do you think the insecurity needed to, as abhorrent as it is, do you think it needs to come to the southwest rather for it to be addressed?
Exactly.
Because the energy to address it only really, because that's where the media space focuses on. Southwest is where, the reporting takes, outside of Abuja, the focus of media and attention in Nigeria is usually Southwest, probably mainly Lagos, but really Southwest. So if the insecurity comes to the Southwest, then the amplification of the problem is that much more pronounced. If you say something happened in Borno State, you say, what a pity. But then you're used to that anyway. But if it happens like it happened, did you see all of those farmers and just swarming into the forest to go and start looking for people? So does it need to come to the Southwest for it to be addressed? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I quite understood. I think you got it spot on, because the Southwest, they know will action it. And I think it's a mistake. They will be biting their fingers now that why
Sorry, I'm not hearing anything again.
We can hear you, though.
I just heard it back now. For a few seconds, you were just off.
Okay. For the Southwest, we will not tolerate it. I've always said this, right from Awolowo's time. It's like there is this thing between the Southwest and the North. It has always been the action group's pronouncement of that era. And it still resonates with a lot of Yoruba people. It's only Ashwaju that has taken us into a kind of coalition with them through Buhari. We've never tolerated them. Any of their excesses. And those that lives among us, those that have become family, they just so let me speak that one in Yoruba. They just stamp their character down just to belong. So now when they do this incursion, I mean, it's going to open a lot of can of worms, because hardly they can put anybody on leash. I don't even trust that Igbo is not doing some undercover activities in the forest right now. I'm not a fan of his, but he has to do. They are all, every Yoruba person have to do something, because it's an affront, a slap on our faces. And I think they've made a mistake this time around.
You know, Baba, you know those forestry farmyard sort of thing. It's an integral part of Yoruba culture. People going into their farms, and they can even stay a week there, just eating the yam.
We all have Abba. We all have Abba now.
So
my mother's Abba is in
sorry,
there.
Baba. It's near impossible for for the Yorubas not to be able to farmland their farmland. You know, farm their farmland. You get it? So
of course,
we cannot be chased out of our own woods now. Then where will we live? We live in the woods mainly. That's our culture.
So this thing, I think they'll be biting their fingers right now. That why did they do that? But I understood also that the Americans are really working, because they are given intelligence also. Though they will not go after anybody, but they will point the federal troops in the right direction. And they are really, really hammering the Mandara Mountains area right now. So they are running down to Southwest for safety. That was how those 360 people were rescued. 360. Remember, there was I think about a month ago when they gave the government, I think, 7 days ultimatum that if they don't pay the ransom, they will kill all of them. They should display them then. I start to wonder that 360 people, men, women, and children, that's about 10 classrooms in normal schools in Lagos. 10 classrooms, they could hold you for months. I'm a little bit confused, because I do critical thinking, and I ask critical questions of myself, that how is that possible without the complicitness of the captives themselves? Are we being conned? Are we being staged? Is there money kind of being easy money for them to collect?
Baba, just on that, are we being conned? You know that Army Colonel Brigadier General Abubakar,
the one with the wife.
That's just a scam right there.
Exactly.
That's a scam.
Exactly. Because of this thing, every time they collect billions, they display it and disgrace the government, and they do it giveaway on TikTok and Nigeria, going doing panhandling and begging for money, as only Nigerians can do. Because I don't really get it, and I start to ask myself, even at my age, that are we in a country? Do I have the same aspiration as these people? Do we have the same aspiration? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because everything a Southern president has been doing, they question. There was a coup in Niger, and there's a saying that when your neighbor's house or your neighbor is burning, start to wet your own beards too. So when there is a coup in Niger, you don't want us to interfere, because they are your uncles and they are your cousins, and some of them are your wives or your husband. So the government should not be proactive to make sure that we don't have the same coup here. As a democracy, dictatorship of the military type, it should be anathema to us. We went to Benin Republic. Oh, they say it's at the prompting of France. We don't want army rule anywhere. I lived under army rule practically. Practically, I lived under army rule.
All right, Baba. Baba, speak to us a little bit about the Seriake Dickson taking the money out of Aisha Yusufu's hands in terms of the engine.
Let me come to
and then we move on to
let me move on to this. Look, Obi has to be very careful. Obi and the obedience have to be very careful with Seriake Dickson. In the beginning, according to what I heard, the arrangement was okay. You will get a platform, free ticket, both of you come. But please, when it comes to legislature, the National Assembly, leave that to me. And I added that okay, Seriake naturally will win his Senate seat, and of course, he wants to lead his own men, using Obi and Kwankwaso, leveraging on their small popularity. He will use them to lead, to gain enough seat of people he can lead. He could be a minority leader if he succeeds in that thinking. But they always think that the same thing with Kwankwaso, so as Obi, they always think that, oh, when we get there, we'll cross that bridge, we'll know how to harass him. Because I'm saying that from Bob D's interview with Symphony today. He said when Obi came, they came with intention. That's why they came to ADC. They came with the intention that they could harass Atiku and push him aside and take over the party. But that didn't work. When Obi started going around, he came to him in Ghana, in his house. He came to him in Lagos, in his house, also to pressure him or get him on his side that Atiku should step down. That Obi believes, I'm quoting Bob D now, Obi believes in he said it to him that he is more popular than Atiku. So he's
and by the way, sorry, Baba, two things. For the benefit of the audience, Bob D is a Dele Momodu. But would you disagree that Obi has more political cachet than Atiku?
I don't think so. Not for him. What? How do you start measuring?
A lot of people actually think that Atiku will come a distant third to Obi in that election. Tinubu will win, but Atiku Obi will at least by half a million. If not more.
Woman, I think not.
You don't think that Obi will beat Atiku?
Wait, it's now not. Atiku is the only northern candidate now. Atiku is the only northern candidate. There are 19 states in the north. So Atiku and Asiwaju will share because Asiwaju got North Central locked down already. So that has reduced Atiku's sphere of influence in the north to 13 states. To 13 states. So Asiwaju will share inside. For Obino, he will not get anything from the north. He will not get anything from the north. And that is where
Obi will get significantly from the middle belt. It will get significantly from the south. It will get some reasonable votes from the southwest, and it will get the whole of the southeast. Obi will beat Atiku by at least.
I will not argue with you for southwest or for south or for east, but for middle, the north central, Kogi, Nasarawa, Kwara, Benue.
No, I'm talking about Plateau. Plateau is predominantly Christian. The predominantly Christian, even in Adamawa, he will do handsomely.
Have you listened? Hi, woman. Where do you get all of this? Have you listened to Dakomu, that Reverend Father, that Reverend gentleman? Have you listened to him? They don't want to hear anything. They are very, very happy with Tinubu because they went to America. And I don't know how they gained that incursion into the Congress. They use the Christian belt to get that influence. And Asiwaju has signed on to that, let me call it contract. So in their own eyes now, Asiwaju is like a deliverer. for them. Following America's dictates. So forget North Central, Middle Belt or anything. It is locked down. It is locked down. Now Seriake has told them, you see, you think Seriake started politics with ACN. So he's honed in the politics of the Southwest, apart from that of the South-South. It's not a minnow. So he knows these people he has invited in, and he's not going to give them an inch if he doesn't want to. That's an Ijo man. Think na Hausa man. He told them plainly. And Kwankwaso, you know what Kwankwaso did? Kwankwaso now went to his people in Kano and told them that to mitigate against what the owner of the party is saying, say they should do consensus. Is that consensus that is failing now that is prompting Kwankwaso to leave? He's forgetting that there is a timetable, INEX timetable, that has put him into oblivion and locked in the ADC cycle. And then he warned them about finances. And you can hear what is happening in the Southeast with people now paying extra money, even though the doctrine, the rules of NDC is that just pay that a small fee so that you can contest. Only those who won their seat will now pay the full amount. Most of them paid, but all the candidates from the Southeast.
Sorry, Baba. Can you cap it in about 2 minutes? And
I will do. They are asking them to pay 10. If you're doing Senate, 20 million naira extra. If you are doing House of Rep, 10 million extra, which is an authorized amount. In whose pocket are you going to find that kind of money? When they pay, most of them have receipts. They paid. They paid. So yeah, the owner of the party is watching them. So there already is a party that is already in trouble as it stands. So if Obi should just please, if he wants peace for himself, control his obedient people. All those things they got away with LP, they got away with ADC, not this man. It's not going to happen. They can't shake him. He owns his party. He beats the drum to which they should dance to his tune. It's not going to dance to their tune. He was governor for 8 years in one of the richest states. And he's been the Senate now, I think, for three term senator. He's a high-ranking senator. If they mess with him, he doesn't give a damn. Because he knows that that ticket will not fly. I yield, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So there's still a couple more things I wanted to speak on, Baba. Dele Momodu jostling for the vice presidential slot. So not specifically now. Yeah. So keep your thoughts on that. And then there was also another one I can't remember now. But let me move it around, and we'll loop it back to you. Let's go from you, Baba, to Patrick Uche. From Patrick to Aro to Bishop. Patrick, you're up next. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Salam alaikum.
Malaikum salam. Ela kwana. Ela fia, ela gaji, ela iki.
I'm waiting for this. How you take Sabi all this now?
One more. Let me come into MDC.
How you take Sabi in Nakwana and all that? I'm surprised, you know.
I told you I live in North now. I live in Kaduna.
Okay, that explains it. Carry on.
Yeah, the best state in Nigeria. Let me come into Kwankwaso here, you know. You see, I hate somebody cannot keep agreements, you know. You enter party. Then before you enter the party have already have members in Kano. They will allow you. Then they give you 60, then they take 40. After everything, you want to collect everything. They give them only 20%. Who does that now? That man, Kwankwaso, is very greedy man. I don't like that man. For me, if you have been chairman of that NDC, I will sack that man. I'll pursue him out of that party. You cannot breach that agreement. Now, this thing, I like P2B more than all the politicians in that country. You see, Kenneth Okonkwo, every day he go to media, they talk down to P2B every day. This man, that man don't have any respect. You see how the man that talk, P2B, I say P2B is a mate. The same man he worked with last 2023. Now he want to support Atiku. Nobody hold you. Support Atiku. Say Atiku candidate in. Say Atiku for Nigerian. Stop mentioning this man, P2B. Yes, this man enter your party, enter ADC. You know that the party, he left. Then you as your ADC man, try to confuse people to support Atiku, not to want to talk. He want to talk P2B. He want to boy. He want to tell him. He want to tell what P2B is a corrupt. But everything.
Let me ask you a question, Patrick. Does Peter Obi want to be the Nigerian president? Is that his ambition?
Yes, P2B want to be Nigerian president.
So if he wants to be the Nigerian president, I, as a Nigerian, am I entitled to interrogate him and press him on his intentions?
You are entitled to interrogate him, Betty.
So why are you always worked up anytime somebody is critical about it?
No. If you want to,
they criticize Sowore, they criticize Tinubu, they criticize everybody. But as soon as people criticize P2B,
no, that one don't pass criticize.
Like
that one,
you're up in arms all the time.
That one don't pass.
If he wants to be the Nigerian president, then it belongs to all of us. Otherwise, he cannot be the Nigerian president.
Okay. Do you see what this man is talking about yesterday in Channel TV? That is not politics again. Allegation. They bought this man allegation. This man is not a ADC chairman. He's not a secretary in Anambra State. He's not a chairman. This man paid the same money another people pay to connect his own ticket. This man, all those money now he's talking about yesterday. This man is not ADC member. Who calling you, telling you P2B connect money from him, push him, go and contest? Who told you that? Haba. Sometimes I blame Nigeria journalists. If somebody cannot come in media and this, they talk down to another people. You keep listening for that man without pushing him back. P2B is not a secretary. He's not a chairman of ADC in Anambra State. If some people pay money, go and check, go and ask chairman or secretary ADC in Anambra State. It's not P2B. P2B didn't post anybody for Anambra State to become a senator or House of Rep. P2B will tell you, go throw yourself, go and contest. If you win, fine, I will support you. I will campaign for you. But I cannot come and rig election for you. You see Ashia Yusufu lost in Ashia didn't contest, but you see, Ashia can never come and mention P2B because you know P2B to him. If he go and contest, he will win. I will support you. That is difference between P2B and all those politicians in Nigeria. Kenneth Okonkwo is doing that. He wants Atiku to see him, to make him presidential spokesman. But Atiku called meeting 2 days ago. He never called him. Oh, the babu attacking P2B front and back. He will never make you Atiku to make you a spokesman. No, Atiku know you. Because he first do Atiku that thing, now he's doing P2B. Tomorrow now he will come back. I don't like all those kind of politicians where they talk today, they talk another thing. Next tomorrow they talk another thing. The same Atiku, you tell us last time, he's a corrupt, he's the most highest corrupt politician Nigeria have. The same Atiku they support because of money. You looking for job. Because of that, you want to put your brother down. I like P2B. P2B never respond to himself. Everything he said, P2B know him. You know the young man is looking for job. So come 2027, whether you like it or not, but for me, if you are an ADC chairman.
Sorry, Patrick, but a lot of people are saying the same things now. Dati Baba Ahmed, he has come out to say the same things that Kenneth Okonkwo is saying. What was Fani Kayode? He came out earlier on today saying exactly the same thing. El Rufai said the same thing still about Peter Obi. A lot of influential voices are saying exactly the same thing, that this guy is just an opportunistic chancer. So are they all wrong?
All of them are politicians. That you mentioned now, the same that he say you pity for P2B because all the northern people reject him, they pity him, and he join him to be a presidential. All those people are there. They're not the listing all those bamboo politicians in that country now. The same man who know that man before. If you want to throw yourself in, you throw yourself in. Tell Nigeria what you want to do for them. That is politics, not to want to bring somebody bring you out for natural politics. You want to, because you want to be vice or you want to be presidential candidate. You want to bring the same person, and that Baba Ahmed never say P2B is a fraud.
But Patrick, P2B's politics has been essentially just criticizing Tinubu. He has not yet told us what he intends for Nigeria. He has not put out an agenda or an action plan or a pathway. Even in the last cycle of elections, he never told us what is it. He just said consumption to production or whatever it is, that just some ambiguous jingle that had no flesh or substance.
Okay. Thank God you say from production to from consumption to production. Thank God you mentioned it now. P2B have manifesto. Go and look for P2B manifesto to 2023. If you see everything,
we ran that manifesto.
Why you say P2B
it had no meaning. It was just a copy and paste of Tinubu's.
But the same thing now. P2B. Do you know P2B manifesto? Do you know P2B manifesto? Tinubu is copying. You don't know? P2B manifesto is still, your president is copying.
Tinubu released his manifesto before. Tinubu was the first to release his manifesto.
Tinubu never say he will remove subsidy. That means this man remove subsidy.
Tinubu said he will remove subsidy 10 years ago. 10 years. Do you want me to go and bring you clips?
That's a P2B manifesto.
Do you know that the students' loan scheme, Tinubu has been talking about? I've played the clips countless times here. He's been talking about it for 20 years. The removal of subsidy, he said it at the Lagos Business Forum long before the election ran. The consumer credit thing, he was talking to Elumelu about that long before the elections publicly. So these are all of the things that Tinubu was the first to release his manifesto. And as soon as when they asked Peter Obi about his manifesto, he said he doesn't believe in all of that, that they should go and look at what he did in Anambra State, that is his manifesto. It doesn't, so it doesn't have an action plan. You think people just criticize this guy because they hate him? People know that he is not capacitated.
Okay, let me comment. You see, let me ship one thing. Have somebody say NDC never release the results primary election. My brother, no party today in that country I know, all of them never release results. you know. But very soon they will release the result before end of this month. All the party will release the result, who is candidate, you know, or position who is contest. But now no party release any result, not only NDC. So let us keep that in set the fact no party in that country never release the result as of now. I don't know about tomorrow. Let me tell you, for me, I will continue saying it. In that party, only P2B and Kwankwaso, but all this thing now Kwankwaso do yesterday, make me to hate that man. He cannot breach your agreement. These people give you a lot of slot to do. Take that 60%. Let us tell ourselves truth. Forget politics. This man is so greedy. They give you 60%. They want to conquer the canon. You want to conquer them. You want to shatter them because you have Kwankwaso here. My brother, for me, I will sack this man. I'll pursue this man for that party. Whether P2B win or no win, doesn't matter. P2B can fire another vice president. I heard somebody, when I do agreement with you, he bring that agreement. They telling me, I will leave. Leave now. Go on Fulani party. So come 2027, my brother, go and get your VBC and vote for P2B. P2B is our next hope in that country. And remember, that's not you are talking about. P2B will give 25% each every state in that north. Go and mark it. I say it because now P2B have all the northern state. Now P2B have
Can you explain to me how P2B will get 25% in Sokoto State?
Yeah, because last time 2023 P2B didn't have governorship in all the states in the north. But today P2B have governorship candidates, have senator, have house of rep, have house of assembly. Now, you know, that ADC now, all of them from north to south, from south to east, they have candidates, all the position, you know, and candidate not be small people, not be agency. Now people who have money, who can afford.
P2B will go from 0.25% in Sokoto State to 25%.
And so the presidential I think, and I don't want to call the name. They will release the name very soon. You will see it. All the position in the north, people hold that position is not to see. They have money. They can afford the campaign. They don't worry now. They will release the name. We will see it.
I'm not worried though. The P2B has no chance in.
And the P2B is already in the north now. Everybody is already know the P2B. If it's a bandit, no P2B. You know, it will never be the same team last election because they don't know this man. Now they begin to compare all those Baba Ahmed and his brother begin to compare this Fulani politics, and nobody can vote for P2B in the north. You see, some people go and read what P2B say yesterday.
Do you know why they said that?
They say that because they said that make all those Fulani people no vote for P2B. They forgot. They forgot.
Hold on. Do you know why they are confident that the Fulanis will not vote for P2B? Do you know why?
Tell me.
Can you speculate? Well, you know, when we get towards the elections, people will start to bring back the tapes of P2B using religion to campaign. They are already bringing back the narrative of when P2B was the governor of Anambra State and it was deporting northerners and putting them on tags. So they will do that. And then they will also play the fact that it's Christian, which doesn't really chime with conservative North. And then they will also play the fact that it's a Southeasterner, and then they will bring back the narratives of the Ahmedu Bello. Anyway,
okay, let me come in there. You see, that's where P2B is a governor of Anambra State giving ID card for North. That one a lie. It never happened in Anambra State. That thing happened in Igbo State. That thing happened in Imo State, not P2B. They turn it to P2B.
Do you know that this same Kwankwaso that is his running mate, when Peter Obi was doing ethnic cleansing of the Northerners, do you know that Kwankwaso was the governor of Kano State then, and he went to Anambra State to confront Peter Obi on what he was doing to the Northerners? This same Kwankwaso that is now running.
Yeah, that means they listing for news. They watch news. Kwankwaso say, not Anambra, I went by myself to Imo State, go and meet Rocha to Okorocha, not to P2B. Some people, they turn this thing upside down. P2B, they say P2B build mosques in Anambra State. They pursue northern people. How about what? Some people, they thought, you don't know P2B build mosques in Anambra State? Quick the mosque, put electricity, put TV, paint it in Anambra, put borehole in Bida Road. That's the same man now. They tell me they give a note. Why people talking about this propaganda? This man never do that. The same Kwankwaso now say it last month. It's not P2B. See now Rocha Okorocha. Since then Rocha Okorocha never come and debunk Kwankwaso.
Patrick, I'm not going to allow you get away with this one. It is your Peter Obi. He was even demolishing mosque. Kwankwaso went. Even El Rufai challenged him. Let's always be very plain. Please, I beg you.
My brother, are you in Anambra State? Peter Obi never demolished mosque.
Facts.
Well, let me tell you what happened. What happened. I was there. 2007, 2008. I was there. The riots, Kaduna, the last Sharia they do in Kaduna that time. They buy Igbo people well. After they buy, they took the body, on down to head bridge, dump all the body. They load all the body in trailer, dump all the body in Niger bridge. When the Southeast people see all those people, the verse, they use knife, they enter market where Hausa people they sell goods. They begin to fight with Hausa people. Then people will give order from Oka. They pack all the Fulani people down to Oka. Nobody touch them. Go and check that mosque you say now. People don't know them. Now them burn that all those youth burn that mosque. After that war finish, P2B came back and repair that mosque, paint it, build it. Go and check all the north in Anambra State. Ask them. These things, this politics. I heard all those.
No, but what you just said now affirmed exactly what we are saying. But you said no. It's Imo, Rocha Okorocha.
No. P2B never give for ID card. P2B never mentioned ID card. Now Rocha Okorocha. Before that thing happened, Rocha Okorocha begin to sack.
Sorry, Patrick. That was actually a good point that Baba just made. Rocha Okorocha. Hold on. Rocha Okorocha is more or less a northerner, born raised in the north. To the point that they call him Rocha Okorocha, So how could he be the one chasing?
Can you go and listen for Kwankwaso? You see the video. The time Kwankwaso went to where go and meet governor of Imo State, not to P2B. That is some P2B take all those people, take care of them, put them in government's house. I don't know why some people. This is not only Anambra State. This is not only Anambra. Where you mention that cause they bring down to east, not only Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Abia, Abakaliki, all of them. But P2B didn't issue any single ID card for anybody in Anambra. I was there, and this man already cleared the air. P2B take all the other people on the north. Go and check. If it's me, I will resign. I will stop campaigning. I will stop doing campaign. Till today, they never go and check. They use that thing because former governor of our Kaduna State doing campaign with APC that time, saying all those lying against P2B. They took that more immediately. It's true. No, it's not true. Now, Kwankwaso went to Imo State, go and meet Rocha Sokorocha. No, Rocha Sokorocha do that thing because Rocha Sokorocha know them more than P2B. P2B didn't issue any single card for anybody in Anambra State. Abba, maybe now stop doing this campaign or hatred, all those I don't know why, I don't know what I would call it. It's not good. If you hate somebody, say you hate somebody. It's not most P2B will be president of this country.
But it's the Northerners that are saying it now. It's not like we are making
They're saying this because of the hate Igbo people. If you don't want to vote Igbo, say it. Don't say P2B.
You know that. Hold on. Do you know that the Igbos are the largest non-indigenous ethnic groups in the north?
But I know that.
So why would you say they hate them? And that's been since forever.
Waba, let me tell you the story. If you see in this country, if Igbo take this politics serious, I think not all those northern people can never do guy for Igbo. Whether you vote them, you know, vote them. Igbo have that population in the north, but all of them don't have voters card. They are focused the business, doing business.
No, I'm not talking about voters card. You are saying they hate the Igbos, which is not. It's a very divisive thing to say.
No. Hate, I mean,
because outside of non-northerners, the largest ethnic population in the north, outside of indigenous populations, is the southeasterners. So you can't say that now. But carry on. Give us about 3 more minutes. And
what I mean is all those politics. They don't want to vote Igbo man because he's Igbo. They have the fear if Igbo become a president of this country, they will divide this country. They will Nigeria will divide. No, Nigeria will never divide because Igbo make this Nigeria become one today. Now Igbo people make announce one Nigeria. That's fear. I don't know where they got that fear since after the war. Igbo can never divide this country. And Igbo make this country become one today. Let us leave all those who fear Igbo. Now the same Igbo man will make this country work. Now the same Igbo man will make this country great again. Now the same Igbo man will unite this country. Leave all those fear. Leave all those tribalism. Leave all those, this is my brother. This is not my brother. Let us try this man. Give this man this opportunity because this man have something to offer in these 4 years. If we see in these 4 years, Nigeria, we will position Nigeria where Nigeria is supposed to be.
One man. This man is murdering our sensibilities. I mean, come on, we can't.
It's rounding off now, but it's just important to have those.
My brother, let me tell you. You see this problem. Nigeria is passing through all since 1960.
Round up though, Patrick. So that
any day Igbo man will have opportunity become a president of this country. Not anyhow Igbo, because I don't trust all those Rocha, Sokorocha, Apabi, all those people. I trust P2B. Only P2B will make this country. My brother, if it can enter Nigeria, it can stay outside 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock outside. Nobody will harass you. This country have mineral resources to make this country work. But because of this is not my tribe, I cannot vote for him. Let us give this man opportunity. That 4 years is 4 years. He will see. He will come back here and say, I never believe this man can do it. I never believe this man can do it. But now I know this man can do it. Let us give this man more 4 years, complete 8 years. You people can say it, not me by that time. So let us give this man P2B Kwankwaso 2027. Vote for him. Convince your people, those who fear, those who have that fear. Let us leave all those fear. Vote this man. This man will tackle insecurity. This man will position our economy to center. This man will make our mineral resources, he will use at the cost of governor. All those senators where they receive 21 million, 30 million in Lagos now. You see all this revenue in Lagos they have every month. Business in Lagos now. Do you know the business, small business? Some people have a small shop. They contribute in Lagos more than 10 million naira every month. That's it in the year, 120 million. And that's it in
Nobody's
small.
paying 10 million naira in taxes in Lagos every month. Nobody's doing that.
All right. Round up,
My
Patrick.
brother,
1
I
minute.
know,
Just
I
1
know
minute.
talking.
Yeah.
Go and check small business. I say small business contribute 10 million naira in a month. Then that's it
Nobody
in
is
a year.
contributing 10 million naira in a month in taxes in Nigeria. We already know the tax. We already know the tax details. Okay, the tax details are already well known.
I said
okay,
small businesses.
there's no small business, no big businesses.
Those who have petty business, they do have shop, they contribute. I'm not talking about those who have complaint factory in Lagos. I'm not talking about bank. I say small business. You know, if you know how much they enter Lagos every month, my brother, you will know your
Do you know how much 10 million naira is? Are you telling me the combination of all the people in, let's say, Alaba are only paying 10 million naira in taxes?
I say
how little that is when you look at the amount of business they are conducted monthly.
My brother,
you're telling me they only
I say 1 month they contribute 10 million.
That's shameful, man. That is nothing. That is nothing. It is nothing.
Okay, that is okay. Want to kill them?
All right. Hold on, Patrick. Take a question from Prince. I think Prince wants to ask you a question, and then use just no more than 1 minute, because after 1 minute I'll have to mute you to address this question, and then we'll move on. Prince, did you want to address Patrick?
Well, thank you for giving the chance, one man. Now, is Patrick the first speak on the panel so far?
No. We've had Baba, we've had Emeka,
and
now Patrick. Yeah.
Because he's been speaking for a damn long time, but that's okay. My question is not for him, actually. To you, one man. You said that the Igbos or the Southeasterners are the largest or the second largest non-indigenous population in the north, right? Based on what source? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I've made the same kind of argument that in Lagos specifically, that the Igbos or non-Yorubas are larger in population than the Yorubas in Lagos. And people like, of course, Simba and I think Remy do not agree with that assertion.
No,
Remy and Simba, they are correct in that respect, Prince. In some areas, yes. In some areas like Ojo and Festac, yes. Amuwodofe, yes. In Isolo and what's this area where this Oshuman, Aregbesolas area? Yes.
But I heard you. So my question is, I said not just Igbos, non-Yorubas. I said, and you're saying that's not correct. Is that what you're saying?
That's not correct. That's not
okay.
correct.
Who is then?
Who?
Sorry, if it's not correct, by what margin do you think?
Hold on. Who is? If the Southeasterners are not the largest non-indigenous ethnic presence in Lagos, then who is?
The Yorubas generally.
No, the Yorubas are ethnically indigenous now.
No. We're talking about Lagos indigen now. We're talking about
we're talking about non-Yorubas.
Maybe I don't have understanding of what.
What Prince is saying is non-Yorubas.
Okay, non-Yorubas.
Okay. Sorry, my question actually was, I said, including the Southeasterners, of course, I said non-Yorubas in Lagos are more than Yoruba people in Lagos. Not second. They are more than. That's what I'm saying. And he said that's not true.
No, that's not true. Now, how can that be?
Because Lagos we are talking about, you understand? If the local government actually areas are just I think 20, the whole plus LD.
If they are more than them, that means they're running them over.
Well, I think they are, Madam Zita.
Oh
See,
my goodness.
you can't compare birth. You can't compare birth rate.
What you are actually saying, Prince Dad, is that if you come to something like, let's say Ikorodu, I'm just giving an example. I don't know what their local governments look like. You are saying that if you come to something like Ikorodu, if Ikorodu local government is made of 100,000 people, the indigens, the Yorubas might be 30. The remaining is 70,000 are foreigners. No, now.
No. Say. Okay, no. Say, Madam Zita, maybe 49-51 or 50-50 about close. Not like I'm not talking about.
Not even that.
37. No, it's not close.
Let me tell you what happened.
At best, 70-30.
Let me tell you, Prince, what happened in Lagos.
But hold on, you guys cannot compare a natural birth towards population and people trooping in large numbers. See, I still don't believe that. I'm making that argument. It's not even larger than the Yoruba people. I think it's
sorry, Prince. Who do you think migrates into Lagos the most outside of non-indigenous Lagosians?
Outside of who?
Non-indigenous. No, I would say it's the Yorubas. Because they are closer proximity to Lagos than anyone else.
See,
that's what I wanted to say.
I think that's the fallacy one man. I think that's the fallacy one man. I don't think the Yoruba have that mobility as much as the Southeasterners do, or other people. I don't think they do.
Somebody from Ibadan, from Ogun State. Do you know how many people? Sorry, Karen.
But they tend to stay. They tend to maybe go back or maybe permanently stay.
Please, Daddy, you're forgetting something. You're forgetting something. A lot of Yoruba people in Lagos have two residences. I know a lot of people in Ibadan, for instance. There was a period that Ibadan was almost empty. Like literally everyone in my social circle, they were literally spending 5 days in Lagos, 5 days in Lagos, and the weekend in Ibadan.
Not only spending the days.
Sorry, Zita. I live in Oregon, but I'm a migrant into Lagos. I'm from Oyo State now.
Mm-hmm. That's what most Yorubans
I've never
are
spent
doing.
a week in Ibadan now. All my life was in Lagos. I am a migrant to Lagos.
Most Yorubas took, what will I call it, citizenship in Lagos. Most of them migrated to Lagos over the years, and they're claiming that from Ikorodu, from this local government, from this local government, most Yorubas migrated to Lagos. So you cannot say that Yorubans are less in number than their visitors. No, it's not true. Unless we are trying to peek into the owners of Lagos, like the real indigenous people, like the owners of Lagos. Unless we are dipping deep into that, which nobody can know any longer, because most Yorubans has migrated to Lagos and taken citizens or whatever.
Okay, that's a good
you
point.
Know, if you took your argument to Abuja, you may be right, but not Lagos. If you said Abuja, not Lagos, then you'll be right.
That distinction that Madam Zita made, I don't think Baba would dispute that. If you call yourself indigenous Yoruba from Lagos, there's no way you would claim that you are the largest population in that as an ethnic group or tribe in Lagos. I don't believe that would work. But my question was to all Yorubas, anyone that's Yoruba in Lagos. It doesn't matter if from Oyo State or Ogun State. Again, my assertion is that non-Yorubas are more than Yorubas in that state.
Please, Daddy, where you carry us go now?
Hold on a second.
Where the carry us go?
Hold on, Prince. Hold on, Prince. Back that statement up. Justify it. Justify what underpins that.
Okay, I was about to. So going to school in Lagos, I can remember, if of course much younger, looking at my the composition of my classmates, right? I can say probably about 60%, or maybe 50% were Yorubas in my classroom, right? And maybe 30%, Igbos. I mean, given the friends that I have, Akwa Ibom, and some people from here and there, maybe 1 or 2% maybe from the north or whatever. So back then, I would say maybe 60 Yoruba or 55 Yoruba percent, and the rest are non-Yorubas. But given my experience going back in the past few years, There's no damn way I can be convinced otherwise that the Yorubas is the largest population in that place. It's not possible because I see Igbo people and non-Yorubas every damn where. I mean, to the point that I made on your show that even this lady is selling agbado on the street was questioning a Yoruba boy speaking in in front of her, whilst me and my brother were right there in front of her, not knowing that we're Yorubas too. That is to that level. I can barely recognize anyone that's Yoruba. So that's where my argument is coming from. It's not empirical, strong empirical data per se, but by observation, I think I'm not far off.
Wait, Prince Daddy, if I may contribute, I think though you've lumped everybody together, according to the correction one man put to me, that you are not just specifically talking about the Igbos. It's about people outside of Southwest, you mean. So if you mean people outside of Southwest, they are in their great numbers, but they've not outnumbers the Yorubas in Lagos State.
Okay, Baba, exactly what I said. So my question then is, what is the margin of what's the margin of difference? Are you talking about
I support that of woman 70-30.
70-30, and that's
well, no. Well, I think woman is wrong. I don't believe that. That's so far off. No way. But anyway, you can move on. Thank you for entertaining me.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's move on. Take it in the direction of is it Aro and then Bishop? Shall we start being a bit rigid with the time as people are
yes, please.
Coming?
Yeah. Good morning.
All right. Would you mind 5 minutes and then we go on?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be very keen. Yes, I'll make it very snappy and quick. Good morning, everybody. One man, Baba. Ekaro Ekuro Leo.
Commentariat Ufoma. Well, we have a pretty lady that will maybe one day become governor in Lagos State. Thank you. Carry on. Sorry, Aro.
Yes, Baba, and I'll just make a quick statement to that end. I really like how the Lagos GAC are running things. There's been some agitation from the Badagry quarters that they've been left out of the politics for a while.
Don't mind that. What's his name now?
Yeah,
wants to be governor.
Yeah. That's fellow, but they've managed. Yeah, they've managed. No, I can't remember his name now. I think that fellow is
but it's a fact, though. It's a fact that they've been so changed. So it's a good thing.
Anyway, they've managed to sort that out.
So next time it's going to be the Egun. So that's why I'm saying this lady may be lucky.
Yeah. So I mean, that's fair enough to them anyway. Moving on to the happenings in Oyo State, Seyi Makinde is being undone, and both him and the Debo, they are being exposed for who they are. So Seyi Makinde is trying to convince everybody, okay, that somehow, some way, there are some, that things are happening that are not. Because I already heard and you can see he's not cooperating with the National Security Advisor and the Minister of Defense and the federal government. You can see that he's trying to orchestrate some kind of, well, I don't know if he's negotiating with the bandits or whatever he's doing, or trying to claim that he's negotiating with the bandits. And he probably wants to walk away with $1 billion or whatever he wants, $1 billion naira, and go and put in some account in Cotonou or whatnot. Because these people are not asking for money. Okay, when the NSA visited the place there last week, it was evident that, it's something, and we've seen this before. We've seen these people demand for release of their important assets to them before. That's what they want. They don't want the money. These are not a bunch of bandits. These are professionals. Well, they are professionals in their evil crime. But the fact of the matter is they are serious professionals.
Aro, sorry to take you off your track, but let me ask you this question, because I'm beginning to question who we are as Nigerians. The Adelabu woman and her children, did you see that thing was not in the bush, the house?
No, it was in the house.
Neighbors.
And the PRO. Yeah, they saw the PRO.
What's going on?
The Oyo State PRO, in fact, I heard some people make a comment that they've been seeing these people coming and going for a while. But more importantly, the Oyo State PRO gave interviews to channels, I think, on the way in. I was ready to work today and I was listening. So it turns out that that was orchestrated by staff, members of staff of that family, orchestrated that.
No, I'm just talking about the Nigerians, dear. Houses around everybody are neighbors.
Yes, but
it can't happen in any other country, I know.
Yes, I know, but
But
at
they
the
would
same,
not know what's
Let
going
him
on
do
in the
his
house now.
most.
How would
No,
they know?
but the children taking hundreds of people or 50 people of hostage, the logistics is high. So I don't understand those kind of kidnaps.
so
Honestly, I
so
don't.
yeah, we
I
have
don't.
issues in the country there. I
I
mean,
don't.
all of us we build high gates, we build gates so high, we exclude ourselves in our
I'm
buildings, and
not talking about the short people, the 2, 3 people they took. I'm talking about the school children.
oh yeah, yeah,
Always,
yeah, yeah. Well,
you
coming
have
to
to,
this,
you need a boss or
yeah,
something, and you cannot get everybody. Some of them must have escaped. So what happened? Come on, they should stop this yo with the blood of people. Honestly,
yeah, yeah. It's despicable, really. So
I
I
don't
mean,
get it, but I don't get it, but
yeah.
the thing there is that we also have to look at location. It's not a time to be emotional. The location of where the school abduction happened,
No,
and
it's
that
very
of
close. It's very the location for this abduction is out of town. It's very close to the
that
forestry
is what I'm
reserve.
saying. It's very close to the
The
forest. That of
Adelabu,
Adelabu
but see, even
is
the Adelabu, see, you have to look at. There are two different situations. One of them was
No,
just
I think
criminal. The Adelabu thing was just orchestrated by.
Neville is talking of the
You have
Orire
4
one,
more
not the
minutes,
Ibadan
Aro.
one.
Four more minutes.
Yeah, so I want to make it. I want to respond to that. The Adelabu situation was in town. It was orchestrated by just a bunch of people that just want to make quick cash. I don't think they were, just a bunch of criminals. Really, it was a personal assistance to a member of the family that organized it. About 6 individuals. So it's just regular criminality that we've seen. It's just close members of your family, and that's why I say to people, if you have domestic staff, you have people that know you're coming and going, that could be suspicious. Just be careful, and don't have the same pattern to your life every single day, because apparently what they knew is they knew that the kids went to school at such and such a time. Usually the kids were dropped in school by the driver. It just so happened that on the day they were being dropped off by their mom, but they knew their routes to school, they knew the time they moved, they knew all these things, and that's how they could orchestrate this. Now, going to the Orire situation, it looks like it's actually this is planned by professional criminals, terrorists now, not a bunch of ragtag miscreants. These are ragtag terrorists. They've been at it for a while. They've been tormenting the nation for a while. They've been getting external support, and obviously they have external influence, and they have tactical. These are people that have gone for tactical training in Yemen, in Libya, in outside of this. So these are not just these are serious individuals. They are seriously committed to this, and they've planned and they've abducted a bunch of children for the singular purpose that they want to use them for bargaining. However, you have a governor in your state that is orchestrating a false narrative that they are trying to introduce. And I think what Sheyi is trying to do is he's trying to then say that he's walked them back, because he's saying they want to introduce Sharia, they want to do this. No, there's nothing like that in that communication. All these people are asking for is they want to exchange these children for their individuals, their members that have been arrested and been detained. But Sheyi wants to make it look like he's done a big job, like he's walked them back, like he's pushed away the whole Sharia conversation. No, Sheyi doesn't need to big up this stuff. He doesn't need to politicize this stuff. It's nonsensical. So moving on there, Baba, one man, Dickson, I spoke about Dickson. Seriake Dickson is not Abure. You can really see that Kwankwaso and Obi are really being dealt with by time. Seriake alone is dealing with both of them equal measure. Seriake Dickson is an equal opportunity household. That's the way I always describe him. And to be frank, I can see he's already dealing with them, because apparently he's dealing with Kwankwaso and he's dealing with Obi as well.
Okay, continue. I wanted to come in.
Yeah, go come in one and come in. So I just answer it quickly and that'll be it.
You see, when you have a party, whether you own the party or you don't own the party, when you say somebody is now your presidential candidate, is dicey. He's automatically the leader of that party. And his word stands. But because some people don't want to do things right, they find themselves in a situation where Ngweroru, like Dickson and Akatenkporo, like what is it called? What they call the other one? The one from one country like that. You see them talking rubbish. Is when you put yourself in a mess, you get messed up. Because if Peter Obi and Kwankwaso are the presidential flag bearer of NDC, they actually have the say. Technically, that's how it works. They are the one to release one, take this one, you take this one, you take this one. But meanwhile, the Obi is not an organizer. Kwankwaso is an unstable politician. So that's why Dickson is the one talking. I don't blame them.
Yeah, so that is that. And I just want to finish off by saying, I mean, all you New York Knicks, man, what's happening over here, man? You guys are blowing out this game, you know? I don't know if there's I know there's a long bunch of Americans over here. I don't know if you guys are watching the.
What's the score now?
It's 103.93, I think, at the moment. What? Let me see. No, 193. 193 to Spurs. The Knicks were doing very well, but they kind of like blew it out in towards the end of the third quarter. Now they still have some time to close out the game. Jalen Brunson is.
How many more minutes?
It's 7 minutes. You got 7 minutes. What happened is the Knicks brought out their first team. The Knicks brought out their first five, and they sat their first five out towards the end of the third quarter just to give them some rest. And the guys that they brought on couldn't hold on because it was kind of like very tight game. So I mean, they were just turning the ball over. They weren't finishing going to the basket and finishing off strong. And they gave the Spurs a chance to come back and pull like an 8-point lead. But it seems like they're coming back now. They have their 5 main guys back on court.
They're going to win. I think it's going to be a sweep.
Yeah. To be frank, I'm very proud of them. Yeah. The boys, the Knicks guy, their first guys are their first 5, their main 5 guys, Towns, Brunson, and Oberle. Those guys are they're very good. They're well disciplined.
It's wonderful.
So one man, I'll finish it there. To be frank, I'm not happy with the way the country is. I don't really want to be discussing politics because of the serious security situations in the country. But it's inevitable that we are doing this, not because of anything else, but because of how poor the opposition is. The opposition have been very poor. They've been disorganized. They've shown their desperation. And it's just something else. I listened to the Babachir Lawal interview with Sean Akibaloyo today. The man just is not backing down. So I mean, it is what it is in the country. There's so much happening. Papa, I need to say something that I observed today. I was listening to the Lagos State are holding a kind of like economics forum thing today. And I have to say that Shettima, in my opinion, is probably one of the best spoken leaders we've had in Nigeria in recent years.
How many times have I said that?
He's underrated.
Shettima,
listens to that guy,
he's underrated. He's underrated.
Shettima for me,
because he's not a Fulani or a Hausa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shettima,
if he's a Fulani, that man would have been the president of Nigeria long time ago. Go to me.
Shettima to me speaks as well.
He has great humor as well. Shettima.
Yeah, he speaks very well, and Shettima to me reminds me of someone like Zik and Akintola. Awolowo, people think Awolowo was never a great speaker. Wait. Wait, now let me finish. Awolowo was never a great speaker, okay? But Akintola and Zik were very good when it came to oration. And to be frank, I can't remember anyone in recent years that is as well spoken and that has the breadth and the latitude to speak and to quote and make quotations and make and the innuendos and all these different things and the way he speaks.
His lazy and structure is something else.
It's something else. I mean, you need to listen to him speak. wonderful speaker.
It's the time of Zeke them that you hear such English.
Exactly. It's not even just the English, but the composition of the speech.
That's what I'm saying. Now, lazy and structure.
And the way you feel when you listen to him speak, and the way I've not heard anybody in recent years. Zeke and Akintola are the only two people I can think of that were like that.
No, Ojukwu was good too.
There is nobody in contemporary Nigerian politics that is as eloquent as Shetima.
Ojukwu was good too.
One man, go listen to Rochas. Go listen to Rochas.
Rochas is good too.
Rochas is very eloquent.
Rochas not a farmer. He speaks like a farmer, does he not?
Well, Rochas.
No, Rochas is good.
Rochas is very good. I mean, but people with good oratory skills don't necessarily make good leaders. Obama is one of them. So please, let's give this. I don't even see that in Shetima. I think he's forcing it. It's not natural. You know, I mean, if I listen to Adesina speak, someone like
natural.
He's reading off teleprompter, right?
No, he doesn't read off. He's Shakespearean in the way he speaks. It's very. I've been told he reads extremely nice. He's an avid reader, so I won't be surprised that he speaks.
Have you seen his handwriting?
All these what they call it?
Handwriting.
I don't need to see it. That guy is the Boko Haram. That guy is the Boko Haram sympathizer, as far as I'm concerned.
No, I've not seen his handwriting, but I'm seeing your might say that Oshibajo is more eloquent than Shetima.
If you see
Shetima is substantially. Oshibajo was a lawyer.
So I may disagree with you. Your might. Maybe it's because I like Shetima, but Shetima is vastly superior to Oshibajo in eloquency. But sorry, yeah.
Oshibajo was a lawyer, so you can understand that he speaks publicly very well. He was a lawyer as a lecturer.
If you see Shetima's handwriting, you will fall in love with him. And I tell you, try to get his handwriting. You can't believe a human being to be so articulate in writing.
So because of his writing, that he should lead Nigeria.
What are we
talking about?
I'm not talking about leadership, we're just talking about qualities.
There are two things actually about.
Let me address that thing.
Let's have one voice. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. You see, there is what they call aura, class, leadership, and guts. It is good that at least a leader we have at least two of these characteristics. So that a leader speaks so well, that he writes so well, that he's very articulate, should not be overruled. That he doesn't make a good deliverables, doesn't remove that from him. After all, if all leaders in the world has been giving good deliverable, doing what they are supposed to do, the world wouldn't have been the way it is today. So actually, everybody who has lived on this planet Earth has failed. So if we are talking about deliverables, it shouldn't be the reason why we should throw away personalities of humans. That's not right. We could not continue.
No, but if you're going to, one man, just a minute, please. If you're going to go in for a position, right? What you'll be judged with is outcome, not your personality or any of that.
But
the outcome of what you have
is the eloquence that wins you the election. Now you just
then eloquence
you've used the Obama example,
and his deliverable was what?
Is the
That's
eloquence?
My point.
Well, they voted him twice.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. That he was deceiving them with those eloquence, and at the end of the day, when we now look back, we now said, "Man, this man was shit. It was crap." And we've had those. We've even Rochas himself. I think if you could go back to when Rochas campaigned in Imo State, it was hell, man. Everybody was enjoying his speech. He came in and he did a very bad job. So please, let's keep it moving. I'm not buying this Shetima story.
All right. Let's go on from Aro to Bishop to Zita to Prince to Joel. Let me press you guys for the time. so that people don't wait too long. Bishop, you're next. Bishop. All right. You see, Bishop has gone off to do other things. That's why I'm always pushing for the time. Let's go to Zita, who I know is with us. So Zita, the floor is yours. We're talking about
What are you
Seriake.
people discussing, please?
Yeah, we were talking about.
No, now I cannot start.
She just
I
came
can't
in.
chime in with what you people, the common submission others. I want to know the topic. That's why I always ask that question.
Yes,
I can't.
we're talking about Seriake Dickson telling us that all donations to the NDC, irrespective of where it's coming from, should come to the party, not the candidate, which is the learnings from what Aisha Yesufo did with the Labour Party funding the last time. So he's taking a different tack on that. We're also talking about yes, we're talking about Kwankwaso already rebel rousing. He wants total control of Kano. Seriake Dickson wants control of Kano. So he's already talking about exiting the NDC. And there's also rumors now coming out that he's in conversation with the PRP, which is try to this PRP is the Dati Baba Ahmed family, the two brothers. They're the ones running that party. So there's speculations that he's in talks with the PRP. He has tried to sort of tepidly deny it, but not sufficiently enough. Adelabu Momodu, he's jostling to be the running mate of Atiku Abubakar. So all of that bloviating and pontificating was really self-serving, as we always suspected. And then the state police thing, it will be passing through Parliament by Tuesday, and then they will be passing it on to the state assembly for their contribution for it to be assented by the president. So they are removing it from other legislative matters as a matter of urgency. So we're talking about all of those.
Okay, let me start with state police first. State policing in Nigeria is one thing I don't buy. And as I said before, the insecurity in Nigeria is going to triple with the Grand State Police. Inshallah, all of us will be alive. We will come to this platform. Just 1 year into that state policing, we come here and start rambling again concerning state policing. That being said, I came to this platform, they mentioned Kwankwaso, and they said how a big wig he is and how a caterpillar he is. I stood in this platform, stood my ground, and I said, Kwankwaso is an unstable politician. People abuse the hell out of me. I didn't care. And I'm tripling down on it, not just doubling down. Kwankwaso is an unstable politician. You guys sat down here and made a beautiful feature for Kwankwaso. And Kwankwaso did not see that beautiful picture you people were planning for him. And he has always been like that. I heard people in your platform saying, oh, Kwankwaso wrong with Peter Obi, so that in 2020, in 2100, when he will come out and run from the north and the Igbos and Peter Obi will support him, and maybe probably Peter Obi will be his running mate. Then, yeah. You people were painting a very beautiful picture. Kwankwaso is not seeing. That's how he carry his agbada anywhere he goes. At every little thing, he gets angry, throw his agbada and walk away. I wonder the kind of politician he is. He's not gathering moist, neither is he gathering dust. But if you people believe that Kwankwaso is a politician, that people should, I don't know. I wish you people luck. Now back to Seriake Dickson. As I said before, you see, when you don't do things right, you do shit, you smell shit. I don't know why Seriake should say they should pay. Did he say they should pay the money to him or to the party? I don't even get the heck.
Well, to the party, which ultimately really is him, because it's a portfolio party, isn't it? It's like one man's living room sort of a party.
He doesn't really need to say pay to my party if the party is well organized, because normally the campaign money goes into the party. So for him saying pay to the party, it actually means that he's the only signatory to the party, ridiculously. So it is what it is. I don't know how he's managed that because
No, Zita, you're not getting it. The presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate, they both own a followership, one known as Kwankwaso and the other as Obedient. They came in with their purses, different purses, and different donors. Now Seriake is asking that no, there is no, in this party, there is no Obedient movement, there is no Kwankwaso movement, but there is a party called NDC. So everything goes to NDC, boss.
Let me ask you, Baba, when did Seriake register that he's NDC?
Na court 9 register.
I don't think the party is barely 2 years old, though.
No.
Okay, it's not barely 2 years old. And then Kwankwaso has his Kwankwaso with NNPP. Why didn't Obi register a party? You guys said Obi has. You guys said Obi has big followership. He has an Obedient. Why didn't Obi come together with somebody like Dickson? Maybe what's his name? What's Donald, but Donald wouldn't have to have a romance with people like Obi anyway. That would be demeaning on his part. Go to somebody like what's that man from River State that was supporting Obi that told him to go to LP? What's that man's name? That yellow man that was talking rubbish in
Patu Tomi.
It's not Patu Tomi. The other guy now that was the Peter. I will remember his name. He was the one that told Obi to go to Labour Party. That kind of a man is the man that Peter Obi would have used to register a party. He doesn't necessarily need to come out by himself and register a party. He would have used that kind of man to register a party. And now he will just walk into that party quietly and peacefully and do whatever shenanigan he wants to do. Come on now. I don't like but I keep asking you people. I don't know who did for Tinubu.
Madam Zita,
I've told you people to connect me to the person that did the juju for Tinubu.
Madam Zita, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
How many parties were registered since 2023? Thank you.
I don't know now, but they said the Dickson's own is not up to 3 years.
One.
I don't know.
One.
Why can't hold on? You see, this is actually the problem I have. I hear people say things are difficult. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. Why is it that it's not Obi that owned this one, that is the only one that was registered? If it is that difficult, why is it not Obi that owned that very only? It was, I want to hear that today. They said it was only Obi that was smart enough to get a party registered. How about that? Only one. Why can't that one be Obi?
We tried registering a party, just like
you're not getting my point. Please.
But
can we have a nice conversation? Can you understand what I'm saying? NDC, in fact, if not yesterday, I started hearing of this NDC yesterday. That was why I was curious enough to ask, when was he registered? Because I got this impression that since after 2023, no party has been registered. For me to notice
sorry, Zita, just a quick correction on what Joel said. 18 parties. I just asked ChatGPT, and 18 parties has been registered since 2023. 18.
Okay. God bless you. So now, out of that 18,
sorry, please, Mazita, let me just how many parties do we have in Nigeria now?
It can be 1 million. It's a multi-party system.
No, it cannot be possible that they registered 18 parties. That's the point. So it means that we have
hold on. You will see the ballot paper now. You go see the numbers.
Before 2023, we had about 18 to 20 parties. in this. So if we restart 18
They
new
even have
parties,
100. It was the INEC that cut it down. They have over 100. It was INEC that used some conditions. I remember when INEC works. You can check it again. Use your browser. There was a time INEC has to do put one or two policies to.
Anybody there? I can't hear you.
Can we hear Zita? I thought it was Zita. We can't hear you. I thought I had to come back to see if I'm still here. Zita?
Is Bishop back?
Oh, is Bishop there? Bishop, are you there? We called you earlier, Bishop, if you... all right. Oh, yes, we called you earlier, Bishop, but I don't think you were fully with us then.
Yeah. What? Thank you, Baba.
Actually, sorry, Simba is just correcting us. NDC was actually even registered March this year.
By court order.
March.
On the INEX platform, you see the NDC by court order.
Yes. Sorry, Bishop. Let me just quickly talk people through what's on the screen. So I asked ChatGPT, how many political parties has been registered in Nigeria since 2023? Just like Joe was saying one. It says since 2023 general elections, Nigeria has had 18 registered parties for most of the period from 2023 till early 2026. So 18. And then it said how many parties are in Nigeria. These are all list of endless parties we have in Nigeria. So if we want to go through them, we can, but we have countless parties in Nigeria. But back to
okay,
Bishop.
I take that back. I take that back.
Yeah. So back to Bishop.
Okay. A very good evening to everyone. Yeah, I mean, people are...
One man, so I don't come out.
No, suddenly you went silent. We were...
Madam Zita,
I was even on another screen checking what Joel was saying. I suddenly couldn't hear anything anymore. But carry on, Bishop, and Zita, and then we go on to Bishop. Zita. Zita, you don't come out again.
I said, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. You muted for a moment.
Okay. I said there is nothing much to discuss in this election. I like the idea of somebody not trying to do anything. He wants everything handed over to him. And let me tell you something. If somebody is handing over something to you, he calls the shot. I'm telling you, I am scared of a politician that will not fight his way into Aso Rock. That's the scariest politician. Somebody who wants people to gather and take a decision and hand him over Aso Rock. Those people will technically be ruling Aso Rock. So I don't want such politician. I want a politician who, whether he's good or bad, let him fight his way into Aso Rock. Give him run for his money. So that by the time he gets there, he'll be cleaning sweat. Come on now. Ordinary to register party will be no fit register party. Okay, maintain the one where you get, you know, fee maintain. I will correlate with some people, you cannot. And people come here to do P2B. Come on now. Come on, please. Bishop, you can go ahead.
Bishop,
yes,
Bishop.
Yes,
please, before you go, I just came out from INEX website. We only have 18 parties in Nigeria.
How many?
So 18 parties. So if we registered 18 parties to 2023, it means that APC and PDP are not in existence. So please, let's just get our facts right. I don't know. Probably ChatGPT took some tequila tonight.
I think it's the way woman asked the question.
The important thing is that
because I'm just coming out from. Hold on, please, Madam Zita. I'm just coming out from INEC And what I said, I think, is the truth. Only NDC
okay,
is only
NDC. Why is
party.
he not P2P's party?
No. They
Hold on.
registered
Sorry. I think
DLA or something or
sorry, Baba.
DLC.
Yeah, sorry, Baba. I think you may be right, Joel, because I then asked for the date of registrations, and then these are all the dates. So if we're going,
NDC, please. Date for NDC, please.
ADC.
NDC.
But they're saying ADC is 2005, but if we go to 2026, since the last cycle of elections, you are right, I suspect, Joel, DLA and NDC are the ones showing
Democratic Leadership Alliance.
Yeah,
Registered that too.
So those were both in 2026. And then there's nothing in between, actually. So you are right, Joel.
Okay, fine. That's why I said I want to run with Joel's idea that it's only one party. You are even making it two. I want it to be only one. And my question is, why can't that singular one be Obi struggle? That Obi struggled one way. Hey, this man is very smart. He come like this. Come register this party. Otherwise, now so these people for do am. Why can't he become such a thing come from Obi? Come on now.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sita. Very quickly, good evening once again, everyone.
Good evening.
It's becoming very intriguing and very interesting the way it was in 2023. And the more things seems to be different, the more they remain the same. All these abacadabra and mumbo jumbo, whatever, it's not something we have not seen before. Baba really touched on a few things. I wished I had the opportunity to speak immediately after he spoke, because there are certain things I wanted to touch, but I did not have, I was not taking notes to write certain things down. Like I say, this memory that they suffer. So, especially when you get home and you just suddenly discover that your air conditioner is not functioning the way it's supposed to.
It's not air conditioning well.
It's not conditioning anything itself. I'm practically almost sweating, but that's fine.
Yeah, Madam Zita, P2P register obedient party. Go and verify. You register obedient party.
So
never approved.
So he didn't register it then. He tried to register it, you mean?
I'll just pick a few things that's of interest, like Baba said. A few of them is that we did not seem to understand the politics that was playing out with this Kwankwaso, Obi, and the rest, and Dickson, Seriake, Dickson. I think there is a more longer game that Seriake, Dickson, and Kwankwaso were playing that Obi seems to be oblivious of. And that's very painful, because it shows how
sorry, Bishop, very, very big apologies to you. Can every single person listening to Bishop's excellent submission now look at your screen, make sure you are subscribed. If you are not already subscribed, please do us that favor to subscribe. We need 50 new subscribers. We have gotten thousands and thousands of people interacting in and out so far. So we need 50 of you to subscribe now. So look at your devices. If you are not already subscribed, please do. Sorry, Simba. Bishop, rather. Yeah. Carry on. Simba, call me if you are there. I know you are there. I can see you in the comment section.
Please, in addition to what Honorable Woman just said, the least you can do is just to do the needful. The barest minimum, like, subscribe, and share. At least that's the barest minimum that can be asked of you. If we are watching Champions Cup together, at least you will buy one Eddie Kenny. I want Eddie Kenny for one man, and you will buy one for me. So even if you are not going to buy for Baba, at least if you buy one Eddie Kenny, and it will cost you more than it's costing you to do the needful. Please, the barest minimum you can do, like I said once again, is click on the like button and share and subscribe. Thank you very much for doing the barest minimum needful. So as I was saying, the politics is beginning to unravel, I really wish that many of us can begin to treat politics the way it should be, not becoming very emotional about it. Seriake, Dickson and Kwankwaso were not playing the politics of 2027. Unfortunately, Peter Obi is too naive to understand that they were playing the politics of 2031. They want to be relevant after now. Everything that was going on, the only person that seems not to understand that is Obi and the obedience. My apologies. The Obi and the obedience. So everything that is playing now, there is nothing about it that is too surprising. If Peter Obi think that there is any magic wand that everybody is going to wave that's going to make 2027 more different from what it was in 2023, that he was. I mean, some people will say that I have an island to sell for him in the Bahamas. What do they have to do? You say this thing right here? I mean, they say pigs fly. So Peter Obi seems to be too naive for a politician, a Nigerian politician for that matter. What is playing out is not so different from anybody can easily predict. And I really want to be proven that is not the way it is. A lot has happened and a lot is happening. I don't know about the dates of registration of political parties. Something played a very significant role in the past couple of months. And this idea of one party state, Tinubu is one that is destroying all the parties. That they seem, every politician in all other political parties seems to have lost direction. They lost focus by concentrating on the wrong target, to the extent that they did not even know when the real thing was going. I mean, people were playing politics and something. It's like people were playing chess in the game of politics, and other people were playing chumbo, or they were playing Ludo. And people that try to call them to attention, they were just, call their attention to it. They were just abusing everybody. No. I mean, that's very strange. And of course, the results will come out in a very short while, because you will be very surprised that all the effort, all the noise, all the emotional, the distillation of emotion that they have done, at the end of the day, some of these parties might not even be qualified to field candidates in the coming election. And all they will do is just shout. Oh, one party, half party, quarter party state, blah, 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 blah. By the time they realize it, they will have lost all the time here. Now, with what is playing out between Kwankwaso, Peter Obi, and Seriake Dickson, like I said earlier on, it's the long play that Peter Obi was the only one that seems to be in the dark. All these 60-40, whatever, because let's be very sincere with ourselves. How many people were in NDC when Peter Obi and Kwankwaso actually came in, especially in a place like Kano, that they will be dragging for 60-40 with Kwankwaso in Kano, not any other place, in Kano, that they will be dragging. I think anybody would have been very willing and happy to say, okay, we are here, Kwankwaso, welcome. I beg, take 90, just give us 10%. That is the reality. I said we want to continue to deceive ourselves. That's why people are dragging with Kwankwaso for 60-40. If you can sit down, take a back seat, reflect very well, you see that there is something that somebody or some people somewhere are not telling us. But as usual, we allow emotions to rule and to reign, and we run about by it. A lot has happened in the security area. Unfortunately, once again, people are focusing on the wrong thing. How do I mean? I was saddened. I know Baba said something about it. I was saddened about the play out of the unfortunate security incidents. But there is one adage they used to say in my from my part of the world. I don't know how to say it in English. Egun is like a thorn. You know, when you are trying, there is a thorn in your leg. For people that lived in the farm in those days, and somebody is trying to trace the thorn your foot. It's trying to help you to dig it out with a razor blade or whatever. And I said, that means that man has touched the thorn. That means it's about coming out. The grave of the so-called Boko Haram and the kidnappers and the terrorists is actually in the southwest. What they did in the kidnapping of those school children that has been established, that was carried out by the terrorists, not insurgents now, from the north, is like I don't know. They have poked the. Let me use the proper word. What it Teokaniru. The only thing that is close to that is that they have stepped on the tiger's tail. Tiger by the. They have, and I really particularly love the response of people, collective response, in the southwest, how they reacted very ferociously and vehemently, and a lot is happening. Unfortunately, it has birthed something very dangerous, and that is profiling. Especially if you are either Fulani or you look Fulani or you have any semblance to Fulani, you are being profiled now. And I will not blame our people for it. Look, Northerners, especially the Northern leaders, especially the Fulani leaders, they have the opportunity when this thing started and we were shouting. None of the prominent Northern leaders came out to condemn the activities of these rampaging Fulani killers, terrorists, whether you call them herdsmen or not. I hate stereotyping, but it became very dangerous when Northerners, especially the leaders, whether they are traditional religious or political leaders of the North, did not condemn the activity of a few among them. And they seem to be pampering them. They seem to be treating them with kid gloves. And it was like it is a problem of the rest of the southern people, that if we cannot deal with them, that is our problem. And the audacity with which Buba Galadima, in one of his recent interviews, I saw a snippet of it, and I was too charged to listen to the whole law when he was saying that the reason why they brought Buhari was because they wanted him to fight. That was extremely very offensive, and nobody seems to be paying attention to the nonsense he said in that interview. So every reaction in the southwest is justified. It might be criminal in whatever way, which I don't like jungle.
Bishop, quick question if you don't mind. Yeah, so to your point, so the northern leaders, the northern people you're talking about, do you think they were afraid of the terrorists, or they were in support of the terrorists, or you think they thought would be an advantage for them against other regions?
I'm sorry, I'm going to use this illustration. It is what they created, and they seem to have this feeling that it gave them some kind of a leverage, and they created a Frankenstein monster. They left their pots unwashed, like this famous writer Olaruchibi said in his book, and now they are soup bones. They seem to be too ignorant. Look, today there was a debate when one state was trying to do mass wedding, planning another mass wedding. You are planning mass wedding in 2026 with what the North had gone through in the past 20 years, with almost 18 to 20 million unmarried children, with poverty at 93% in some of the northern states, and you are not creating anything that is going to add, to enhance the living of the young people, and you are now spending hundreds of billions in sending, they will first send people to Saudi Arabia on Hajj. What value is that bringing? And then they will now do mass
and we
wedding.
are sharing the same country.
And we are in the same. Am I in a dreamland or something? As much as I try to always be very nationalistic, I think sometimes some things are just too appalling to deserve even consideration. You cannot imagine that this is happening in the 20 whatever century we are now. But we are sharing country with some people that are going to be doing mass wedding for thousands of people that have no serious means of livelihood. They will raise another next generation of Almajirin children, and we are celebrating it. They are sending people to Saudi Arabia to go and perform a holy pilgrimage. Is somebody sick upstairs somewhere? Are we really being serious?
Even giving them $300, 3 days to depart Mecca.
Are we really being serious here? And one idiot, one non-entity, one ignoramus, one caused cretinous, imbecilic was defending that nonsense and was using it to create that there are people that were born out of wedlock in the South. I wish that some people are close to this. I can punch them. I can transfer the anger of my failed or collapsed air conditioning system on them. So there is a whole lot to be angry about. I don't like Jungle's justice, but honestly speaking, if that is going to cure the madness with some people, I wish we can go a step further in the Southwest. I wish all our governors, I wish they are listening to me and they can come out with a resolution. We are giving everybody with a cow out there that is grazing, whatever. 3 months, remove your cow. And we are giving everybody in any of our forests, remove yourself from this, our forest. The forest, except you want to claim that you are Inwi or Igbiri, or if I don't know the English interpretation of those ones, but we don't want you in our forest.
Bishop, what is Inwi? What is Inwi?
Inwi.
Inwi is like a forest spirit, kind of. A forest spirit. I don't know. How do you describe Inwi? Like a forest spirit, yeah.
I know. Well, thank you. I know it is more than that, but let's just use the forest spirit. But thank you. We use that for now. But Baba, what is it? We
I'm racking my brain too.
Okay, so Inwi is like anyhow. Baba will help us. Let me. So basically,
4 more minutes, Bishop. 4 more minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes. So basically, that is where we are, and people are fighting back. I am particularly very happy that the response is spontaneous and is sending a signal that we are not going to condone that nonsense in the Southwest. And I can assure you that is just a tip of the iceberg. More of it is going to come. And very, very soon too. That anybody that they say, I mean, I when I was hearing the result, the story of the house that was demolished today, that even the people just rented that house about 3 months ago. It was not their house. But hey, people everywhere will sit up now. I wish that we can implement, apart from registry, I mean, the other things I said earlier on, stopping ranching, grazing, stopping, controlling Okada riding, stopping grazing. I wish we can make it a law that if you enter any local government, whether you are moving from a local government A to B, you must go and register yourself at the local government headquarters. We want to know you. We want to know what is your NIA. You are coming from a Surulere local government to Orilope local government to rent house. Go and register. If you are living there in another 3 months or another 1 month to another local government, go and register at the local government headquarters. We want to know where you are coming from, where you are going, what is your mission, where have you been, what has been your antecedents. We want to have a record, a track record of you. You cannot just come all anywhere. You just jump on a trailer, empty, whether it is empty tanker or empty cargo trailer, and you just come and you just enter a community and you just begin to ride Okada. And we have hundreds of thousands of Okada riders that nobody can trace. You cannot tell their house. You cannot tell where they are from. You cannot tell where they are going to. No, that is panacea for chaos and anarchy.
That is the key to insecurity. There are hundreds of thousands of people on our streets that you cannot locate. They are just tools in the hands of individuals that want to use them to wreak havoc in our society. So we have seen this thing. Unfortunately, we
Bishop,
allow it to fester. Yes, sir.
yeah, I think there is something you just hit there, because let's be contemporary. Look at those people now who kidnapped the Adelabu lady.
Yeah.
I mean, mentioning their name, you can deduce at least this must be from Ondo State. This must be from Ogun State person,
Yeah.
that name. But all these terrorists, these bandits, Bear Ibrahim Sokoto, Bear Katangura Abdullahi, they just don't have anywhere. So I'm questioning the Nigerian thing now, honestly.
We have been
Baba,
asleep.
Yeah?
Baba,
Yeah.
but I don't know if I'm coming heard. I think there's locals as well involved, because, and then there's also, Atiku Romero, Seriake, Gambari, Kiniko. So I think there was an incident in Ogun State where the Seriake was, I think the son of the Seriake was ultimately found to have been involved in this trade. And how that came to be was that they found, I think they might have tried to track up the bag that was used to deliver some money, and they tracked it to the Seriake's residence. So either the Seriake was involved, Ogun State. So either the Seriake was involved himself or a member of his family was involved. But I think they were claiming that his son.
Is the son they are accusing. I said they didn't know. But let me take us back a little bit in Ogun State. And this, what they did today by demolishing that house, those Colombians they captured in Ogun State with those drug processing.
Are they Colombians or Mexicans?
Mexicans, Baba.
The local government chairman should be in jail. He can't tell me that kind of spread of buildings standing. He doesn't know what they are doing.
The Bale, Baba, the Bale as well should be arrested.
Bale as well. And they should demolish that place to the ground. It's still standing there today. That's the kind of country we are running. We are very careless. Very, very careless.
But Baba, that's not the first. Remember the Chinese as well, and the Chinese and the Filipino fraudsters.
Baba, I sorry. Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Go ahead.
Yes,
This idea of always demolition, can't we convert those buildings, even if it's to police station?
No.
You know why, Joel? We've had history of houses seized by government being returned back to the owner.
Okay.
20 years later. 20 years later.
Baba, I beg to differ. I don't think demolishing it. I think that's too much of a knee-jerk reaction. I want to agree with
Joel.
Mr. Joel of Nashville. A very rare agreement, but it is still very relevant, by the way. I think we are too much in a hurry to destroy. Number one, they just said that the owner of this house was not even living around. He built his house, he gave it to a caretaker or agent, and those guys rented that house about 3 months ago. So if they have been patient enough to carry out a thorough investigation, people probably would have known. Maybe they would have been fined or whatever. And also, if you seize the house and make it a vigilante, okay, in that area, create a vigilante, all these local police you want to do and give it to them, it is by the state. The owner will not come tomorrow. And if he's going to take it back, because it's already been gazetted, it has already been gazetted. It will take a very long process for you to be able to turn it back. Give it to security. Even if it's only 10 people that will be using this place, they will know that even if it is just the community village and that you give the place to, or you have been maintaining it. So every local security area, I'm paying money in like more than 4 different areas of community security. I'm donating money yearly, some monthly. And they collect money and they make it so they will put it to a more use. I think the demolishing them is too much of a reaction. It's reactionary. That's why I want to agree with that. Apart from the fact that you can discover that the man is not, the owner of the house is not even culpable. Maybe they just, take advantage of the moment to use the place. And you said something earlier on, Baba. We have
problem on our hands. Now we use this as an example. I've been trying to.
One more minute, Bishop. 1 more minute.
Yeah,
I'm going to cap it off in about 10 minutes. So after you, we have Prince and then Joel.
I will just add this last one. I mean, we have jumped from politics. Remember, said something earlier on. I was trying to battle my air condition here and there, but I've given up now, so I missed some part. I wanted to clear some land. I wanted to plant some palm trees, and I've been on it for 2 months. I was looking for labor. At some point, I was offering to pay 15,000 naira. People are not willing to work. They are not ready to work. So somebody telling you that he's into any crime or criminality because there is no work, it's a lie. People don't want to work. I offered, we started from how much? Eventually, I'll pay 15,000 naira to just clear, people are not working. I have a son that has a farm somewhere in Boko State, a yam farm, and they had to go and do something else. And he's looking for people to go and work the farm per day to pay 10,000 naira. People will come and work for 1/2 day, they will run away, they will not do. The idea that there is no work, and that's why people are going to criminality.
They want to be on the internet. They want to trend.
It's not true. We will keep complaining that Nigeria is so bad that there is no work. There are jobs for 10,000, 5,000, 8,000 per day for people to do now. They are not doing. I am an example. I've been looking for. I wanted to get just 18 acres. I wanted to plant whatever. It has been very, very difficult. So people saying that they are going into crime and criminalities because that there is no job. Do you know how much Okada people are earning today? Do you know how much Keke riders are earning today? So I think there must be a paradigm shift. We must change our. Okay, Ogasa, I surrender.
All right, thank you. It's only that I have to go in a minute, and others have not spoken. But thank you, Bishop. So to Joel, Prince, and Omar Tata. So I'm going to have to push you a little bit. We'll still carry on in the background, though, but I may have to end the live stream because I have to go to bed, and none of my co-hosts are here. So Prince, we go with you first. So Prince, let's hear from you. Prince.
Yeah, hello, Omar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, probably going to take like a couple of minutes. I don't. What's my question? Oh, yeah, I heard you say that Dele Momodu wants to be Atiku's VP. How serious is that? And also, what's the other question? Seriake Dickson. I don't know that guy, quite frankly. Who is he? And what's his background?
To be honest with you, I never really knew him as well until he came into play, But
who is that?
Seriake Dickson.
You guys.
I think he was the former governor of some obscure.
So Baba, don't stress yourself. Let me do the honors. So Seriake Dickson was a young man that was a member of AAC, or is it AG, or whatever you want to call them, the Tinubu's party at the inception in 1999. I think he was he was a legal advisor in that party then in Bayelsa. He then went on, he then went on to be a commissioner, I think of justice, commissioner for justice in Bayelsa, and then went on to be the governor in Bayelsa. Two-time governor, is now the senator representing in Bayelsa, I think Bayelsa Central anyway, the same constituency where the former president, where the former president comes from. So he's quite an individual. He's Ijebu through his mother's side, and is from Bayelsa, as one man has mentioned, through the paternal side. So quite an interesting character, a very staunch, very fierce individual.
Okay, thanks, Ara. So one man, Dele Momodu wants to be the Atiku's VP. So are you saying there's no opportunity or chance for, what do you call him, our friend, former Minister of Transportation,
sorry, I made you rather no Wiki. I think he may well be rejecting it. This is not just me speculating. I don't know anything to that effect, but I think he may well be rejecting it Because certainly Dele Momodu is jostling to be Atiku's running mate.
That'd be fascinating. Lastly, I think Bishop and Bala was not around. I think it was yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, when our friend Mike was proposing that in order to curb this insecurity in Nigeria and in the country, that we should have a rewards program for people that turn in terrorists, or people that what do you call it? Yeah, turn in terrorists that are known by the state. For example, if they are able to determine that a terrorist having the person's information, the picture, whatnot, and they say, hey, we're looking for this guy. Anyone that is able to turn this guy in and his accomplices gets what, 100 million naira. Okay. So my question is, if we implement, or if the government pursues such a program in Nigeria, what would you think would that be, number one, be an effective program? And what would you think would be the state of insecurity in that country in terms of terrorism and kidnapping? Would it increase, or would it actually decrease as a result of the program? Bishop or Baba can answer that question if you don't mind.
Baba, you there? I know I have my name, but I missed the last part of it because I was really
Exactly.
straining.
Same here.
I was really straining to hear what I really missed.
Bishop Baba, Mike mentioned the bounty system.
Yes. Good.
Mike mentioned the bounty system.
I was listening that day. But that's
He was just asking how viable it is.
it's not viable.
And
you, Prince Daddy, you even answered it well using that Indian what happened in India during the British rule in India, where they had problem of cobra biting people a lot, and they said, kill a cobra, come and collect some money. And when they started killing cobras and collecting money, what the Indians did was started breeding cobra to sell to the British. So it was endless, and they discovered that these cobras, they don't end, or what is happening. Then they discovered that the Indians themselves started breeding cobras to sell. So what we are saying in essence is, when you start paying people 100 million for doing away with one terrorist or the other, then brothers will start killing brothers and claiming they are terrorists.
That's
it doesn't even make sense, to be honest. Paying people, because especially a country like Nigeria will take the piss out of the whole system if they start doing that, because
exactly to that point.
That's just how Nigeria is. But me, I would just suggest, instead of paying that money, just buy the police a proper car, give them a better training, on how to police, and, build up proper police stations, with the cell, clean up the cell area.
Yeah, sorry, one man, natural, I've forgotten his name now. Rational, he can supervise on your behalf.
Yes, I was just waiting
Rational mind can do that.
Yeah, I was just waiting for a pause in the conversation to ask it.
Okay. Rational mind, take over.
Rational mind called same rational mind about another one.
One man,
you don't have two rational
I'll call you
minds.
tomorrow, hopefully, or before the week runs out.
All right, that would be great.
I salute everyone.
Rational mind, surely take over. I was just about to bail. Surely take over.
I'm driving one man. I'm driving.
Okay. All right, carry on.
I thought Simba was here.
No. Simba said he's too busy with work.
If he's on the platform now, you can leave it for him, even if he's driving, not so that he can bring people in.
Well, we can actually continue. Either Rational Mind or Simba will be on the standby. I have a few more things to share. Woman, you can shut us down and go. Leave us in the background.
All right. But I want everybody to have spoken, because, like Joel, he's been waiting for a while. So
okay.
After Prince Daddy, then Bishop, Omar Tata, then Rational Mind. Prince, back to you.
Yeah, to wrap it up, I think I take Baba's position. I think, just like Simbad said a couple of days ago, if you make a proposal, you have to think about the practicality of such a proposal in the context, in this case, in Nigeria that you were talking about. It's not as easy as Mike made it sound. In fact, I believe that the people in power, be it the military or police, will take over the entire supply chain of terrorism, whereby they will create the terrorists, they will create the insurgency or whatever, the bombing and the tying, and they will arrest the people and they will collect the money. I think, yeah, Michael is way off the left field on that proposal. Anyways. Yeah, thanks, woman. Let our friend Joel take over. Thanks.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Prince. So, Prince, thank you for the wait as well. I know, so I have to be a bit more structured in the way I do things sometimes. But let's go on to Joel of Nashville, the inimitable one of one, and thank God for that. Joel, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Please like, share, and subscribe. A plea to my fellow obedience. Every day I walk into this show, I'm in Damascus. I am that Paul, and a few of us on this show, we're that Paul that always come to that always in Damascus.
Joel of Nashville.
When I look at the comment section,
behind the enemy lines, Avi.
Joel of Nashville. I'm sorry, but let me button for a second. Is there still anything like obedient?
You say?
Is there still anything like obedient?
Oh, we full ground now.
I like your spirit. Never seen that. You are not giving up. But obedient,
we are the only. The fact is this, right? The issue is this, my brother.
But,
the thing is
Bishop,
this.
I heard of an obedient in the history books. I think that's where they live now, in the history books.
Love that.
It's okay. It's all right. But please, my fellow obedience, please come and support us on this show, especially in the comment section. Kick butt if you have to kick butt, and subscribe if you have to. One man. The Dickson situation is one that has to do with, absolute power corrupted absolutely. A man whose party is only 3 months old, and you had this battalion of people coming into your party, two groups that are far older than your party, tested and trusted in elections. One has, in the last elections, over 6 million. The other one has 1.something million. You have not tested your party. These guys have done it with different parties. And you're telling them to submit all their monies to you, to your party, for what? You see, that's the thing about Nigerian politicians. He's about to blow it up as well, like Abure. Why would he be dragging any percentage with Kwankwaso in Kano? Yes, I now understand that those that came into the party through Labour Party, especially the senators, and probably they got their automatic tickets. But why would you drag anything with Kwankwaso in Kano? You see, that's the thing. When people are unable to manage power and fame, this is the result. But anyway, it does not matter how he feels. I know the obedience. Anyway, we've given him reply. We've given them the reply we have to give them. I made a donation yesterday on PVC registration. I'm not going to NDC to do it. After all, I'm still a member, legally, a member of ADC. I have not resigned my party membership from ADC. But I'm still supporting Peter Obi. and every obedient that are in NDC. So what is he talking about? He does not even know the source of those monies. So I think he should just take his time, do his thing, appreciate what God has done for him, allow these guys, because these guys are the people, they come in with the numbers. Give them reasons to go out to the ballot paper and to the ballot boxes and do the job. How can I be campaigning for someone from NDC and I don't even know? But I mean, if you put something, if an Aisha was on the ballot, I have something to look forward to. But anyways, I guess most Nigerian politicians are not smart. Most of them are greedy. But I hope he retracts his steps. Because the threat from Kwankwaso, which I don't know, I don't think it's been confirmed because I saw a post about 2 hours ago on his strides in, I think it was in Kogi State. So he's working, he's doing a good job in the north. And for someone here that said that Kwankwaso is not doing anything in the north, probably I might have to refer you to his outing yesterday or 2 days ago in Yobe. It's going to be an interesting election, but it will be foolhardy for anyone to start thinking that, you know, some people would not make it or some people might make it. The only person that has something to be judged on is Tinubu. Every other person is like aspiring. But Tinubu has a record to be judged on. And that is what we are looking at. So do not come on the show to, you know, downplay or trying to say that and Duke, it's demeaning for Duke to run with Obi. I mean, those are callous statements. How many elections have Duke won after he finished as the governor of Cross River? If it is, go run them. Sometimes we just look at, you know, someone came out without no structure and got 6 million votes. And some people are still asking how, you know, he's not going to, I mean, you can downplay, you can, you know, try to psychologically, you know, bring down these guys, but don't make it like talk as if it's a fact. It's no fact. On the next thing I want to talk about is on the issue of Kachala Atiku and his search for a VP. It's interesting. Rotimi Amechi, I don't want to say anything about it, but any day Amechi takes that VP position, then I will lose my entire respect for Amechi. Because he's one guy that, you know, that have always spoken about Southern presidency. So I think it would be foolish of him to take up that position. Okonjo-Iweala has a more important position. So I don't think she is going to be out there. Ihedioha, I think his best bet will be the governorship of Imo State. If he goes in for the VP, he loses everything. Which leaves us with Beleface Momodu and Lokwasho's Kenneth Okonkwo. I think that are the two viable candidates for Atiku. He can choose one of them, and I wish him the best. But I know that any Southerner that votes Atiku is a fool. I don't care what you're thinking.
Sorry, Prince. Make that choice for him, Joel. Make that choice for him between those two that you just stated.
For me, Dele Momodu spent 10 million the last time and he was crying. I think, or 50 million. And he spent his first 10 million and he was crying. I don't know if he still has money. Kenneth Okonkwo is only just mouthy. He has no base, no nothing. He tried to be, I think, the governor in 2019, and it was Olule. So, but I will go with Dele Momodu.
No,
You know,
I think that would be the wrong choice. I think if he goes with that, Kenneth Okonkwo will be an inspired choice. I think.
what is look what
Because
see
he has the eloquence and he's from the southeast.
Are you being sarcastic now?
what about look, what about see what about both of them?
Okay.
Both of them. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Dele Momodu will lose his polling booth to Tinubu in his village, even in his household.
Yeah,
I
agree with that.
Will lose his polling booth and everything, including himself, to Peter Obi in the southeast. So let's be clear.
Okay, Joel, 1 second, please. Joel, Mr. Hypocrite, you were, if I'm not mistaken, you were not too long ago. You were more than happy for Peter Obi to settle for a VP position if he didn't get his presidential ticket. Were you not?
For who? Me. One man, please play the tape. Play the tape for President. I think you'll be stupid. President, what's wrong with you tonight? Are you on some tequila or something? What's going on tonight?
No, it's a simple question. I think I've heard you say that you're more than happy for Obi to be a VP.
I said it. No. I said, my brother. I said it on this show. I said instead of Atiku winning in 2027.
Not today. I'm not talking about today at all. I'm talking about maybe a couple of months ago, a few months ago. Not right now. Not right now. When everything was on the shaky ground, I think you were more than happy or ready to throw it out.
No, I never. No, how would I, as an obedient? They will as an obedient. They will cost me out. How would I say that? Peter Obi is too big for anybody's VP as it stands today. It's just like you saying Tinubu should be a VP to somebody. How? He cannot be a VP to Atiku. My own thing is just this, right? If it was the turn of the North, then we have a different ballgame. And he did it in 2019. But in 2023, it was the turn of the South. If Atiku had any sense in him, he would have supported a Peter Obi in 2023. This 110 thing they are talking about, he could have supported him in 2023 and see how he goes. Maybe by 2031 or 2027, if the agreement goes through, then probably he will take the mantle of leadership. But his ways has been so. What people did for him, he couldn't do for others, and that's the difference. There's the clear difference between a Tinubu and Atiku. Lastly, the master strategist could not stop Obi from being on the ballot. So that strategy failed. But my advice to Mr. Strategy, the drug is sitting in Aso Rock, is that he should find every way possible with his Wike and everybody to make sure that Atiku does not come and Atiku is not on the ballot. There's a reason why. If Atiku is on the ballot, it will be very hard for Tinubu to win the next election because of his rejection in the North. But if Atiku is not there, they might still play the religious card and might still get some vote from the North. But as it stands today, if he is the real master strategist, I would say Bala should win that case.
Shouldn't you pray for that? Shouldn't you pray for that? Because that makes it easier for Peter Obi to win.
Go ahead.
One more minute, Joel. 1 more minute. Take that.
I am done. One man, I'm done.
Let me just quickly chip in something for Joel of Nigeria. Joel of Nigeria, I think that Tinubu's rejection in the North exists only in your imagination.
It's okay.
Unfortunately, hold on. Let me land. That's not where I'm going. Unfortunately, somebody said something about you. I mean, you are proudly obedient. So out of respect for you, I will consider to you. Somebody said something sometimes ago. It seems like an honest, innocent proclamation that obedience create a scenario in their head and they begin to celebrate it.
Okay.
I can assure you, I said to one man here a couple of weeks ago
that Tinubu will not win less than 10 states in the north. Tinubu will perform better in the north in 2027 than he did in 2023. Just go and write it down. So this idea that Tinubu is rejected in the north, whether with or without Atiku, Tinubu is going to make his way. And you'll be shocked. And I said here also, and I want it to be on record, that Tinubu will score the mandatory 25% in all the southeast states. And you, in particular, were the one that told me it's never going to happen. Tinubu will score that 25%. Look, I really would long to. We'll see who laughed last.
You want us to bet on that?
I am willing. I'm very ready to. Let's see. I don't know how much you want to bet. I'm very ready.
I'm not saying don't support the candidate that you want to support. It's all well and good because we can all sleep and put our head the same way. You understand? But what I don't like is being delusional, and it's okay to have hope. And I think studying the people that like Obi to be their president, they are very, 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 very emotional. And it's as if they don't understand the Nigerian politics. And every 4 years.
Sorry, Omar Tata. The floor is now yours, so you have about 4 minutes. So just carry on as well.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. So it's as if they don't understand the Nigerian politics. Like the trick, they get the politicians use this every 4 years. It's like when the first election happened in 2023, and then they were all saying, "Oh, we'll be win 25% here, 25% there, 25% here, and then 25%, and then he will become the president." And I'm like, you guys don't understand Nigerian politics, because if you do, it doesn't work like that, So not until the election held and they said Tinubu won, and somebody that came third said he won the election. You understand? It's just that delusional aspect of it that you don't understand, and it's very emotional. Like, you so much want change to come to Nigeria, and you think this is the right man for it. The same man that went to, I don't have anything against, this guy, but it's just the hypocrisy, that is going on in this guy, the same guy that went to the European Parliament that was telling the Europeans that you don't know Africa. Like, is the guy delusional himself? Because the Europeans that colonized, that did the Berlin Conference, that colonized Africa, that knows African terrain, that divided you guys along borderlines, made my own people, my own Yoruba people to become French, and some parts to become English. You understand? Like, they understand the terrain, and you're going there to tell them that they don't understand Africa. Like, you must be very, very, out of your mind to be saying things like that.
It's not saying that they should see Africa differently. It's not saying that they don't know Africa. He's saying that they should see Africa. No, don't quote him wrongly. And it is right. And you might even look at it from the generational aspect of it. You might be saying this, and the people you should be looking at are the older generation. This new generation we have today, they don't read. They don't read. They don't know nothing. Come to the street of America and ask them about Africa. These are the people you're talking about. These are the people that will occupy positions of power tomorrow. They don't know anything about us. So please, let's please.
They do. If you're going to, there are certain positions to ascertain in that kind of height politics when you're in America or in Britain or in Europe. You will have to know. You will brief. Tom, Dick, and Harry don't just get positions in the Western world just like you think. These people are prepped, they are groomed for that position. It's not like Nigeria, whereby somebody from that's the way they went to now and bring Buhari from Daura and say it's the man of corruption. It doesn't work like that in the Western world. They do things, pre-planned. They don't do things anyhow and say, oh, just because we just go and bring it to the floor. Everything they do is all been planned for years, centuries. The next governor or the next president or the next prime minister, whatever, it's been planned. You understand? It's within the circle of the circle. So we'll be going there to tell them, we know you guys don't. It just, to me, it just sounds like a baby that wants to be spoon-fed and all that stuff, right? If this guy is so popular, you understand, and is so good in politics, why doesn't he have his own party? I mean, sowore where to go and start his own party now, right? So why can't Obi start his own party? Why is he jumping around from party to party to party to party? It shows that he doesn't even know what to do.
We tried to open up a party and they refused. That's the point. You can also see that DLA, hold on please, DLA and NDC came in through the courts. They have refused, the Tinubu government have refused to register new political parties. So why are we acting so ignorant, like we don't know what's going on in Nigeria? We tried to a party, even two of them, and they did not. We always acting like we don't know what's going on in Nigeria. They refuse to restart them.
So if you know what is going on in Nigeria, why are you wasting everybody's time and saying this guy is going to win the election when you know what's going on in Nigeria? So it's basically, you're just wasting everybody's time by saying, oh, this guy is going to win and this and then. Everybody, like, he doesn't even care about his follower. Look at Aisha Yusuf, that's rooted for him and everything. That one cannot even get a ticket. So how is this guy going to carry a nation, when he doesn't even show loyalty to his own people?
He's
and all
extremely
that stuff.
selfish. He's an extremely
Very,
selfish,
very
idiot.
selfish guy.
That's why all his commissioners, all his aides in Anambra State, none of them is running around him. Dara.
They are. It's only you.
Sorry, Joel. Omar Tata, you have 4 more minutes. After Omar Tata, it will be Rational Mind. And then after Rational Mind has spoken, I'll shut it down. I'm going to drop and bring Remy up. I'll be in the background, but after Rational Mind, I'll shut it down. The Super Tata of the day was Ayo. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Omar Tata.
Yeah, Omar Tata, before you come in, let me debunk Jewel of Nashville. I don't know. Obi never tried to register a political party. No, don't let anybody fool you. He himself is on record to always say that Obedient Movement is not a political party. Let's scrap that, okay? Please.
So sorry, Omar Tata. Try and keep within that 4 minutes because I may not be able to come back up to push you. Huh?
One man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll round up.
Hello, can I get something, one man, before you go?
Yeah.
Are you leaving right now? Is that what you're trying to do?
No. I'm going to come off the stage, go to bed, and then I'll wait for you to speak, and then I'll shut it down, and then you guys can continue in the background.
Okay. Because I just something I wanted to say before you go, but it's okay. Maybe some other
Oh,
time.
all right. Say it now.
Well, I mean, I just want to greet you. I know it's been a while. It's been a while. First of all, let me greet Babachir Lawal. Not to be right.
I salute you, Tojo Metao. Alafia.
So I just want to say hi to you and and everybody. Actually, I'm just staying here, waiting here before I enter somewhere here. So if the other person is going for 4 minutes, let it be 4 minutes because I have to leave pretty soon. That's what I want to say.
All
right.
Thanks.
Yeah. So basically, this guy, people that you should, bring together that, actually care about you. You just left everybody and then you just chose your own ambition. And for someone like that to want to rule Nigeria, you have a lot of work to do. And all that time that he's using to parade and go to the EU Parliament and go to this place abroad and all those things to be lobbying them, because for you to get to the EU Parliament, you must have lobbied, a couple of millions of, dollars or something like that to get the attention. It's not easy getting an attention of the EU people to come and sit and, what he went to do there doesn't help Nigeria at all. If anything, you're telling them to come again and come and do what they did in Berlin, in Berlin conference again. And we're trying to run away from that. So to me, it's just like when you look at Tinubu and you look at the other people that are contesting, like Tinubu is going to beat this guy hands down. These guys are not even organized. They don't have loyal people around them, and they're just selfish. running after their own ambition and jumping from one place to another. And then you're saying Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is only popular in Kano, you know, where he used to be the former governor. Apart from that, like, do you really think people in the southeast or the south or the southwest will really go for this guy like that? You know? So, I mean, let's not be delusional. Let's just, you know, wake
My
up
brother,
and see.
let's meet at the polls. I think you're being too fast. Let's meet at the polls. Obi is this. Kwankwaso is that. Let's meet at the polls. Don't worry about it. If we are delusional, the polls will say it. You understand me? The only thing that we are telling you is that in 2027, the rigging you guys did in 2023, it's not going to be possible, because the only way Tinubu can win election in 2027 is through rigging. And we're trying to tell you that there's no problem. We are nothing. There's no problem. I like that. We are the underdogs. Don't worry. Let's meet at the polls. Thank you.
So this is the same thing that he said 2023. Let's meet at the polls. We'll do this, we'll do that. And when it came out, the guy came out and cried on television, and he's going to cry the second time. But all these let's meet at the polls and all these things. Someone that wants to win, you don't have time to be going to other people's country to be telling them about Nigeria. Like, what's your plan? What are your plans? What are your agenda for Nigeria? You have nothing. Like, you should be countering things and saying, look, this is what we're going to do. This is our agenda. This is what we have for Nigeria. You're not saying that. You're just running helter-skelter to try to lobby for foreign people to intervene and all that stuff. And the person you're dealing with is not a soft jelly. It's a very, very tough cookie, and you cannot win him. You didn't win him when he wasn't in power. Now you want to win him when he was in power. I mean, let's not just be. I know you're very emotional. You want change, drastic change, and you think this person will bring it. I'm telling you right now, hypothetically, even if Obi was to be the president, Obi cannot do anything. Look at how he's criticizing the Fulani people. How he's been for the Fulani people now, and speaking for the Fulani and saying Fulani people this, that. You cannot even come out boldly to condemn some of the terrorist attacks that they've been doing. So it shows that this guy gets.
Brother, my brother, I think what you're saying is you're being disingenuous. That is so wrong. What he's saying is simple. That we cannot, put everyone in the same basket. Look at what was going on in Lagos State. Some people wanted to travel, being Fulani. So people say they're not going to travel with them. What is wrong with that?
Why are you taking this bait? These guys are baiting you, and you're just falling for all this crap.
No. See, they say these things, and people listen to them, and that's the reason why I try to debunk them.
So many topics. We don't even know what is even holding on to. You said in one breath, this guy hates Fulani. Now you're talking about, he said something. What are you talking about, dude? I mean, when you guys don't have anything to say, that's how you just come here, you just spew out this.
Just keep rambling. That's why I call it Damascus. They keep rambling. What he's saying is simple. I am an Igbo man, and I know what these stereotypes have done to my tribe. And this is what he's trying to tell you. On this show, anything that happens in the South is dead. Kidnappers, they say, IPOP. Is that no stereotype? So please let us look at what someone says, look at the facts, and apply wisdom where necessary. Not just talk because we want to.
I'm at the time. Can I quickly chip in just for 1 second, and then I'll be out just for 1 minute?
All right, cool.
I think when we look at the context of what is happening in the Yoruba land today, the Yoruba people have a right to profile anybody they suspect, because we are very liberal people, and we have seen that a lot of bandits from Chad, Niger, Cameroon, Sudan have already all over Yoruba land. And the Yoruba people know where they are, and they started profiling them, arresting them. You can't blame them for that. That is a society. That is a culture that they know they have to take a proactive action. They don't need to wait for the government to come and liberate them. Security starts from people. And what they are doing, I supported it 100%. Thank you.
Excuse me, Remy. Before you speak, hold on.
Guys, I need to go. I need to go because I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
One man said you only have 4 minutes. I think your 4 minutes already expired. I know people rejected you. I need to go myself too. Can anyone hear me? I don't know. Hello?
We are hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, someone just came here and tell us that we need to profile. Yes, we need to profile. We should have done that a long time. But your so-called Yoruba champion, this is one in the Aso Rock there. You had it when Papa Shorty daughter was killed. And he said, where are the cows? Where are the Fulanis? That's what she was saying back then. And then we're finding out that the Mofo just said that just so as to get into power. And we can see he's even clueless as to how to resolve the matter. Even the denial of the killings around the country, having to go to the point of having to pay lobbyists here in the United States. So that's you get your answer. So don't come here and tell us because now your tribesman is there now, just as the other one that was there before, the Bubu that was there. You see, some of you Yorubas, you just like to do this your tribalism and everything. You bring it here, and who is Tinubu? Tinubu is just for himself. Don't bring Yoruba race. Don't bring the Yoruba ethnicity into this matter. Like I say, because of Tinubu is there now, we have to start profiling everybody. When we suggested that at the beginning, when Aketi, when he was there, when he was alive, other states they were starting Amotekun. Did he allow Amotekun in Lagos State? Now suddenly now you want us to be profiling the Fulanis. You see, these people.
There's evidence that Tinubu supported Amotekun.
Going into some kind of a conversation with you guys because the way you people reason sometimes, I just wonder what
you cannot have conversation with yourself. You just threw something down now. The Tinubu support Amotekun 100%. Evidence show.
Where did he support Amotekun? Where
is the evidence that he did not support Amotekun? I can provide you with three.
Why did they create it in Lagos?
Because there was no need for it. We already have neighborhood work. Hold on. Let me answer you now. Let's have the conversation. You cannot be having a conversation with yourself. Rational mind. You cannot be having a conversation. Let me answer you. You have just thrown something out. Now, let me answer you in 30 seconds. Let me answer you in 30 seconds. Tinubu, there is evidence.
You said the same thing.
Hold on now. Oh my goodness. Okay, I give up.
Go on.
I want to say I can provide you with evidence. Interviews granted. I can provide you. Interviews granted. It is there. It's available.
Where now? Don't tell me it's available. Where? When did Tinubu support it?
When that time now, during the Amotekun.
And I will provide you evidence of why did they support it.
Please, let's do that.
Okay.
Can you?
Why you guys go and fish out the video? Let
me conclude, please. Let me conclude. I just need to conclude. So, we've had people here saying this and that. For me, I just don't see Tinubu having any pathway to victory in this coming election, except they've already what they set in motion. They've already said that the INEC official could decide to allow anybody to bring exercise book and just put biro on his thumbprint and then put it. As long as he write INEC there, my ballot box, they can allow him to put it inside the ballot a ballot paper. They can allow him to stuff it into the ballot box, meaning you can you can go and buy akara or moi. You use the paper, put your thumbprint on it, and you say don't vote. Because that's what is in their electoral, the new electoral act that they said they signed into law. So we know all the gimmicks they've been playing. This is the same person that was saying that he had 11 million voters in their primaries. Where are the 11 millions they're talking about? So you see, all these things that Tinubu has been doing just to create the illusion that is popular. This guy is not popular. If you listen, I listened to what's his name today. What's this man? This Ovation guy. I listened to him, and he was talking about. Which I kind of I agree with him in his submission on what he said. That Tinubu has no pathway, just the same way that Arufai himself said it. Tinubu has no pathway to victory. He's not going to win his election, except what is already set in motion, not wanting to use fear. They don't wanting to use the beavers to accredit anybody. You can go there and just say you want to vote and you vote. Bring any ballot paper, you can stuff into. You can bring any ballot paper, you can stuff into the ballot box. These are all the things they put in. They set in motion. I don't know why the political parties are not protesting these things. Just so there'll be clarity on that. That no, you cannot do that. Anybody cannot just bring any ballot papers and say he wants to stuff into the box.
You are using this platform to misinform and disinform people rationally, and I think we have gone beyond that level. I think these are conversations.
Now, what is it now?
Hold on now. Let me say what I want to say. Let me chip in now. I mean, people chipped in when I was talking. I think our conversation on this platform is a public discourse. I think we've advanced beyond people just coming to have this kind of emotional ranting. That is not, that is not rooted in any, it's not based on any factor, it's not rooted in any. But you have said something that you just want to come with ballot with akara paper and meme paper and just that. These things are not rooted in any, there's no fact.
Now, give me the
whatsoever.
forget all this, you're going round and round.
I'm not going round. I'm saying you are.
Give me where is it not? Where is it
not? Where is it not?
You said what?
Where is it not what?
I said that in the Electoral Act, the new one you signed, that a polling officer can allow somebody to vote if there's not enough, you do not have enough ballot paper. You can just bring any ballot paper.
That is a lie now. That is a complete. I don't want to use the word.
It's a lie.
What you are saying?
It's a lie. Is that what they're saying?
Yes. What you are saying is blatant.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what?
Rational mind will change.
Hey, please. I'm not here for that kind of change for what.
You are not here for what? You are not here from just spreading this faceless. What are you talking about? You have not changed from sharing and confidently spewing this.
What am I spewing? Dude, what are you talking about?
What you are saying.
Are you telling me that it's not there in the Electoral Act that they just signed into law?
That is, there's no more ballot paper. Anybody can come with what? Okay. Which section of the Electoral Act?
I'll bring you all the fact when I start come here again.
Can I come in?
In conclusion,
you are welcome.
In conclusion, for me, it's just I don't see any pathway for Tinubu to come to victory. I mean, to win his election. Because we see in the election, when it comes in every indices, he has failed. Security, he has failed. In economy, even the so-called whatever you people throw about, your figure that you throw about, I don't see how that translates into the lives of the common man. The common man is just, everybody's lamenting in that country.
Mr. Russell,
telling me that macro.
Okay,
so because everybody's lamenting in the country, sorry. What's he going to do different?
Apparently, you've not been listening to the guy because you only want to listen to one thing.
Because he's not been saying anything.
He just said something a while ago that shows that you are not listening. You just want to listen to criticize. He was talking to an audience.
You have the floor.
What is going on here now? I have the floor now. Remy, I have the floor.
Okay. Why? Conclude.
So a while ago, you were saying that he went for the European Union or European Commission. He was saying to them that, you don't know Africa. Yeah, there's a context to what he said. But you come here, you just spin the whole thing, like make it look like I see the guy was an idiot in what he's saying.
No, that speech he gave was very good speech. Actually.
Well, in your own APC mind now, that's how you people reason.
You guys have to listen to that speech. He gave a very good speech at the European Union.
If you say that's a very good speech, then I can't help you because you're being very emotional. Because if you're telling me
again, you see, this is
not being emotional. I like to be objective.
People come here, you use this word. Emotional.
I know that Tinubu is going to win the election, right? But you give credit to where credit
buzzword. This buzzword you people always. I heard it go. I mean, a while ago you used it. This is our friend here from Ibadan here. He said use the word. Well, but you know, man, shape with this emotion, the man throw around like I see.
Yeah, there's no
emotional here. We're talking about a country. They're telling me I'm being emotional.
Mr. Rational,
don't you have enough vocabulary to use?
Mr. Rational,
what is emotional about this?
If you're being emotional, when they ask,
go and sit down. This is emotional. You're throwing about like I think. What are you talking about? You can't talk about the country. You're telling me I'm emotional about the country?
When people came out and talked about, we should start trading with one another, and the lady asked him, "Why haven't you started it?" And he did his arm like this. What kind of answer is that?
Dude,
Was the president's answer like that?
I'm not a fanatic when it comes to Obi. I know Obi talks crap sometimes. I mean, I will tell you where some of the things he said. And I've been saying it many times on this platform. I said that guy needs some people to guide him. This is manner of always wanting to answer every question and act as if he's some kind of a guru. He needs to tame that. He needs to sit down and get his facts. I mean, get his things right. I mean, I watched the one he did here in America. Was it in New York? When he was just, I mean, he could not even really answer some question that was thrown at him. So I'm not saying he's a guru or he's some kind of a genius when it comes to the way he answers questions. So I've said it many times here. He needs to go get some training in public speaking. I mean, try to if you can't answer a question, make it know that you cannot answer that question. Not every question you have to take. But I would say Obi is better than your Tinubu a million times.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm not disputing the fact that you're saying Obi is better than Tinubu, which is okay. Everybody has their own opinion. But what I'm saying is, when push comes to shove, and we want to win election in Nigeria, Obi is delusional, and his followers too are very delusional. That's what I'm saying. Because they're being emotional, and everybody that say, "Oh, they want."
This is emotional. Like
no, because you are because the thing is here. Obi followers of Obi cannot have a basic of
you are not emotional.
I'm not like. No, if I was emotional, I'll be on top of my voice shouting and everything. I mean, I've been talking about people have been cutting me in and saying stuff, and I've not been pissed off about it. You know, but if you are on a platform where is 100% of people, if they're going to attack you left, right, and center, and be doing kumbaya and Lord, let's us hold down. You know, we are going to win. You know, it's like a circus of delusional people with no real ambition, no real pathway to say, okay, this is what we want to do for Nigeria. You know, you guys don't have any people with experience. What do you have to have experience?
Kwankwaso. You've not been listening to me. It's okay. I'll just leave it at this. Maybe some other time when I come here, we can have this.
No, you're saying you're representing Obi. Tell me what Obi has for Nigeria.
You've not been listening to the guy. You've not been listening to the guy.
Yeah, but you tell me you're following him, right? You're a follower now. Tell me what he has.
I'm not your regular follower like your APC.
Yeah, but you're following. Wait, hold on a second. You want Obi to win the election. Tell me what he has for Nigeria. Tell me.
Go and listen to some of the things he has said.
I should go and listen to him. You cannot tell me. So then that means. Look, let me tell you something.
You really care?
Of course I care. Of course I care. Because he wants to be the president now. Why would I care?
I think you're a new voice. Yeah, I think you're a new voice.
Let me tell you something here.
That was why I won't stop by. Apparently, you're not Look,
let me tell you something. You have to be logical. Look, let me tell you something. You have to be when it comes to Nigerian elections, Nigerian politics, you have to be logical and be factual. And just look at the thing on ground and say, look, we don't have. Let me tell you something. It's just like now. It's just like
hell on hell. You're telling me.
It's just like now with the insecurity. We know that the government is in cahoots, and the government agency are not doing what they need to be doing. We understand that. We can see it on ground. We're not being delusional about that. But when it comes to the movement of this Obi and all the stuff saying Obi for president, I'm like, what has this guy got to offer? And the people around him are dropping like flies, and he's not even holding anybody's hands and saying, "Come on, these are my people, let's go." Ordinary Aisha Yusuf was crying for a ticket, and she couldn't get it. And a small thing when they do that one way, she don't talk politics now. She don't see how politics they cry. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Look.
I heard when you said that. That tells you that it's not your regular Babachir. It's not like that. It's different from your
Well, it's not your regular Babachir. It doesn't have to be.
Hold on.
But you go with, you don't leave people that are your diehard. You don't leave people that are your diehard supporter and leave them to rot it. And then you're going everywhere, and then you're not coming out to want to collect the sympathy of the Fulani people. I'm being nice to them.
You just keep dancing around topics. Can we talk about one thing for just talk about?
Can you guys let other people speak? Let me make my own submission.
You just talk about. Hold on, I'll let you talk. You just said now that it did not work for this lady to get a ticket. Why would he do that? It's not your regular Babachir. Let the democratic process take its toll, and it happens.
So if you want democratic process to take it, why is it going for consensus? Why is it going for consensus in the NDC? Why can't he allow people to vote? To why is he seeking for a straight presidential ticket?
You people don't have anything to say.
Why didn't he call for election in his own party now? He should have called for election in his own party now and see whether they will choose him.
Our friend from Finland.
They literally gave this guy the ticket to run for presidency without no people opposing it. And you're coming and tell me, say he's not Babachir, he's a political guinea. Why did Obi do the same thing that everybody is doing? To vote. Let's vote and see who wants to be the presidential candidate, the flag bearer. Why was he handed to you on a platter of gold? Because if you're talking and you're saying he's not like we must respect democratic process. Let me tell you something here. You guys are not different from what the politics Tinubu is playing. You're not different from the politics Tinubu is playing. You're not different from the politics Atiku is playing. You are all the same thing. You play the same politics that Tinubu is. In fact, what you're condemning Tinubu for, you guys are doing it.
Can I make my?
And you are going to do worse when it comes to election. You're still NDC will still bribe people to vote. So don't come here and tell me that and say and be talking as if the movement is a saint movement. That you guys are not, you are following due processes, you are very democratic and all that stuff. No, this is Africa. There ain't nothing about democracy or whatever this thing. Anybody that gets and the thing is, Obi doesn't want to fight. Obi does not want to fight. He doesn't have the balls to fight. Obi doesn't have the balls to fight. He's going everywhere. He's going everywhere in Europe, going to the white man to save him. He's going everywhere to asking the white man to save him. But he doesn't understand that he has to have an agenda. He has to have an agenda so his people can see and then they can help him. But he doesn't have no agenda. He doesn't have any plan. He's a very selfish man. You know,
one second.
Who is Obi's day one that is with him now? Who is Obi's day one?
What is that? What was the Aisha? Yeah, let me go ahead. Yes, yeah.
Let me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me disappear.
Okay, so let me chime in. Joel, are you still there? Joel
of Nashville is no longer here.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Joel was being arrogant, saying is an Igbo man on this platform. He forgot to mention that Rational Man is also an Igbo man. It wasn't bragging about it. So I just want to let him know. Our Igbo brother Rational Man.
This is what the thing is no, but
Igbo Rational Man.
Let me tell you something here. Honestly, if this movement were not very emotional and they came with plans here, people will actually support them. People will actually support them because
there's a guy that was interviewed by this guy that worked with former vice president. I think he has a section. He has some kind of a platform on channels. There was a guy he interviewed. What was that man? I don't know what his name. I don't know, somebody can remind me. The guy was saying something that all of us will say here on this platform, which is this Tinubu's goon. When you are a Yoruba person that doesn't support your Tinubu, they start calling him Omo Ali. You just imagine. I don't get it.
Sorry, rational mind.
Look,
Let me go ahead now. I don't know what.
let me tell you something.
Omar, I beg you, please. I only have less than 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Good morning from here. It's an opportunity to be here. I think everybody has spoken, and I think as the way it stands today, we can clearly see that the opposition did not get their hearts together. And the way they are playing their game, it clearly shows that they are not ready for the election. And when if someone comes here, I've been telling you rigging. If you're talking about rigging in Nigeria, all the political parties in 2023, they all rigged the election in their various where they are strong. That is why you will see that some people have 94 or 96% in their region. So they all rig, if you are talking about rigging. And when you talk about rigging, an average competitor will know that you give it all when you are going for an election. So don't come and be telling me that somebody is rigged better than you. Oh, so why don't you also rig better than him? So as it stands today, it clearly shows that the opposition did not get their act together because they did not form a good coalition among themselves. Even as we stand today, instead of you troubling yourself, both NDC and ADC, they still have a strong case in court. And if care is not taken, they might also be deregistered. They might not even participate in the election, and heaven will not fall. So if the court comes tomorrow and tell you that NDC was not properly registered and the INEC should deregister it, what can you do? Nothing. The same thing go for AGC. Nothing. This is not the architect of the ruling party. They bought a party. They didn't buy it rightly. And the other one did not get it registered timely. The logo was different from what they registered, from what they have now. So many things. Today, there's another court case against NDC. So what are we talking about? It's like before the election, so many things can happen. And if we are talking about the candidate, the parameter of 2023 is not in play in 2027. What happened in 2023 is it's going to be totally different from what's going to happen in 2027. Where is the momentum? Obi has that momentum among the urban youth in 2023. But can you tell me today, does he have the momentum right now? No, it's gone. It frittered them all away. And that clearly shows that if you are not hardworking, if you are an opportunist, that is what you will get at the end of the day. People will push you from left and right. It clearly shows that Dickson and Kwankwaso play Obi very well. Because when they are sharing the party structure and the party power, they share it among themselves. Kwankwaso was given the leeway to go and be picking or whatever for the whole northern part of the country. What is Obi doing? Obi did not have that kind of opportunity. And you cannot blame Dickson for saying that any donation should go to the NDC. Because from president, the last donation that goes to Obi pocket, did he give it to Labour Party? No. He's still using part of the money today.
Sorry, Remy, if Obi did not even agree to that, we all know quite clearly that Obi is selfish and he doesn't work for other people. So it wouldn't even matter. Obi is only in there for himself.
The man already shows that he does not have leadership quality from day one. So don't blame him for that. You have to blame people that are following him, thinking that they are going to use the same wave or momentum of 2023 as against 2027. They are wrong in their calculation. And mind you, when we are talking about party politics or party primaries, you need that money to grease the grassroots political party member. You cannot just go in front of them and say, oh, I'm the best man in this world, vote for it. It does not, anywhere in the world, even in the so-called America, they are what we call super delegates. So when you go to party primary, I shall think that you just think, okay, I follow, I shout online and they will just vote for me like that. No, it's not done that way. I can bet you that majority of the people that vote in Nigeria, they are not online today. They don't have the time to be going online. Majority of people that always vote in Nigeria are in the grassroots. When you look at the grassroots, you talk about welders, carpenters, market women, all of these people, they go to their daily business every day. They don't have time to be shouting Obi, Tinubu, or whatever online. They don't have the time. But when they want to talk about their local community leader or the people that is very important in their locality, they look at this grassroots politician, which Obi did not have. That is when we talk about structures. When APC is building their structure, they kept quiet. You guys are making your noise. Continue to make your noise online while they continue to penetrate. And when the result of election comes out, you now started rigging. It's not rigging. They did their homework. You'd never do any homework. You are jumping from one ship to another ship. You are jumping from one party. Within a space of 1 year, you have jumped 4 different political parties. For God's sake. Why are you doing that?
Even if on that note, and people like Rashman thinks Obi is in a much stronger position to win this election. Isn't that a comedy?
Well, I don't want to really comment too much on that, because at the end of the day, he himself knows that his chances is very slim. And to be frank, I think Kwankwaso is also playing him. Don't be surprised. Go and write it down. Don't be surprised that Kwankwaso can, in some few weeks to this time, can say, oh, sorry, I'm trying to step down to give Obi more better chance. I'm nominating ABC to be his vice presidential candidate. Don't be surprised. Because it clearly shows that once he is not on the ballot, the people in Kano, that is the strongest base, they won't accept it. And they already started burning their posters there. They already started shouting online. They already saying, no, we don't want that. And I know this is what is going to happen. So he's not on the ballot. As a VP candidate, they are not accepting it. So at the end of the day, Kwankwaso will play a smart one because he's targeting 2031. And he will tell you, well, I'm there, I supported Obi, but unfortunately, because of so many other things that we should win more votes, I think I should just step down and put another person there as the VP candidate. And that's what's going to happen in the long run. So when something like that happens, so don't be surprised. So at the end of the day, I did not see, to be frank, I did not see any pathway for Obi to win the election. I did not also see any pathway for Atiku to also win the election, because there are some gladiators. When people are coming now, like Babachir Lawal, the former grass cutter corrupt man, also telling you that Atiku did not win the primary. You know, this kind of thing is not good for a politician that is vying for the #1 position of a country. When you roll your coins, just sit down and roll your coins and look at everything on the table, and you will say, who has the momentum? Who is keeping quiet? Who is building the bricks? Which party is having this problem? Today problem, another day, another problem. The NDC you are also talking about, see a lot of constants coming now that they were shortchanged in their primaries. Do you think that is it? And those ones that are even complaining too, they thought that, okay, I don't need to get any grassroots people to support me, I will just go there. That clearly showed that political party need money to execute an election. And they will look at you. You are coming. I tell you, so how much do you donate to the party? How much do you have? Who is going to be your major sponsor?
Zero.
All of these things, Nigerians, they don't understand it, because in an election,
they think it's by being by being gentle and nice to get them votes.
So in any election, that is why you always talk about in Nigerian context, they call them Godfather. The Godfather will bring out the money to support you in anticipation of something in return, because politics is a game of interest. If you don't have the money and you think, okay, you are just popular like that, so that is exactly what is happening to Sowore. Sowore cannot speak better. He always insult people, and he does not have the Godfather. He does not have the power, the money. And in Nigeria, politics is a game of money. If you have the money, a Godfather supports you, you get there. So what Dickson is looking at is this. You come to contest. I will look at you as the leader of the party. Do you have the money? No money. Do you have the Godfather? No Godfather. So where is the party going to get the money to execute your election? And you are also not stopping. You are not even coming from state assembly election. You want to go all the way to senatorial state, where you are going to be contesting against former governors, against blue chip chairman of companies, against a lot of rich people. Come on, man. Do you think it's a cake? Go and check grassroots politics in Nigeria. You will see that even people spend money, millions, and see they cannot get the ticket. and you just come here and then just think, okay, I'll just do because I shout online, I support to be, and they just give you the ticket. It's very funny. So at the end of the day, I think nothing is going to change in Nigeria. You are still going to have your Tinubu as your president, because all those Jimmy that tell you North does not like to, that is a rule, that's a lie. Because at the end of the day, the best game the Northerner can play is to support Tinubu for 2027 and 2031. They play among themselves, and one of them will become the president. Thank you. I've stopped now.
The thing is, it's just so, like I will always say, I'm not for any political party, because none of these political party people can solve basic Nigerian people's problem. But when I remove emotion,
Tinubu can solve it, right?
no, he can't. But when I look at Obi cannot do anything.
Like to do this,
hold on a second, man. If Obi cannot, if Tinubu cannot do it, Obi cannot do anything, because he doesn't even have the capacity. He cannot even do it in his state or his local government. Now,
Tinubu cannot do it. If you say Tinubu cannot do it, fine. Those other person cannot do it.
Wait,
what does he have?
You're being emotional. I keep telling you. If you clean the tears from your eyes and face reality and look at the statistics.
What tears do you have on your eyes?
I will tell you. Right, hold on a second.
Don't come here and gaslight me.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you some. Let me tell you how a better.
Clear your tears.
Let me tell you. You're very You guys are very emotional. You don't want to face the reality. You just want to be given. You just want to be given the chicken on a plate, and then you want to eat without. You want to eat without no discomfort. Of course, I'm living in reality. And what I'm trying to tell you is, you guys don't even know what you want for Nigeria, right? You're just coming here. You're just coming here, and then what you
deny that Nigerians are suffering. You're telling me here that
okay,
is doing very well.
Tell me how Nigerians are suffering. Tell me. Because when you're saying things here, you have to break it down, and then you raise a point.
You just break down Obi's comments.
You break it. Look,
you're talking crap.
Let me tell you something. Let me give you. Let me. Well, what do you mean? That's not what he said. So he didn't. Didn't he say? Didn't Obi say that? European people does not understand Africa. Is that not what? Isn't that what he said?
He said what?
I'm not lying about that.
And what did he say?
Is that Obi said it? The European people does not understand Africa. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah, they do not. They do not.
Isn't that what Obi said?
He said that.
So what lie did I lie now about that? So what did I lie? What lie did I lie now about that? That I said he said.
Explain to you, dude. What don't you understand? You
don't understand, because I've just literally said what he said.
That's the thing. You will never understand, because that's what you people do. That's what you do. You don't understand because this is your APC.
I just told you now. I'm not APC.
In your head. And you don't want to see beyond anything.
Look, hold on a second, mate. I just said to you, I'm not APC, right? And
come on,
hold on now. I'll put my emotions aside, and I'm looking at things critically, right? And logically, right? And I'm telling you the fact. Out of all the candidates, the one that has the strongest mind and will to win the election is Tinubu. Obi does not. Atiku does. Atiku definitely not. You understand? And I don't see any other person winning it. And that's what I'm trying to say. You guys are saying Obi. Tell me, how does he want to win? You're going for championship and saying Kwankwaso is popular in the North. Like, as if say, now the North people, now only their votes. If it was only the Northern votes, why didn't Buhari win the election now? After all, he contested more than 2 times. Why didn't he win the first time? Isn't he a Northerner? And he has many votes now, right? He's popular in the North. Why did Buhari win the election the first time? Come on. So if you're telling me Kwankwaso is your strongest candidate because he's going to be okay and you're going to win the election, yeah, you must be high on pineapple juice, honestly. Because you're not being logical, you're just being emotional and saying, he's going to win the election, we're going to get rid of this guy, and we just want Nigeria to change. Tell me how Nigerians are suffering. If you tell me how Nigerians are suffering, put a plan together and then use it to counter the opposition. You don't just come here and say Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are suffering. Tell me how they're suffering so we can tackle the issue and say this is what they need to have. I could tell you how Nigeria should be run, and the common man will feel it, not all these jagbajantis that you guys are saying. The common man are people, everyday workers, that just want to go to their work, that wants a job, that wants a better healthcare, and there are people with so many other things that they could be supported with. So look at how people have done it in their own country and imitate the same. Even ordinary South Africa there, when they born their child for hospital, the child they collect what they call benefits. Ordinary for Africa there, these are the issues. These are plans where you go touch ordinary men and women for the society. Not be by bringing in one person from one place that is the one that can do it. No. You create a social system that works for Nigeria, that will work for ordinary people, not by bringing in somebody that doesn't have a plan or that cannot do anything. I, for once, don't think any of these guys have the balls to touch the common man in Nigeria. But when you're talking about winning politics,
let me tell you,
Tinubu is strongest.
Do you know that ADC does not even have candidates in all the 36 states of the country in terms of governorship, rep, and senator? They don't have the spread.
They don't.
So, and then they want to win. That is the irony of it, because at the end of the day, they are doing some by-election now. They don't even have candidates.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it all now. See this guy, the last election, if he was a hard worker, he would have built on that noise and the Labour Party. He won't be running around like headless chicken now, trying to, because to my own surprise, I was even surprised he had anything, he wanted to have anything to do with Atiku going to ADC in the first place. He's not the type that should, if he's really the Messiah, why is he going to join Atiku? And the guy is he has no solution for Nigeria. But Nigerians are so, I don't know, emotional.
Someone is saying,
think out of the box at all. Because this guy will come, condemn everything. He just keep condemning everything, but he has no solution. When they ask him solution, he will be telling you when China went to China. Something that doesn't, you can't even get what he's saying. I don't know how they want. That guy doesn't sound intelligent to me.
And this is the person that is not even old as Tinubu, but he's just
exactly. And if it's Tinubu, they will be saying, "Oh, let's go to debate." But have you even asked this guy questions? How do you intend to solve this solution? How do you intend to solve this problem? Rather, how do you intend to solve the security problem? But every ignorant people, uninformed people want to be there for no just reason, because they just want change of power. They just want Tinubu out of the place. What is Tinubu doing? What are the moves he has made? What are the policies? Where is he going to land us? Is this something we should be patient for? Because it is painstaking. We know people are struggling, but at least what is the end result of this policy? They don't want to know it. Nigerians, like all these Gen Zs that don't know anything about politics. They just want to change the president. Change. What change do you want? You want automatic? Everybody should get a job. Wake up and get a job in Nigeria. It's not possible. This is not going to do that as well. There is no way food price will go down all of a sudden. There is no way increments will be all of a sudden. Everything is step by step. And you need to understand, they don't do any research. Okay, this thing that this present government are doing, but everybody is just against. And none of them have idea of what is going on. It's whatever people like rational mind comes to say. Some of them speak. And what they say, what they hear the leaders and the politicians pushing up propaganda against the current government saying, that's what they use to tackle you. They don't have any research they've done on their own, anything to back whatever they are saying. Tell us how Obi is going to solve the nation's problem. You say you don't know, don't you listen to Obi? But the things you have listened to, you can't even say it. You didn't even remember because the man is always saying nothing. He will just be telling you when China, Malaysia did Malaysia, So what are you saying? It
He
doesn't make sense.
goes to go to Malaysia to copy their this thing, to bring it.
When China went to China, and you think what's going on here?
He's trying to run Nigeria as a business.
And
But
I said it all, to be honest, both Atiku, Obio, there is no pathway. You can't see any pathway for them to even win the election.
people are not even strong enough.
Nothing is forming up for an alliance that has come and cause commotion for APC. There is nothing for it. It's either one problem or disagreement. Nothing is working really.
You know,
And
one
the
thing that
election is
pisses
next
me
year,
off. You know,
isn't it?
you know one thing
They
that
should go and
pisses me
sit
off.
down and let the
You know
person that
what?
wants to work.
Do you know one thing that
Let's
pisses me off
focus.
about the one
Thank
of
you.
this Malaysia argument? Most Nigerians cannot go through what Malaysians went through, because it's like people forget to tell them that the man that they are talking about was ruling in Malaysia as almost as a dictator. Well, it was democratic, but a democratic dictator.
Iron fist.
For 31 years. Tinubu never do 4 years. They don't shout. The guy ruled his iron fist, like the people were being sent to jail for the smallest thing, like extreme discipline. Buhari they learn for waiting for Lee Kuan Yew hand now. Waiting Buhari do. Say now why? Now just why Lee Kuan Yew Buhari do. That was extreme like that. So I don't know why people are just like Malaysia.
The thing is, if Nigeria wants to be like a power and compete with all these global and all these things, number one, there are many things that needs to be done. Our infrastructures and all these things needs to be in place, and we need to run a social system, not just capitalist and capital. We need to also run a social system whereby the people, common man, they feel am. If you don't get job, you have BVN, you have a NIN. You understand? If you're working, we go know say you dey earn. If you know they work, we go know say you know they earn anything, right? So the government can say, okay, we'll give you this amount every month. You understand? Maybe like 50,000 or whatever thousand, the same way they're paying all these NYC people. Now, if you get child, this is how much we're going to give you. And if you have more than 4, we are going to cap it, to this amount. If you like born 10, we go pay you for 4. You understand? So it's touching common man. If you have a health problem, you can go to the hospitals and use this and that, use this hospital service at a very low cost, or have an insurance and then you pay. You understand? That's it touching common man. It's not by changing president and saying, bring this president there, it's going to fix Nigeria. No. How is it going to touch the common man? These are very simple social issues. Now, people that have disabilities, that cannot walk, they would have to, the government will have to look after them. Children with disabilities, whether blind, deaf, whatever the case may be, they will be looked after. The schools that will go to, they will make sure that everything they're doing is, all the equipment they will need to better their life is there. So these are structural things that would benefit the common man, that the common man will feel that there is a government. You understand? The bulk of the government in Nigeria only stop at the top. It doesn't trickle down. And when it does trickle down, people don't know. You just see one politician saying, don't you know that you can go to your local government and go and collect this one and claim? People don't know. But because the social structure is not there, it's just very capitalist. So people don't know, collect your, make money, buy this one cash, this one, and that's it. But if there's a social structural system.
Let me tell you something. People don't know because people don't look for information. There are a lot of things going on. I think we've spoken about it before, Seth, on this platform. There's a lot of things going on. There are a lot of Nigerians, all these Gen Zs don't even know that some of their mates are getting government fund loans for businesses, for developing, for creations and all that. They don't know it. They don't find out. All they want to listen is propaganda, then listen to entertainment. They are all jobless people, and they don't have anything to do. They want everything automatic, everything at the platter of gold, like their president would be that they wanted to vote for. Because nothing comes on the platter of gold. It's either it's through information, or through you working for it, or through you practicing for it. You see, There are things I realize now that is going on. That so I will talk to some people in Nigeria. They say, me, we've just got this. I work some other people. They don't even know it's going on. But let them be talking about anything in National Assembly and social media. You will see 500 likes. Let them talk about something that is useless to their life. One comment alone will have 3,000 likes. You know, they are not serious people. People are not that serious. They
Yeah,
want
Nigerians are
everything
not that serious.
automatic.
Yeah.
You know,
They
which
just
it
want
doesn't
a
work like
woof.
that.
Now woof, a woof
Yeah,
where they
just
want.
like Obi.
Yeah,
No
okay.
primaries, nothing. Just want a woof. A woof presidential candidacy.
He doesn't want to even fight for anything. He doesn't want to go through the struggle.
Life is not like that. That's why they think people living abroad, life is easy for us. Some of us, when we get your pay slip and you see how much tax is taken off it, you will know what you are doing.
You know what somebody said and said, oh, we need to respect the democratic process. That's why Aisha Yusuf lost the election. And I'm like, even the abroad that you're even comparing yourself to and saying they are democratic, more they get Godfather too. You understand? Because for you to come out as a Republican leader, you know, you just don't come up and say you are going to be the Republican leader or the Democratic leader. You know, you have to be selected by these people. And it's a plan that they've had for the next president for the next 50 years in America now. They sabi him because they groomed them. You know, so you know if we just they compare saying they run things free and fair in America and in Europe, it's a lie. It's a big lie. So if you don't understand, the same British people that colonized Nigeria rigged the first election in Nigeria. They talk out themselves, say they rig am. You know, the video they YouTube where that man talk am, he sit down with his wife, they talk and say they rig the election. They talk say people plenty for north and the northern people they know plenty then. The southern people were actually more than the northern people. He said it in the interview. You know, so all these things where they say this is now from Oyinbo man in a learn rigging from, and we just finally just they do how they go. So if I'm not saying don't have your candidates and everything because we can all sleep and put our head the same, which is fine, but be very logical. Be logical, and and if people say this is what I want to stick with, you stick with you then come as okay, I understand you want to stick with this person, but this person, this is what he has done, and this our person that is one that wants to come in, this is what he has to offer, not just being emotional and say people are suffering. Tell me how they're suffering, and then tell me what your own man.
But don't turn it to as if we have war.
No, trust me. 2023.
Don't start cursing me.
2023
for no good
it was very 2023 it was very, very hard. If you're not is Obi or nothing, as in they were ready to attack. And you know
online.
And you know the NSAS issue.
Let us chime in too. So can I say something? I think Omar Takara made the point, which I think I've made the same point before. Wari had 20 million. That's what they told us. 20 million spent by supporters from the north, but it ran 3 times. They could not win. Okay, so this spread about the northerners are against Tinubu, all these other stories. Like Kwankwaso has that capacity to command the same number of votes as the Buhari is the lie. It's not true. I don't know.
Kwankwaso is not that popular to me, Sha. He's not that popular.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It does.
Kwankwaso is a local champion now.
He's not that popular.
Tinubu went toe to toe with who? Atiku in the last election in the north. So he's not just going to lose all his political capital overnight. When unlike the southerners, the northern politicians, they're not that emotional. They may play politics. I mean, I've heard some of them on television. So Tinubu is do this and that. But the ones with power, the ones that are aligned with Tinubu, they're not stupid. They're not to play the politics. So that's that point. I think again, Amatata was making a point about the welfare system. Listen, if you live in the West and if you pay attention, I think Remy can tell you it's not that easy to fund any welfare system. Nigeria cannot even afford it. They just go that route. Nigeria cannot afford any welfare system. But you made some great points about let's start with the elderly. Sure, let's start with the vulnerable, like the people with disability. That'd be great. I think that's not a huge percentage, that we can dedicate certain amount of resources to help those people in a decent society. Um, in a society with common sense, I think it's almost a given to do that, quite frankly. But to start paying people, we can't afford it. And I believe in what I guess you can call it non-governmental approach to people's welfare to help them with housing and this and that. Then somehow, some way, if we become a really good society where we collect taxes and whatnot, and we specifically dedicate a certain amount to taking care of people, then that is fine. But welfare enterprise, if you have a clue about it in the West, is a very expensive expenditure. It's not that easy. So I'm not even going to recommend we go there. It's a really expensive venture. Okay. But there's a whole lot we can do as a society to help ourselves. Even in the West, people need help, with all kinds of things. That's just natural. No man is an island, if you want to put it that way. So people need help. I understand that. But we cannot be a welfare state. We can't even fix our damn roads and provide. I mean, okay, if you want to go welfare, I totally agree that we should make healthcare really affordable. Let people pay pennies or whatever, covers to go to the hospital just for the sake of it. Yeah, that is fine. We can help people in such a welfare program. Build more hospital clinics, get a better network to integrate the people into the healthcare system, and that will help a lot of people. Because even in the West, we all know a lot of people file bankruptcy because of their healthcare. And if they can't pay for healthcare, they end up filing bankruptcy because they don't have healthcare insurance, and it's just expensive. And we know that. And even countries with free social welfare healthcare system, they too, they are overburdened. The quality goes down. They don't have enough, facilities for they may have, but they don't have enough personnel to take care of the people. So easy said, good on papers, but it's not a reality for a country like Nigeria. It's we can't do it. Yeah, we can't do it.
I think it's possible, but obviously but the thing is, because of this, it's a new system, and Nigeria will not, you don't really recognize that kind of a thing. They used to bowing down to people and worshiping people to collect money and all. So it will be a very tough system. And plus, a lot of the mineral resources are not being, used, to generate funds and stuff. So to collect money from the system now to run that kind of system and the welfare system is going to be very strenuous. But if Nigeria uses its full potential to capitalize and make more money, then you will have more money, that goes to that can go to the
I
welfare
agree with
system.
you. Obviously, if we embark on a full, utilization of our resources and every human capital, yeah, we can have a decent welfare system. But again, it's easy said and done. It's good on paper. I just give an example of the West. They all are overburdened. America, in reality, cannot fund its welfare state. No, not really. That's why we are in the negative every year in year out.
No,
The
wait.
last time America,
America can by not giving foreign people money, so they can divert it. All those giving Ukraine 40 billion, billion, all those billion, they can put it back into the welfare, but they're not going to do that. So America can do that, but it's just the fact that they still want to be the world power, so they would always divert funds to control other countries. But in terms of Nigeria,
I'm talking. That's a point. That's a good point. But I'm talking about an entitlement programs here in America that runs in the trillions of dollars. I'm talking about, we're talking about, of course, Medicaid and Medicare. We're talking about,
but it works well in the UK. We have Nigeria run two systems: the UK system and the American system. So, the UK system they have a welfare system, and they have a healthcare system where people don't pay nothing. It just comes out.
Yeah, but is it fully funded? Is it well funded? I mean, did they have?
Of course,
I don't know about UK. Is that what you're saying?
The UK one runs very well, and the German one runs very well as well. So, in Germany is even they have so much money for the welfare.
No, there's one thing to run very well. There's another thing to have enough funding to support the program? Or is it two
They
different
have,
things?
I think they do, because they always, I mean, if you lose your job, you go and sign up and they pay you. And it's the same thing in Germany, and some other European
Well,
countries too.
if you, let's say, okay, if you talk about that's not really welfare. They have, it's called unemployment insurance here also. Why do you? Because you pay when you work, they take a certain amount from your paycheck towards your unemployment, should the case be. So they pay you that amount from the pool. So that's not really welfare per se. That's just a safety net for people that have job. But if you don't have a job, going to collect paycheck, you don't contribute into the damn pot. So where's the money going to come from eventually? Well,
No, they do. They do. In the UK, even if you don't have a job and you're just leaving university and you don't have a job, and you can sign up and then you get paid, but they would make sure you get a job. So it's like that's the way the system works. You don't have to have an employment. You can have an employment for 1 month, But what they do is, if you get fired,
that side, but
if you get, but for Nigeria, I think number one thing that people always complain about is the common man is suffering. This is that one is suffering. It's because if you look at the family type in Nigeria, mother is earning 80,000 or 90,000. Father is earning maybe like 200,000 or even less than that. So, and the child school fees is even more. Okay, they now have 4 or 5 children. They're raising 4 or 5 children, 4 or 5 kids. Now, out of 90,000 salary, I want 200,000 salary, 150,000 salary. They're going to pay school fees. They're going to pay for healthcare and all that stuff. That money will finish. But if the government say, okay, we'll add another maybe because you're not earning up to 500 as a household income, 500,000 as a household income every month. We will support you guys with another additional 150 based on you having 4 children.
Okay.
So
that is fine. Most Nigerians will qualify for that. So the argument I'm trying to focus on is that Nigeria as a country cannot afford a welfare state. Okay, that's the point I'm trying to make here. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Okay, even again in the West, many people's paycheck monthly cannot sustain them. Actually, a large number of people have to augment their income on some other social programs in order to survive. It's just a reality.
But you're talking about America and talking about Nigeria. Nigeria is a place whereby most people already have their own home or their land and they can build and they can rent home, whatever. It's a different scenario. You understand? So, but in America, I do understand the struggle there. You understand? You don't pay $1,000 or $500 and $2,000, for a house in Nigeria, living in this city. You don't do that every month. So it's a different, stratosphere in Nigeria. But what I'm saying is it can still work. But in order for it to work, they need to activate other resources that would generate those funds. Awolowo did free education. How did he do it?
Wow.
Yeah.
So we can go there if
it takes collective mind to orchestrate
let's come down to the reality of our state.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm saying it is for common man to feel that Nigeria is working. Those are the initiatives that they need to have in the system. Those social amenities. But otherwise, what will happen is we're going to keep swapping leaders and keep thinking Nigeria will get better. But if we tackle the issues and say these are the issues, right? Let's solve it. So the common man will not be complaining. You're not going to send your kid to school where there's no roof.
One second, please. What you are suggesting, I support it on a targeted approach. Yes, I like the net fund that Remy talks about all the time. That's a good program. So and some other programs. They can target certain groups or constituents in the country, and just make things easier for the people. The NERF fund is pretty good, because it takes away the burden of parents or guardians trying to pay school fees, so they have enough money for other things. That's a good program. They can look for
because
other such programs.
ordinary Nigerian cannot even go on holiday to Ghana. It's very shameful. You cannot even take your family of two.
Other Nigeria. I'm in America.
Family of four. You cannot even go to Ghana or you go to Benin Republic. You don't have the funds for that. It's very, it's even people in America that just do their normal job in all this warehouse or Walmart or all these supermarkets. They can still afford to go to Mexico, but Nigerians can. Yes, they can. Even people that work in even in Europe, people that work in normal common store and they collect £2,000 every month, 1,008. With the little money they can save, they can still go to their neighboring country like France or Italy and other stuff for very cheap price.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is Nigeria don't take holidays. They can't even.
It's nice. Okay, in Europe, they have a very good, I guess, inter-country train system. Their healthcare is paid for. So in other words, they may have slightly more disposable income that they can play with. That's not the case in freaking Nigeria. Even though in America, no damn person working at Walmart on minimum wage have any damn extra amount of money, to be going around to vacation in Mexico, not even across the country. Not as easy as you make it to sound, but I get your point. I do get your point. Peter B, quickly. Peter B, and I hear Madam Zita always talk about the obedience being a headless mob. And in this election cycle, there's no doubt that Peter B truly exemplified that caricature for real, because in just this election cycle, he's gone to 3 parties already. He's in his third party. Obviously, came from Labour to what? To ADC. Now is in the NDC. That's the character of a headless person. So truly, I guess he is a leader of the headless mob. Go ahead.
Yeah, for what we're saying, for Obi to, if Obi had all these ideas and all these manifestos and is talking about the actual issues and stuff, it will get the sympathy of the people. But because he's just too busy running around and saying, we must we must do this thing, this country is that there's no, it's like when people were shouting "Say Baba, say Baba," and I said, you're shouting "Say Baba." You guys must have forgotten that every president Nigerian supply, they cannot do nothing. It just gets worse, and other stuff. I said, you need to focus on the real issue. What is hurting you? Sit down your dad, sit down your mom, and ask them, when you were growing up as a child, what you as a parent, what did you suffer the most? If the government was to have helped you, in terms of which area would you like the government to help? And they would tell you, those are the common people. You understand? So if you remove welfare system from the European system and the American system, automatically it will become a third world country. So the welfare system is what is keeping these people, shutting up and say, okay, we don't want nuisance on our street and shouting and this. So if we ever have problem, it will just be like a surface, minute problem that can still be solved, as opposed to, nobody get money, the person lose job now, there's nothing to do. Okay, let's start robbing people. Another chaotic society. Before you know, it's turned to third world country. So they understood that welfare system is very mandatory, and also taking care of people that cannot work, that have certain disabilities and all that stuff is very mandatory as well. And giving them all these other offers, that they can use to survive in their daily life. These are what makes society. Unfortunately, Nigeria don't think like that. They don't. And it's going to take a big reorientation for them to think and say, hang on a minute, why aren't we doing this? Why are we doing this? You understand? That is the kind of angle I would like the opposition to challenge the current administration and say, look, you're not doing this. If we enter, we will try to solve this and do this and do that. But but you're not trying to tackle them and say, okay, oh, this is what we're going to do. We look at China, look at Singapore, we're not looking at anybody. These are the systems.
Yeah, on that point about Malaysia and Singapore, Peter B reminds me of our friend here, Sunaija. I think you made a good point earlier that it took 31 years for Malaysia to get to its point. Of course, coupled with its dictatorial approach to leadership and the strictness, they got to where they are today. Our friend also always talk about Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore, whatever that guy, wherever he came from. They always talk about the end results of the success of these nations, but they never talk about the approach or the process that brought them to that point of
exactly.
success.
So things like we have the human capital, right? We can all these people that are running around. We can create a factory, that create tires, factory that that creates so many things like textiles, food, agricultural, many other things.
Didn't we have all those things before? Didn't we have all those things before?
Yeah, but these are the things that
we see. We had all those things before. Do you know what killed it? Do you know what killed all those industries? The liberalization of the import, liberalization of importation. We had Exide batteries, we had Dunlop, we had all these things.
We had Batana, we had all those things. I know.
And they were very successful.
What I'm saying is, for them to change the system now, these people that are loitering and going here and there and all those stuff that say they have nothing to do, they not. What? When I look at Nigeria, I just look at Nigeria, I'm like, you with the sell thing on the road now, you're selling egg on the road. Your egg now in your basket is not even up to 10,000 naira. You understand? But you're selling it. People like that selling stuff on the road, they don't have to sell stuff on the road because a lot of them will be in the workforce working, so they wouldn't have time to be saying they want to sell. They want to be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur that is not really.
What is wrong with selling stuff on the road? I mean, do we truly have the capacity to absorb such people in our workforce?
Oh, we do. Really? We do. We do definitely do.
So.
Oh, we do. So
the lifeblood of Nigeria is truly its entrepreneurship. The lifeblood is truly the people that do also such businesses. Quite frankly, because the government doesn't have the resources. Nor the job labor market to absorb these people.
But this is what I'm saying. When those things are created, these people that are doing that on the streets, they won't have to do that because they can get a job that will pay them more than they earn underneath the sun. So what I'm saying is, technically, those people that are selling things that are forcing themselves to be an entrepreneur, they will eventually go into the workforce. Because
but I disagree, Crawford. I mean, I can agree with you if you say they should design some sort of program to help them scale up. I can agree with you.
They cannot scale up because
we want people to go to work for the government. We don't need a large freaking government labor force.
No. It's not. This is not government. This is parts government, parts private equities. So what I'm saying is, look, if you look at China or you look at other places like Turkey, right? They have industries that are functioning in manufacturing, producing things, and our people are going there to get jobs in those places to work and sending huge amounts back home. What I'm saying is, if those facilities were there, and all that stuff, a lot of people that are so-called entrepreneur selling stuff by the roadside would not be, because they will be pushed into the workforce, because now there are plethoras of jobs in manufacturing, in production, in different segments of the infrastructural system that runs the world that they can do, so they will have to be trained, of course, like jobs like customer service, when people call, 24 hours customer service. So you will eventually have to create a system whereby the system is 24 hours, so Nigeria don't sleep. So people who have shift work. I know they do right now, but it will become more than a norm now because Nigeria will be 24 hours. It's not like, oh, when it's 8 o'clock, everywhere is silent. There's no. You're going to work at 9 o'clock. You're starting work at 12 o'clock in the night. So depending on whatever infrastructural system that you're working in, and they have different shift pattern, you go to work. So let's instead of this government pursuing people from the road and saying you're not supposed to be by the roadside, it's supposed to be for the pedestrian. Yes, we understand that, but you can't chase them away if you not provide alternatives. So all these people
Well,
crying
let me
underneath.
tell you, the reason why we have those such people is because of the what do you call it? Because of the ease of entrance into such businesses, right? You can make the same argument for in America, for example, where a lot of maybe the black community, they're more likely to go into businesses such as salons and whatnot because the barrier to entry is much lower, right? So it just happens to be those people that hawk on the street, they fall into that category. It's not, again, uh, I don't, I don't, nothing against those people, quite frankly. We can make their lives better, really, because again, if you truly agree that Nigeria is almost 200, 180 million people, the government does not have the capacity to do anything for those people. Okay, we can only encourage, people like Dangote and whatnot in the private sector to help with employment in the country. Of course, just like you said, we have to train a lot of people for different things. But for Nigeria to survive, like China and even the U.S., for example, there has to be a great emphasis on private businesses. Okay, that's where they need to invest in. We need to push the government as much as possible out of the way. The government is not a good force for labor, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, by inviting all these people, we don't even have, you cannot even send a letter to say, okay, I want to send a letter to Emeka in the East, and then, they will tell you, oh, this is how long it's going to take. You cannot even do that. You have to get one bus going to the East to give them a package. And those are not very good, all those things. So, if you have a better road network, males, people that are the male people that are post office people can easily deliver letter to your houses. Not that you enter one street now, you cannot even drive your car there. Your car will be dead trap if you go there. So all those things are infrastructure that needs to be repaired. So because if you have good roads like they have in Europe or even in South Africa or even in Kigali, right? All those things, people that wants to operate all these logistics and transportation business, they can do it. So they can have things like Amazon, where if you want your parcel the next day, you get it. So we're not scared to. If anybody that wants to bring 24,000 Mercedes or 24,000 Ford that will be going around, Ford vans that will be going around delivering packages and parcels, they can open that logistic business because they know that at least the road is good. They will not be suffering to repair one van or the other. And all those things. They will have many fleets and they will work functionably. So these are the areas where I think.
But in Lagos, last time I went, there's a burgeoning sector called the courier service. People on keke or whatever on the motorbikes that go around delivering stuff, be it food or package. They have them.
That to me is not even safe enough. Health and safety wise, those guys should not be on the road. So but when we're talking about doing things properly, we need to start doing things properly, not using bicycle to say we want to go and deliver. It's just absurd.
No. I don't understand what you mean. We're talking about. In fact, I read about a guy that actually, a young guy that bought 200 or 300 motorbikes and employed people. Okay, train them, give them helmets. It's like a motorcycle. Okay, and they do delivery. That's a legitimate job. Not how many people can afford to buy $20,000, $30,000 vehicle to do a site delivery job. I think that's a very good entry a position or a business into the delivery. It's a career service. And they go from, and they use app actually. So there's nothing wrong with it. They actually use the app to look at their customers, pick up packages and deliver them. That's an excellent business.
Look, what I'm saying is, health and safety wise, those things are meant for, okay, if you're going around an area, but when you're going on the motorway, it's dangerous. Those you cannot allow a bicycle to be going on the major motorway where is like 70 miles per hour or whatever miles per hour. Like, it's dangerous. So, but what I'm saying is, those things are there, but for people that are interested in logistics, that wants to work, that wants to bring businesses to Nigeria, number one, the road must be very good, so they can deliver items to people's house without worrying that their vans are going to get stuck or whatever is going to get stuck. And also the transportation system as well. Have different. We don't have to be using one state to, as a what's it called, as a template to say, oh, the works here. Even the state they're using as a template, it doesn't even work because the BRT buses are just totally rubbish. Because you see some of the BRT buses, I don't even know how they pass the MOT. Because they don't even have the brake lights. The brake light is not there. And, the body is just a sham, So to me, it doesn't work. And also, we need to start having transportation system whereby if you're going from, if you're within your state will have their own transportation system whereby you can get bus. We don't have to be using Danfo inside the states to be transporting. They have a bus service that will take people from, whether it's bus 1, bus 2, bus 5, bus 55, bus, everybody, all the numbers will have their own routes that they will take people to. These are, employment scheme that people that are doing the Danfo and doing this, they will have things to do. Not, all this kidnapping and all, it will reduce a lot of problems. But because of the chaotic way that we are just patching things, for which you have a normal society, we need to do reorientation. And the leaders themselves that want to actually initiate these things have to have the same mindset. Unfortunately, the kind of system that works in Africa right now is bow down to me, I'm your master, I'm greater than you, I have more money than you, be submissive and all that stuff. And it would, with that kind of mindset, Nigerians that likes people worshiping them because they have money, and you now create an avenue whereby people don't need to, I don't need to worship you or worship one uncle because he has a company or he has more money. I don't need to worship because I can also go and get a job or do 3 jobs in Nigeria and earn well so I can travel, So, the uncle now doesn't have to be worshipped because if Joy now can do job in the afternoon and go and do customer service in the night and answering phone calls and stuff, doing customer service job, she can earn double money, even though her tax might be slightly more. But at least she's earning more money to survive, so she can use the money to do other stuff, But we need to make a Nigerian work 24/7, 24 hours. Everything is working. The hospitals are working 24 hours. Not that they close. This hospital is closed at 9 o'clock. No, it's working 24 hours. The call centers 24 hours. Manufacturing, all these things working 24 hours. Bus service is working 24 hours.
If I'm not mistaken, to summarize your position, I think you're talking a lot about government involvement in the growth of that country. And if you ask me, just like it is right now, the private sector or the people themselves are the ones to grow that country. They just need certain things to be done so they can grow that country. Everything you're talking about can only happen in the hands of the private sector. A good example, we don't always have to mention Dangote, but that's a good example right there. But there are many other people doing great things in Nigeria. All we have to do is provide opportunity and scale those people up, to to provide more jobs, not the government at all. Okay.
No, when I
Unless you're
talk
talking
about
about 24 hours, 24 hours
if you think I'm
jobs.
talking about it, when you say the government, first of all, the government, you need to provide roads. Even roads to places where people have not started going. You need to do those roads. You understand? When you do the roads, people can bring, like now, if you now want to do a logistic business, right? And you want, I don't know which state you're from, and you want to do, say you're from Ibadan or your state, and you want to do logistics in your state, you should be able, you should comfortably bring, your fleet. If you're going to have a Ford van or Vauxhall or whatever van, you should be able to say, okay, I want to bring 50,000 buses, Vauxhall buses, into your state, so that they can, so when people order parcels and stuff from this warehouse or online or whatever, you are there, your company is there to transport all those things, and you are employing people to do those jobs, whether day or night. They're there, but you cannot bring those. You cannot
Get that.
bring. You cannot
So
bring
right
your
now,
fleets now
so
if
right
the roads are
now,
not good.
if somebody wants to do exactly what you're saying right now, what is the barrier? What is stopping that person?
Well, the roads are bad. I cannot bring 50,000 fleet of Vauxhall buses and then brand new buses, and then I'm having to deliver items, and my vans are getting spoiled, and plus,
Okay, so to that point, so what you're asking is really a basic government service or the thing they have to do. So okay, now they're not doing it. Why is the question? Why they're not fixing the roads?
because, like I said, we have the culture of worshiping and saying, this person is the Oga because of this is in the position, or he has money. But if you cancel that culture, I don't think we're ready to cancel the culture. But if you cancel the culture, everybody will be on the same par. Just like if you go to Europe, all these our leaders, nobody gives a.
I see your point. See, if you ask me, I think we're going in the right direction in terms of this new generation, quite frankly. And what I'm talking about is the ability to put pressure on your leaders to do the right things. And I think what you're talking about can only work the best in the original form of governance, if you ask me. Where we all go back, it's not even just region, by state, and we talk about it all the time, which is the subsidiary of governance, right? The more you can localize leadership and responsibility from the government to the local government, that's when we're going to start seeing real changes in that country. Okay, yes, they need to start putting demand on their leaders to do certain things. To that point, it's not going to happen. What you're talking about is not going to come down all the way from Aso Rock, for example. The example that you give about bringing 50,000 vehicles to do some kind of logistics in your state, for example. The roads that need to be fixed is in your state, not in Aso Rock. Okay, they have governors, they have money, they have revenue. They should be responsible to do those things, so we can have an increase in employment and businesses. That's what we're talking about here. Again, it comes down to the local level. The governors, they're so hopeless. Many of them, they don't do anything.
They don't do anything. The governments are just a lot of the governors are they're pretty much useless, to be honest, and they're clueless about having better ideas and doing the right things. And I mean, they kudos to them. They do some things that are good, but in actual just look at the difference between the way Oyinbo man is thinking and the way the black man is thinking. Look at the school that was built, the British school that was just built in Lagos, right, on the island in Lagos. Look at how clean the school is. You will not even believe it's in Nigeria. But go and check a school that a private person built in Nigeria or the government built in Nigeria. It's not even 20% to the same standard as the charter house that was this thing that was built in Lagos. That school that was built in Lagos, by the British people, is, you would think, it's like they have, even wherever you are in the world, the standard does not stop them. even if you're in Africa, they will still create that their standard of how an environment and structure should look. They're out of their country, but they are creating that environment, clean environment, and a nice structure in
Sorry,
Africa.
is that
So it's
school
possible.
by a British person or government or by Nigerian British? Well, I don't know much about that school. I think I heard about it.
No.
Is it by
The school
Nigerian?
is no. It wasn't built by Nigerians.
Is a Niger person behind it. It's just they. So what they did is a Niger person behind it, and they just cooperated with a charter school in the UK. And then
Oh, okay, to get the accreditation or something. To that level.
So it's a chat. They partner with a charter school in the UK it's a
If you look,
it's
Nigerians. That's an opportunity right there by a private citizen. Okay, that saw the opportunity for such a demand and created that. And that's what I'm also putting.
But if you see, look at the school that all this Afe Babalola built and the Redeem School. They're very. I'm sorry to say they are very. They did their best, but when it comes to environmental cleanliness and all that, it's just jargons. The maintenance culture is rubbish. Even the facility inside the structure is not even. They cannot even compete with the world. But the charter house and all these things
that British school had to get to have that affiliation with the British system. They have to have a certain standard.
That's exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if you can make your normal school have a certain standard, so your citizens can also compete with people, and we shouldn't be having someone like VDM now restructuring and BD and renovating schools. Your schools should be, look at charter house. It's not even that difficult to do. Not be say you could just build school and then when rain fall, the students school sander, everything could just take stands everywhere. They will carry sand inside class everywhere, just be dirty, the walls and everything. There should be all those maintenance cultures is another industry on its own that will make more money. So industry upon industry will be created, but the leaders themselves, the governors, the president, and everybody has to be on board. It's not just looting money and carrying it to Saudi Arabia or bringing it to Europe and showing that you have money. You don't have money. I don't see these politicians as say they get money because they don't have money. They poor as a church mouse, right?
So they have money. They have
they don't because if you have genuine money, you will know what to do. We will see the differences in your country. You loot from the poor and you bring it to you. Is that not? Is this not crazy? You steal from your country and then you bring it to the Oyebo people where they sit down themselves. You bring this and say they should keep your money for you. It doesn't make sense.
For what you're saying to happen, the leaders have to see the people as their own reflection.
By the way, I've been to Babcock. Babcock is not that clean. It's okay. It's all right, Nigerian standard, but it's not clean. If it was to be taken over by a British government or British school people, they will make it much cleaner to their standard, to the Igbo standard where you go think say now London where you dey. I've been to Babcock. It's okay, Nigerian standard, but it's not the best, honestly. I mean, we've all traveled and we've seen.
Our leaders, many of them, they're well traveled. They have resources. Not only they're well traveled, they have their own children, family members in all these other countries, and they see the facility and the level or the standard of living that they enjoy or they are exposed to. So it's not an issue of not having been exposed or knowing what is going around the world.
No, they know what to do, but they just don't know what to do it.
Okay, yeah, but they don't see the people as worthy. Just like I said, for them to go to that level or that standard, they have to see Nigerians, their followers, as a reflection of themselves, and they don't see that. And just like you said, it's a big man country. Everybody is below you. And we don't put demand on them. There's no demand on the people. I don't blame them, quite frankly. It doesn't demand. We all are human beings. We only do right when we're being watched or when we're being put demand on. So that's what is going on. Once you start putting demand on those people, they don't have no damn responsibility to do anything for you. They don't.
How can you go? How
That's
can you
why the
go to the
government
hospital?
can take the money and put it in the bank account to earn interest, while the roads and the schools and the hospital lab, are not up to standard. That's how they can
How
do
can you?
that. Nobody
How
can
can?
do nothing to them.
Mm-hmm. How can you go to the hospital and the bed is like very strong metal and the bed is like flat foam like a naan bread, you know, nothing, and the walls are just you would think you're in a prison in some of the hospitals, you know, and with how can hospitals be having like concrete floors,
Prince Daddy,
you know?
do you have access to bring people in?
Sorry,
Prince
access
Daddy,
to what? Yeah, to what?
to bring people up into the
Oh
You
no, I
keep
don't. Sorry, I don't.
Okay, yeah. Okay, guys, I have to go in a bit now. So
Okay.
this guy Adewale, I understand that your own structure and my own way of viewing things is different. I'm not saying Babcock. Yes, Babcock is an American listen, but I'm telling you, I've been to Babcock. I've seen how it is. It's still not. Look, it's not the same standard with the charter house. I mean, charter school in Lagos. Just go inside and look at the environment. Look at the way things are. You know, Babcock is not like that. But Babcock is clean to an extent. But what I'm trying to say is you cannot compare some of the classrooms and some of the centers inside there, you know, with that school. Is not. You cannot really compare because the maintenance in Babcock is not the same as this thing. I'm telling you, you know. So if Babcock is your own standard, I'm telling you, then I cannot help you. Then is you've seen what you've seen, but I've seen better. You know, it's just like telling me that the train stations in Lagos is the best. You're telling me, but I'm telling you it's not the best. But to you is the best, but it's not the best to me. You know, because even the train stations in the poorest part in Europe is even better than the one in Lagos. You know, so but if you're saying Lagos one is better, then I can't help you. You understand? Because if you go to the recent all those new metro line, red line and blue line, all those other lines that they did. If you go to the station, you will see people selling food and selling. You know, you will even think they built it 20 years ago because the thing don't the dirty self. And even underneath the terminal and stuff when you enter, like you see people sleeping everywhere and people setting up tents and selling stuff that they shouldn't be there, you know. So it's looking like another dump yard, you know. And the wall, if you go inside, the walls are already
That's an hallmark of a big city with a large population, right? I mean,
well.
those things are bound to happen. I mean,
I'm just saying, this is what I mean. I'm just saying, like, if you're thinking your own, the standard is that, then I understand because you've not seen any better. But if you have seen better, you will know that that's not a standard. But it's okay, you know. But my own is, you know, these are infrastructures that we should be talking about. That whoever wants to genuinely be the Nigerian lead president should be talking about these things. No, even Sowore that grew up in America, he's not even talking about those things. He's just talking about thief. Forget thief. Talk about things that will help people's life. This person is a thief. Like we're bored of that. We're tired. We're bored. Let's start talking about what would make changes to people's life. You know, and if we are going to go into United States of Nigeria, let's do that. So at least we know that okay, each state is responsible for their whatever. Or if you're going to go regional, then let's do that. Then we know that okay, each
I like
region,
that.
each region is
Yeah, I
yeah,
kind of just said before. Yeah,
yeah, and each region
it
should
has to be
just do
state by
their own
state.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, it will be a
State
lot
by state.
easier as opposed to bringing everybody together because everybody cannot do the same thing at the same time.
It's a joke. We can't all come together. It's not going to work.
You know,
We're out there at this point in time. It's not about breaking up the country. It's about everybody just be responsible for yourselves. Be responsible for
absolutely.
your own affairs within your state. That's the only
Because
way it's gonna work.
I see a lot of people on the streets selling corn, selling all sort of things, and I'm like, if there was a factory or there was a delivery company or there was a proper transportation system, these people will be working in those transportation systems. They'll be working for those companies that will be saying, okay, sort out the parcel. This parcel has to go to Nasarawa State by tomorrow. So there are people working overnight to load the HGVs and the trailers that will be taking those parcels to Nasarawa from Ogun State to Nasarawa, and the ones that will go from Ogun State to Abuja, all those things. So there will be people that will be loading those things, sorting out the parcels, sorting out everything, sorting out people's deliveries, 24-hour service. And there will be people also picking up phone calls, customer service. Look at Pakistan and India. If all these European countries, a lot of their customer service, if you ring the banks and everything, you'll be speaking to one person in India. Even your internet provider, you'll be speaking to somebody in Pakistan or India, because
But
they've diverted.
the Nigerian businesses are venturing into that also. I talked to somebody that has a customer service in Nigeria, actually. Yeah. An American. I don't know if he has one, but his customer service team or assistant comes from Nigeria, which is good. Some people are venturing into customer service, like the Indians and the Pakistanis. Yeah, and they do little by little, but that's the point about the government, providing the environment for such growth. Actually, yeah, just like you said, good roads will bring about more transportation, logistic businesses. It's just natural. Give the people the basic things, and they will embark on the project themselves.
Yeah, exactly. If you have good roads now, people can do local services. You want to send a parcel, you want to send a mail, you want to send a letter, you go to your local post office and you know that you will get there. You get to that person's address. Even common South Africa and Kigali and all this other, all this Botswana, they have those things. Why is it so hard for Nigeria to do all these things? But obviously, it's just the service of Rankadede. You are the guy, you are the best. Eye service is what is killing Nigerians. Because even if you see on a daily basis,
if you want to see, one thing though, see what you described right there, that Rankadede and eye service, it's not unique to Nigeria. Even in China, as great as China is, the culture demands what they call guanxi, meaning that it's kind of you have to you have to know certain people and do certain things, like maybe high service. I don't know how to describe it. Remy can help us describe it. But anyways, it's not unique to Nigeria. Different societies have that also. But you know what? They still have a way. They still have their way of developing and getting things done in the right way. How come just like corruption, corruption is not unique to Nigeria. Actually, if you ask me personally at this point in time, I would tell you that America is actually more corrupt than Nigeria. If you ask me, that's my
yeah, but
opinion. I'm
Nigeria is
telling
an
you.
advanced. America is an advanced Nigeria. But
Okay.
it's true. America is an advanced Nigeria. I've always said this. But the thing is, these things can be done. It's possible. But for it to be done, it cannot be done. For it to be done now, it cannot be done as a general thing for the whole Nigeria. The same way Obi wants to come and fight for the whole Nigeria, or Tinubu wants to fight for the. It cannot be. It can only be done if it's a United States or a regional system, because then you have structures and you should have. I don't know why the government, even in security as well, you will have people joining the police and people doing private security. You have private security industry. And if things were to be done right, a lot of industries will be birthed in Nigeria that people will do. Generally, you already have your entertainment industry, bringing in more revenues, right? You already have your people in diaspora sending more money. If you have other industries and stuff, like, people genuinely want to do, people that are doing logistics business abroad, they want to do logistic business in Nigeria, but when they think about bringing in their fleet of cars or vans or whatever, and they think about it, if they carry these cars come, you know, before you know, you'll be repairing your wheel bearing, you'll be repairing your spring, you'll be repairing your suspension, a new car, underneath a new car that's supposed to last you at least 3 years after, then you do your MOT. You find out that in 6 months, you're already doing MOT and changing parts, you know, because the roads are bad. You know, but these are the focus. But the local government doesn't really think. The local government or the governor does not think road is essential. You understand? That's why you see all those private citizens doing roads themselves. You know, not waiting for the government, because they don't ask government tire. You see people renovating schools. You know, because the government doesn't want to do it. So it's a collective thing, and reorientation needs to happen, honestly, because, and all these things that we are saying, the governments, they know about it, but they are not going to do it because they understand the people that they're dealing with, and Nigerians are very tough, and sometimes you cannot have mercy on Nigerians, because immediately you start having mercy on them, they will trick you, and then you will now find out that, okay, I should not do any good again. I think someone is sleeping on there. But I understand someone is saying that you cannot compare Africa. Africa is not Europe or America. We understand. But the common basics of things of life, I mean, the common man should not be suffering for it. Honestly, he should not be suffering for it.
Yeah, I totally agree, for sure.
You know, the common man should not be suffering for the basic necessity of life. You know, like why can't I? You know, if you don't have any job, imagine not having any job in Europe, and then you cannot claim anything. It's just there. You know, you're going to start wanting to rob. You know, so all those things. You know, create something for people that at least is basic. You know,
but you know, see, this is one thing about I love about the Western people, the way they think. Actually, see, instead of waiting for another 10, 20, 50, 100 years for the government to give us good roads, what about a business that actually target vehicles, especially the commercial vehicles, by trying to reinforce their road, reinforce the vehicle to match Nigerian roads, if you see what I'm saying. Better shock absorbers, better underneath panel or whatever. You need something to just reinforce the vehicle to be able
no. But the thing is, you know, some motors does that, but it is not sustainable long term, because that is somebody's responsibility to do. So if they're not doing that, and you have a business, right? You're having a business to change all your suspensions to fit Nigeria, right? Now it's more money from you, and you might not end up making the money back, you know. And the government that is meant to be doing those roads are pocketing the money, and your business is suffering.
You know,
your business is suffering.
Wait for the government. Say if we have to wait for the government to give a good road, that business that you're trying to do will never come about.
That's
again,
what I'm saying.
That's why in the West, you know, being creative, you know, not even in China, if you can find a way to extend the life of a vehicle that's like, for the example that you gave, a vehicle that's supposed to last 3 or 5 years, in 1 year you spend a whole bunch of money on it. But if you can spend maybe, I don't know, 10% of the vehicle cost to reinforce the vehicle to make it Nigerian road ready, if you understand what I'm saying, then that's a good business by itself. And you can do your business, actually. So if you wait for government, you know nothing's going to get done. Nothing's going to get done.
Yeah, but the thing is, logically, if you have a business, right, and you want to do a logistic business, it is not viable. I'm telling you, if you're going, immediately you start doing things to fit the narrative, and the bigger person is not doing their own part, it's going to be very difficult for you as a business, because the population that you're trying to help, they're not even earning that much. You know, they're not earning that much to make your business do a good turnover. Because at the end of the day, you spend more money. It's just like businesses in Nigeria complain that even though their profit is going on generator, They have to buy fuel. They have to do this. There's no lights. There's no this. That is what is going to result to if you're going to do those kind of a thing. You're going to use all your profits is going to go on this, and then before you know, you pack up, and then you go back to where you come from. Which is not very good. So those infrastructural thing needs to be done. Whether people go on the road or people don't go on the road, like buses should be able to go into people's streets, right, and pick them up and not drop them on the express road and say this. No, you will go into the streets, whatever street that you live in. You will have bus routes that go into people's streets, or people's estates, and pick them up from there, and then go back on the main road again, and then go back into the streets again, and then go back on the main. That's how the bus is supposed to operate. You go into the main road, you go into the people's streets, and then you come out again. You have different routes, so, but they cannot, BRT cannot even dare do that. That's why they have to stay on the express road alone and just be going on a straight line. But to enter somebody else's street to say they want to go and pick up a passenger because the bus stop is there, in a day they go stuck. The BRT will get stuck there. They will never move. They have to tow the bus. So, but they think that's the best.
Is that not Lagos State's responsibility to make sure the roads are?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying about people in Lagos now or in Nigeria. They will think, oh, that's the best service. But for you that is well traveled, you know that that's not the best service. That's just a poor man service. That let's just give them something. That is what they've created in Lagos. So, but if you've not been, if you're not well traveled to see how things are done, or you don't live in a society whereby it's functionable, you will just think what you have is the best. And that's why that gentleman in the chat was saying Babcock is an American school, is clean, is that. Yes, to you he is. But I'm saying to someone that is well traveled.
Maybe it was clean. Maybe it was up to American standard, and over the years it has deteriorated. Who knows? Maybe it was at one point in time.
Possibly, yeah, I guess. But I don't know. I just think for you to fix Nigeria, it's going to be a tough cooking. But it's not going to work as a whole. Because everybody has different agenda.
Well, everybody has different agenda, and I tell you, Tinubu, if at the end of the day, after Tinubu's second term, his ability to really divulge power to the state and the region would be his legacy, if you ask me, because I think he knows better. He knows very much better.
You know one thing. You know one thing. This is what I think, and people might not agree, but I think the person that can actually put Nigeria on the right path, whereby there's continuity, is Tinubu. But if they allow him to stay longer, if they allow him to do like another 20 years, I mean, Nigeria will see change. But if you're bringing people from
another 20 years, let's keep it real.
No, I'm just saying, because people are saying, like, I think you are the one that make a statement of saying people want to compare themselves to Singapore.
Some of the people that supported Tinubu were demanding that in just 2 or 3 years that he should have done this and that and this and that, and I said that was ridiculous. That even for him to do anything meaningful, which he has done very well up to now, he did after 6 years in power to make such an impact. If people are demanding that he does some magic right now, so how much more, it's
yeah. I think someone is snoring, but the thing is, yeah. So in stuff like that, it's going to be very difficult. But I think we need one consistent leader that is ready to navigate and put all this changing of leader, like when Buhari came in.
I totally agree with you. We as Nigeria as a country, and I don't believe in dictatorship, but I believe in leadership, a long-term leadership. For example, Israel, right? Netanyahu has been in power for quite a long time, and because of that system of leadership or governance, right? It can do that. I think And we need a leader that has a vision, a long-term vision for the country, Nigeria, that that can bring about meaningful changes. It's not this 4-year, 8-year term is not going to do it. And the only way it's going to be effective is to again divulge the power to the states. Then in the states, rather than giving all the power to the governor, you have a body of leadership that can be there for a long-term strategic plan for the state. So the governors can come and go, but the long-term goal of the state will be maintained. Kind of like I guess what Tinubu did in Lagos somewhat. He had a vision for the country, for the state, and all the successive governors came about trying to work on that plan. Maybe apart from Ambode, I heard, but for the most part, they tried to follow the same strategic plan that Tinubu implemented, which is good. It can only work on a state level, but never on the federal level. It's not going to work.
No, exactly. So it's just what it is. But I just think Nigeria is very complicated only because black people sometimes it's very hard to rule because they have different mindset and the cultural element as well is very difficult. So when you have a country like Nigeria where there's different cultures elements, different cultural elements, it is very difficult because one people want something and then the other people want the other thing. They don't want what you want. So it is very difficult now. The northern people now, they said they have a good road, but nobody wants to go and carry businesses, logistic business to go and invest in North because of the way those people think. But everybody wants to be down south, and south that people want to be in, they don't have good roads. They don't have good roads that leads into like people's streets and neighborhoods, right? It's only main road, most majority of them. So it is very difficult. But like I said, if they do it, people will not be worshiping the politicians, and politicians like to be worshipped. They like to be worshipped because imagine, do you know the amount of people that will be going to the government house and be crying and saying they cannot afford this, they cannot afford that, their children have not eaten, they cannot pay medical bills, and then the governor will feel like a local champion and say, okay, we'll help you, we will pay for this for you, we'll give you this. You know how they feel? They feel like a mini god. So if they create infrastructures and avenue for those people to work, so they don't have to be coming to the governor or lining up in people's houses for money or for food. They will feel empty. That's why a lot of the politicians, they cannot just say, okay, I'm done with politics, let me go back to my private life and go back to my business or go and work for a company. Imagine Peter Obi now finishing as a governor. He cannot even go say he wants to go and work for a company in Nigeria. Oh, Dangote hire me because I used to be the ex-governor of Anambra and I'm very good. It's not hireable, So, but in the Western world, you have people that will leave politics and go and get a normal day job, So, it's just crazy, unfortunately. This kind of system we run in Africa.
Well, I guess we have a long way to go, as they say. But the what do you call it? The shining light, or the light at the end of the tunnel, is that there are so many successful templates in the world that we can use. We just have to adopt them into our own society to make it work. I think. Yeah.
So
we don't need to reinvent anything.
Yeah, these are the things that you look at, and when you hear a leader that truly wants change, they talk about these things, right? And you know that okay, Nigeria is actually ready. The common man will feel, the new change that is coming. Not just, this government is rubbish. We will do this. We will make sure there's power. They just fabu all these things. You understand? So, but if they don't say these things, Nigerians will know. That's why sometimes I'm like, nobody can repair Nigeria. If you like shuffle president and bring this and they cannot do it. because they're not even talking about the basic thing. And the basic thing is what I just said. The schools are in shambles. How can a charter school that is just that was built in Lagos by Igbo people be very nice looking, nicer classrooms, everything is just nice. The environment, even if rain fall, your school sandal will not be inside poto. You will not bring poto from outside, even though you've been outside playing. It's just very clean. Go to all those Redeem School, Afeba Balola School, all those other schools, private schools. Before you enter by the time you enter the compound and you go into your classrooms, you already packed you've packed rubbish inside underneath your shoe, and then your classroom is full of dirt. And they are saying they are this thing. So this is what I'm saying. So things like that is just, and the facilities they have, it's not, they cannot even compete globally. They cannot even compete with India or Pakistan. Not to even talk about Turkey or Malaysia or
compete
or
on
Singapore.
on one level or what grounds you're talking about?
They can't compete now on global level in terms of infrastructure. In terms of having the basics. A Nigerian man now, that wants to learn about something will have to cram textbook. There's no practical ways that you can learn. You have to cram the textbook and thing and all those things. Whereby there's no real theoretical. I mean, where you could practice, what you've learned and say, okay, I've learned how to build a car. These are the equipment.
How come Nigerians with the level of education from Nigeria go overseas and are successful? And
I'll tell you why they're successful, because after cramming all those things, right, and then you've crammed and you've passed in that sort of environment whereby you have to cram things in your head and know things in your head or be beaten to understand things in your head, right? If you get to a country whereby they toned it down and they really genuinely want you to learn and understand everything where you don't cram, it will be very easy because you've done them before in a very hard environment. So
okay, good. So to that point, I agree with you. We can use more article
Prince,
in our instructions, but
Prince, can you hold on for a second? Oh, Simba, can you mute Bishop, please? Oh, Simba, if you're there, Bishop is making the show very, it's snoring. So if you don't mind muting, go ahead, Prince. Just wanted to point that to Simba. Oshe, okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank God we are in.
Yeah, finally, guys.
I'm Prince
to that
Daddy.
point.
You have it. I like your discussion. It's so sweet. So wow. I wish the platform.
No. Remy, don't do that. Mike you cannot do
that. I have to support Remy. It was very nice because Remy was not there. Allah was not there. And everything, even Simba wasn't there, so everything was so good.
So because I was not there, that's why it's so calm. Look at you, Midwest.
In Midwest, it's not your fault. It's me that brought you in. That's making you to be talking that rubbish that you are talking.
Yeah, you're talking in the background. Bring me.
I will kick you out now.
Please. Actually, what you guys have been talking about is quite wonderful, and I think I appreciate both of you trying to dissect both problems and offer solutions. But like Prince Daddy said, and also Martha said, the major problem is still we have to devolve power more to the state and to the local government. In terms of primary health care, is the responsibility of the local government. But whereas that the state governor hijacked the allocation to the local government, what do you expect? And I think all the roads in the city, in a state, should belong to the state. I don't want to hear any governor telling me this road belongs to the federal government. No. The National Assembly have a lot of work to do. And luckily for us, the state police act will be passed this week. And then by next week, transmitted to the 36 states of the Federation to also deliberate and pass it. And by July, we'll have state police totally in Nigeria. So any state that is willing will start.
Remy, it doesn't work like that.
I'm telling you the truth, and you said, because I told you the other time that
Look at the way Remy just give it express permission.
It doesn't work like that, Remy. And even
let me tell you, the way they are doing
the order
I like
in which
your
you put
optimism. Wait,
the
now,
order,
Remy, I like your optimism.
The order in which you put the order in which you put it is even wrong.
No, I'm telling you, the police act will be passed by the National Assembly this week before Friday.
But this is something. It doesn't work like that.
No,
you have to go. You're saying wrong. You're saying the wrong thing. I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that. You say I should let you finish.
Let me tell you something that you guys don't know. The framework already concluded, and the framework includes the House of Rep and the Senate, the Police Commission, and the Federal Government Executive Committee they set up. They were together. They deliberated for like 3 or 4 months.
But Remy, how long do you think it will take the State Assembly to return the something?
So that is why I say give or take by July, then the president can sign the bill.
July is just next month now.
Yes, now I'm telling you, because all the 36 state governor already say yes to it.
Okay, look at your governor in Oyo.
The question you should ask me, the question you guys should ask me is, when will the state start having their police on ground? That is the question you should ask me. Not about
no. Once they passed it, it's their responsibility to recruit or not to recruit. It's not a must now.
Yes, that's exactly the question you should ask me. But for a state like Lagos State, I think they are good to go. I don't know about your and other states of the Federation, but that
you know why I'm saying that? That is what I'm saying. It's only your governor that voiced out, that said he was against it. You can never say how many of other
governor and one man governor. I'm not from your state now.
But at least you stay there now.
So Simba, see what this is. What look, the bill first of all need to go through the State's House of Assembly first. Okay, if you have to agree with to pass the bill, if to state pass the bill, then they now move it to the National House of Assembly. It's not the other way, Remy. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so hear you now. Yeah, so it's like I don't know if you guys hear what I said before. So the state, they need to send the bill to the state. The framework needs to go through the State's House of Assembly. Then you need 2/3 of the states of the 36 states to pass the bill before they move it to the National House of Assembly for them to now debate and pass their own version of it, or pass the same version of the state one before they send it to the president.
Progressive. That is not the way. You are wrong.
Okay.
The way is that the National Assembly, they first pass it, both houses. When they pass the act, they will not transmit it to the State Assembly. That is the way it works now, because of the exigency of the matter.
It doesn't matter whether the exigency, the law is the law.
No, I'm telling you that is
you
the
forgot.
way
You Remy, hold on, Remy, listen. We were all here in 2022 or 2022 or so, right? Under Buhari, when you remember about 60-something bills was signed during that Buhari regime towards the end of his second term. Part of those bill was this electricity decentralization bill was among it, right? So all of those bills, state police was also included in those bills, but the state refused to pass the state police bill. We debated it on this same platform then.
Look, progressive. This time around, they are only considering the State Police Act. And
yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you that the state needs to go do their own first.
The way you put it, let me tell you how they do it. First, they called for memorandum from all the 32 states of the Federation. And from that memorandum, only some few states, they did not submit their own. It was at a latter stage that Makinde submitted his own memorandum from the state. Now they form up a committee from the executive, and they now select some set of people from both the Senate and House of Representatives and some other stakeholders. They came together, including the Police Commission and the IG of the Federation. They sat for 4 months, deliberating on the framework. When they finished their job 2 weeks ago, and then they said they are done. So now they put it to this week, maybe 1 or 2 days, they will deliberate it at the National Assembly, and I know they will pass it. Once they now pass it, they now take it to the state House of Assembly, not to really deliberate, just to rubber stamp it. And I guess most of them will rubber stamp it. That is all the point. Because the major problem they are having is that how will they limit the power of the state governor not to hijack totally the state police? And once that one is done, I think by July or probably in August, the president will sign into law. And every state, that's what the president said, any state that is ready can go ahead with their state, create their own state police. And
so what if it doesn't happen the way you're saying it now? What if it's not signed by August?
It's going to happen.
Should we ban you from this platform if they don't sign it by August?
No, you can't ban me because you are supposed to be banned, because I told you last week that this state police act will be everything will be come into fruition by July. And you said, no, it's not possible. Now they're not telling you that they are going to pass. Listen,
okay, I'm listening to you.
The police act is very important, and which they are going to pass this week. Once they pass that one this week, forget all the 36 state governors. They will fall in line. But in actual creating their own state police force, that is another ball entirely. I totally agree with you.
Remy, if the bill is not signed by August, should we ban you? This is the question.
No. I can guarantee, I can even bet on it that the president will sign.
I know. Should we ban you from the platform?
If it's not, you can ban me, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. But other way, if I'm right, what would happen to you?
I didn't give you any promise.
Come on, you are just like be very slippery. Come on, man.
But I didn't promise you anything. I didn't tell you it will be signed. It won't be signed.
You don't want to beg. Okay.
You're the one who is President Tinubu spokesperson.
No, I'm not a Tinubu. Just let me continue. I want to comment about Omar Tata talking about the transportation system, and also Prince Daddy was talking about the way Chinese also do their own logistics and guanxi, and probably we still have a lot of problem in Nigeria. And I think the only way is that first we need to improve on our infrastructure, especially road and rail and air transportation. If that one can be effective, I think we will get our logistics more faster and things will become more cheaper. But as we stand now, most of the roads are not in good condition. And unfortunately, we don't really have the resources, in terms of financial resources. We have to go borrowing to fix our country. So if Nigeria says government is good, it's not enough because that country is still a poor country, considering how much you can earn from oil, not even up to $30 billion in a year. It's still not enough for a large country like that. But I was surprised to what I call cluster of transportation, in which the government can buy some luxurious, these London buses, and then they now give it to this association. Maybe, like for example, you give it to Mr. Progressive to fly from mainland, maybe sowore area, you cover all those areas, then they give it, then you pay the money, maybe you service the vehicle by yourself, and you pay back the money back to
which government are you talking about to buy the buses? State government or federal government?
Of course, it's going to be state government. It's not going to be federal government. That's not because we are talking about states. The state government are going to do that to improve the transportation system in their state, especially in their capital city. I'm not talking about all the old city in that state. At least the capital city. If they can do like that, it will create a lot of job opportunity for these local transport people and eradicate all those long 30, 40 years old buses they are still using on our road. I think that is what I think. Progressively can pick it up just for now.
Yeah, so for me, they are saying so that you say like the decentralization of power from the federal to the state and local government when it comes to in terms of road. I think most of our federal roads should be handed over to the state because they are not even really federal road. They are roads that are inside our street, not even inside the state. Some of them are even like your street road that is being called federal road. So I think a lot of this road needs to be handed over to the states. So
Progressive, that's one of the issues with Ogun State. When people say we have bad roads, Ogun State has the longest of federal roads in the country. People don't know that. So most of our major highways in our state is owned by federal government. So when you complain that Ogun State has bad roads, what can the governor really do? Start fixing federal roads when it doesn't have the funds?
Exactly. So even if you have the fund, you want to make priorities as well. You want to look at it and say, okay, if I fix this road, will my administration benefit from it, from getting the money back? No. So most times no, because you want to fix your inner city state road. And secondly, when it comes to education, I'm still saying it. They will have to get to the point whereby federal government needs to just be a regulator. All these federal universities needs to be handed over to either the state governors where the universities
Why
are
can't they
located.
have a regional board like they do in the US? Why can't you hand over the university to the region?
Yeah, Babachir, whichever way they want to do it, I just think the federal government is taking on too much. Okay, you remember during Goodluck Jonathan, the government was building emergency schools in the north. Like, how are we running this federalism system that we say we are practicing?
Progressive. There's a book I want to read. I'm going to bring it up soon. Because okay, let me be nice. It's late night. The schools, the system itself, the labor unions really destroy our education system. Those, they don't want what you're talking about. So it's not just blaming the federal government, but these unions are also the ones holding these things together. They don't want state controlling anything because that their power goes away. There will not be any call for strike. All those things goes away. You see what I'm saying? So don't look beyond the government.
Government have to do what is right by the country.
Labor also
You can't
have
be looking at
influence. I'm saying they're a powerful partner in this that we oftentimes ignore. They influence those decision makers because they seek their advice. So don't when you discuss these policies, you must also
but what's the purpose of why don't we just hand government over to labor so that they run the country then?
No. Okay. Here's my point to you, sir. Look at what happened with Dangote and Pengerson. That happens across board. Is what I'm saying. It's across board. All those they're very powerful unions.
I know, but the government needs to grow a pair and just say we are going to become a true federal system in terms of how
now.
a
Those
country
people get them votes.
Yeah, but this is why I say sometimes, right? Sometimes because these people who always say, "Oh, look at China, look at this country," but they forget that this country were able to build because they didn't have democracy, because they were not worried about elections. They were not worried about them losing. So they were able to enforce policies on the people that they knew that over years it was going to be for the betterment of the people. But our leaders most of the time worry too much about elections, and it is affecting the growth of that country. It is affecting the right decision being made.
Hakim.
Yeah.
Hakim. Okay. Two things that you people have discussed, you just mentioned now. We've been saying it that the kind of democracy that we practice if we continue this way, we cannot grow with it. You understand? Look at what you are saying now, that the need to constantly go back to the people that does not even know what they wanted. You understand? People that don't even have control over themselves is actually one of the major reasons why we're having this setback that we're having. You understand? If you look at even nations recently that actually grew very well, look at China, look at Malaysia, look at Thailand and all those countries. Even
Rwanda.
Even Rwanda, you understand? Yeah. Rwanda, to me, they are not practicing democracy in Rwanda.
No, they just do elections. That's all. They don't practice it. They just.
That's not democracy because the guy has been there for over 20 years. So that stability, because I think Prince Daddy and one other guy they were talking about that thing earlier on. You understand? Is actually that stability. We needed that stability. Because this situation whereby every 4 years you say, oh, this one is not good. We remove another one. Come and we are not going anywhere.
Simba, what about we have one party state? One party state. Everybody belongs to one party, and they go and fight it out in the primary. Only one party.
Even if we have one party, it will still that party will still be divided based on religion, ethnicity, and whatever. You understand?
The first 8 years of our democracy was one party state. Now, if you won the primary back then, you pretty much won the general. So we've had a version of that before. That really didn't work out.
Yeah, but like for us to I think this from in my opinion, I just think this is the only thing we need. The only way we can move forward is that the federal government practice. If we start to practice what you call true federalism, you will see that country in 10. Because I'm not going to say 5 because a lot of people like to say 5 years.
Let me ask you the top question. It's just a simple question. We can discuss police. When it comes to resource control, do you think this current administration can push this thing through when it comes to resources?
No. BT, let me say something about that resource control.
No, Simba, because it boils down to what you generate and what you keep.
Now, let me tell you. If you don't look at the mistake that you made in the past, you understand, you will not know what to do in the future. Let me give for example. That time when we were practicing that was so-called regional government, so the sharing formula they were using that time, they were using 50, 30, 20. You understand? But what they were using that time was that, and that is why the question that Kim was asking earlier on, that why is federal taking on so many responsibility, education, road construction, and all those things. The ruling party then, they were using that one to their advantage. So all the money that the regions were contributing to the federal level, they were using it to develop their own region. And that was what actually led to the proliferation of so many federal projects. And that was why, even as at that time, even the people at the regional level, even like Awolowo, he was eager to go national.
But Simba,
he was eager to go national.
But Simba, what you are saying is that if it remains status quo, that country will never progress. It will
not. Of course, it will not. It will never progress.
It encourages laziness.
It's not even that. It's not even that, Remy.
But the major problem let's say, for example, at least even when we are talking about the stability, Babangida ruled us for almost, I think, 8 or 9 years. What was the outcome?
Almost 8 years. No, but back to my original question, Progressive and Simba. Can this government, or would this government push the case for true resource control? It goes beyond what you have on ground. It's even what you generate, taxes, all those things. Can they push it? Because that is the base of federalism. Let me keep what I generate and give something to center. Can this government push it through? That's the question.
You think the house that we have, we actually assent to that kind of bill?
They cannot push it through. They've made a mistake. Very, very, very big mistake. Let me come to the room. Are you guys? Yeah, they made a mistake because you see, they would have now, as I think Prince Daddy said, let everybody take responsibility before they start coming up with all these things they are pushing. Because the way they are pushing it, there are pains that goes with it. And it is easy to convince Nigeria and turn Nigerians against them and their policies because of those pains. But if everybody is to take responsibility, they will say truth to themselves. And that is my belief, that the mistake that they have made. Because all these things that they are doing, taxation, nothing is wrong. Even if it is not properly, perfectly arranged now, but it's a step for others to build upon. You get what I'm saying now? But in Nigeria's space, when you look at the country generally, those that will push against it have upper hand more than those who want to implement it. Because hunger is there, they've mismanaged the country, infrastructures are not there to alleviate or support families and people. Even when you release money, it doesn't go to the people. So nothing is in place for commoners. I will give you an example. There was a time the crisis was too much. Take it, for example, that is a worst scenario. The president said, take rice. You are the governor. You are the closest person to your people. They stole this rice. And these are the highest paid citizens of the countries. They receive allocations. They receive, what is it called? This security vote. I don't know what they call that. Is it bonus they call it? Because that one is not allocations. It's like free money. They receive for development. They receive for this. They receive for that. And at the end, the commoners don't benefit from it. So you have to think of what is on ground. I think if you want to help Nigeria, people must, they must create chance for Nigeria to discuss their issue. Just try to listen to one another. What you bring into the body, the other one you bring his own. But people must start taking responsibility for their people. I give an example. Edo State, my own state, if you want to remain or we want to go to region, we must go back and go and restructure it. Edo Central should plan what they want in Edo Central and bring it to the Central. I do not. People, tribes that make up those areas. Then you as a state will not plan for everybody. That's what they are doing here. And at the end, look at education in Sweden. The standard is federal plan, but the local government is running it. Just as Hakim said, too much responsibility for the federal. All the roads are well planned. Even the federal road we use here is planned by the federal. But wherever it cut across community, they have a role to play. When it comes to construction, maintenance, and everything, they have a role, but it's federal road. So we need to look at the platform that we are using to build ourselves. That platform cannot work as a template for everybody because we have different background. There are those, their mind is to make sure they keep people around them poor so they can continue to control them. You can't take this idea from them, except those that people will now see other Nigeria enjoying what they are not enjoying. Then they can rise up against that and say, no, you must do it like those people. I think that will help us. It's not necessarily breaking the country, because breaking the country, if I look at when I look ahead, personally, I'm scared whether we will come out of it if that's that today.
We are not talking about breaking the country. We are talking about resource control. That is not.
Sorry. Somebody, I think somebody came in and they wanted to contribute. I don't know if it's a new person.
Take from there. Somebody else can also take from there. That's just my contribution. I think
yes. Somebody came in. I think they wanted to contribute. Can we just see if there's a news?
I think it's Dorothy. Dorothy, are you in? Dorothy, please continue.
Yes, I want to say this. It's been a wonderful discussion. I've been following you guys for the past 1 hour. What I want to say is this. Until that country practice true federalism, we are going nowhere. And I stand to be corrected. The Southwest has given us a lot of blueprints. And I want to commend even Tinubu. And many of these things came from APC. Look at the seaport in Lagos, Lekki Deep Seaport. It was owned by partly the state government 20%, federal government 5%, Tolaram 25%, 50% for Chinese Arbor Company. Look at Segilola Gold Refinery in Osun that Osun is using to at least to help themselves out right now. When they had problem, the former governor was what that built that model. They were able to chase away all this, at least reduce the influence of the illegal immigrants mining our resources. They gave the government, federal government, its own share. They kept some. The Canadian company also kept some. These guys have given us this platform, which means that's the only way we can actually develop. The gold has been there for years. Nothing was done to that gold. Everybody was just stealing it. That's the same thing that they are doing in Zamfara. At Sanamai, look at lithium right now. Look at lithium. We have 3 processing plants right now in Nigeria. Probably, I need to tell you that each lithium kg per ton goes for about $29,000. And if you look at the number of metric tons that we have the capability of producing from those people, another one is coming this year, before the end of the year. So these things can actually be done. And I think APC has that blueprint. They have done it. At least I'll give you examples. You see our blue economy, maritime and blue economy right now. They're getting money from there. These guys have the blueprint when it comes to rolling between federal, state, and the local government. So we can all bring these things to the national level through the development commissions, where everybody within the region, Southwest, meets, call people. I watched one yesterday. A lady I will send the video to one man, probably will play it. The lady said she attended.
Sorry, who is talking?
It says Dorothy.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah. You said?
Hello?
Yeah.
Simba, it's Dorothy. It's Dorothy.
Simba, can you go out and come back again? I think you can't hear Dorothy speak. Go back and come back in Simba.
Can you hear me?
No, we
can hear you.
We can hear you, but Simba.
Yeah, so we need to do the development commission level and let people decide together how they need to go. This thing is achievable. Without it, we are going nowhere. All this, Europe. We can easily compare ourselves with Europe. Europe built their country with exploitation and so many other things. So we don't have that luxury. We cannot colonize anybody right now. The only people that can look up the Asians. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You said we need to federalism. We get that. But how do we implement? How do we because you have to then implement. And I've heard people like Progressive and Midwest say that there are stumbling blocks in the House and that don't want the bill passed. So we know we need it, but how do we get it passed? How do we push the bill? That's the question.
I have said it. I have said it. Look at, I've given examples. It is about the willpower of the governors and the people to enforce these things. Look, see, the people have power to actually push these guys. This state police that you're talking about. If Nigerians tell these useless politicians that come, we did it in Southwest. You know, that's one thing you know about Southwest people. The Amotekun that came on board, everybody was saying, don't rock the boat, leave Buhari, so that you do not spoil our chances. I remember Rotimi Akeredolu say, damn you guys, damn Buhari, we get this done, nothing will happen. Today, don't we have it? After Southwest did it, the Southeast not go ahead to also do their own. The other northern governors that were saying, no, you cannot set up any paramilitary whatever organization. Almost all of them already have a template right now. So if you want to do state police today, I can tell you, we will just work on that template of Amotekun, improve it, we can even change it, or even set up a new police, let them be on their own too. Let the police be on their own. We already have a platform. See, people may hate Tinubu for whatever they like. That guy has always bring policies that, whether you like it, whether you are in PDP, you are in ADC, you are in where you are, you will see some sense in it. All we need is willpower, and the people also knowing who their problem is. The state government are the firstborn of the devil in Nigeria development. See, if those guys are well strangulated, like we hold them by the balls, we will get what we want. They are the ones that federal government cannot do everything. I kept on saying it. All these people by the jugular, and you will see your state change. Look at what this guy did. This guy in the maritime and blue economy. For how many years have you been hearing about gold being stolen in Osun State, in Ife? For how many years? It is the foreigners from Senegal, Gambia. See, people come all over West Africa to come and steal our gold. Senegalese, they come to. Now you cannot steal it. We produce about 90 something tons. Multiply it by the number of what? 90 something thousand tons. Probably it has even reached 100 right now. Multiply it, you see, it's rolling to 200 and something, almost $300 million. Everybody share it. The company collect its own, we collect our own, and the federal government collect its own. The same thing we can do for press police. We can do it. See, that State Development Commission that Tinubu approved, it was just yesterday I saw a video, and I was very, very happy. If you see what they are doing right now, even in Southeast, the lady said Igbo should use their sense. She said she transported herself. They had a four-day town hall meeting where they were discussing what they want, what the people want from the SEDC. And they listed everything, and they have started working on them. They fed them very well. They take good care of them. They even show them to opportunities that the youth can key into. But our people, see, many people will die a bitter human being. I'm telling you, opportunities are bad in that country, but people overlook it. The lady was talking about one opportunity that was there for youth and business people to support them. But how do you get it? When everybody was angry, this, that. That guy already laid the foundation for the government, for the country's development. But it will take the people, the trust of the people. It will take hardworking people and patriotic citizens to actually drive the change. Nigerians have brothers abroad. You are living in Nigeria, you have people that are starting money abroad. You cannot talk to them that, okay,